I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 68. And so a lot of crazy shit happened over the past week. So I'm quite sure a lot of people will have a lot to want to talk about. And sorry for the messy hair, and there's nothing I can do about it. So yeah, it's just gonna stay messy. So no, so yes, so I'm going to drop the link to join the DPA Open Mic. Anyone can join. For those that are not aware of the DPA Open Mic, you can join. Anyone can join, and you can talk about anything you want. You can talk about football, also can. But of course, people will scold you if you try to talk about football. So let me do the copy and paste thingy. So the invite link is the I placed wrong. Oh, okay, that's correct. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link to the. I have dropped the link to the live chat of the YouTube stream on the DPA Open Mic channel, and I also have dropped the link to the chat on the Rumble. The Rumble one, I can't pin it. There's no pinning function on the chat, so just have to make do. And so the DPA Open Mic is currently multi-stream on multiple platforms on DPA's Twitch, Telegram, Twitter, YouTube channel and Rumble channel. And we have someone in already, so we're gonna have Shadow V. Hi.
Yes, I'm able to be here because you warned us very early this morning, in France at least, that there is open mic at this time. So thank you, Wyatt, for the warning.
So today is on Saturday, because actually by right, the open mic is supposed to be on Saturdays, but no, I always fail to do it on Saturday, so I always do on Sunday. Hi, Wayne.
Hello, guys. Sorry about that. I
that's
gotta lower you down a bit.
There's a new background.
Yeah, well, I've been moving the studio around a bit. Well, actually, a lot.
So, interestingly, the Ukrainian lines did not collapse. So despite there was this massive pushback, and then after that, the Russians just start to overcommitted themselves, and so the front line have not changed over the past like 2-3 days, despite there was a initial collapse. So, you guys want to talk about the German league, the German military league? I actually have I haven't watched it. I only watched the small clippets, and I saw the Singapore word came out. I was like, what?
I don't think it's important.
Yes, I agree with him. Because basically it was something that everybody who follows the Ukraine situation already knows. Everybody with a brain understands that in Ukraine there is already NATO soldiers and specialists to help Ukraine for the anti-air system, for the missile and things like that. So
Shadow V, I want to ask you. What is the French public reaction to Macron talking about sending NATO troops to Ukraine?
None, because most of the people in France understand that Macron is just crazy.
That's bad. That's so bad.
Yes, to be honest with you, if you look at some pictures in France about the past weekend, when he tried to go to a public event about farming in Paris, it was a disaster for him. Basically, he has to use, I think it was 500 anti-riot policemen to help him to enter the convention, and to get out after that. Because everybody inside the convention want to him out, basically. And it was a public relation disaster. No, he's totally disconnected of the reality.
Oh my God. Then how to move forward? Because there is already 2 elections that supposedly Macron will be voted out, and both elections he won. And maybe it's Le Pen's fault. Le Pen is just not powerful enough, despite all the hype.
You have to understand one thing about France. Most of the people, not all of them, but most of the people take very seriously the far-right threat in France. And the Le Pen family, especially the father, was really a neo-Nazi guy, a true one. The daughter, she's more a politician person and less about ideology, but she's still very far-right. So a lot of people don't vote for Macron. They vote, I did it myself, against the far-right. But today, for the next election, we are going to have something special. We have people who are going to vote not for the far right, but against Macron. That's going to be very special in that presidential election in France.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has so much hate against himself, that's terrible.
There's a super chat for Vaughn. Dal want to talk about his M1.
Yeah, that's fine. We could talk about the M1, but I'd rather wait till more people showed up. I mean, I'm willing to wait a few minutes while Shawi talks about France.
Yeah.
Wayne contemplates.
Let's switch over to Canada for a minute. You know that Canada's had troops in Ukraine the entire time.
Kansas?
Canada has had troops in Ukraine since 2014. They never pulled out.
When
what
you
did
speak
they do
about
there?
troops, you speak about some specialists and special forces, or really people in the trenches?
Special forces, trainers.
Yes, okay. Everybody has special forces in Ukraine.
Yeah, well, the
I'm
point
pretty
is
sure that
that
Australia has special forces in
we're
Ukraine.
we're also sending more. We're also probably going to be sending official troops now.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. You don't understand how high the support for Ukraine is in Canada. I think the last poll was something like 70% of people supported sending more aid to Ukraine. And that is an insane level of support.
There is a big difference between supporting from far away and supporting by sending your own son in the trenches under Russian artillery. That's not the same thing.
At the highway
I
of
don't think the
heroes.
Canadians would do
We're
that
aware
unless
of the
they had
problem.
the U.S. and other people going with them. I don't think they'd go by themselves.
Does France have a highway of heroes?
The French, please, don't take seriously the Macron declaration.
Yeah.
The Macron speech is a joke.
We have a highway of heroes. Canadians forced the government to change the name to that.
What? I don't understand, sorry.
What I'm saying is that Canadians support the military so much that, whenever a soldier dies overseas, they are flown into an airbase in Ontario, Eastern Ontario, and they're then driven by hearse to Toronto for autopsy. This happens to every soldier who dies overseas. Doesn't matter why they die. This automatically happens. Every time a soldier dies overseas, the road along the way to the autopsy site in Toronto is lined with people.
Okay.
Every time. Basically, the Canadian government and the Ontario government were shamed into renaming the street, the entire highway, because of this. That's how much people support the military here. It's something that
Not in
you don't
France.
see outside. You know, Canadian attitudes are weird by most people's standards.
But how does it gel with the support for Trudeau? Because there's a lot of people who don't like Trudeau. So is there a correlation between support for Trudeau to support for Ukraine, or is it actually two separate things?
Oh, two separate things. Every party in our parliament, all five of them support Ukraine. We do not have a party that doesn't support Ukraine. It would be political suicide here.
Same thing in France.
Very, very interesting. So even Le Pen supports Ukraine.
Oh yes.
In
Oh
France?
yeah, the left, the right, everybody's supporting Ukraine.
Yes, you have no choice. It's an obligation if you want. It's it's the same thing as the Chinese Communist Party. When everybody is inside, that means nothing basically. So
yeah, I mean, this is government driven. This is being driven by grassroots. So
yeah, but I really think you'd have to get a coalition with some of the bigger countries that actually got the units together and started moving.
Not going to happen. Nobody want to have his own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I can't see any countries really wanting to get in on this other than they talk about it.
Wayne, there's actually a history with Canadians supporting Ukraine. I mean, you've been supporting Ukrainian Nazis since the end of World War II.
I have forgotten this one.
The gentleman,
we were communists during World War II, so
the gentleman you've housed in the parliament, you will welcome him.
That was a very funny event, except for the Canadian parliament.
Huh?
I said we supported the damn commies during World War II, and look how many people Stalin killed.
A fair bit, a fair few people.
We supported lots of murders.
Good point. Yeah, the Americans is the worst. They send so much arms to the Soviet Union.
I wish it would be, but it won't be.
Yeah, all these Americans send all these tanks, the Sherman tanks, the trucks, and the locomotive to the Soviet Union.
Don't forget about good stuff. They basically feed the Soviet Union.
And those awesome P-39 Cobras.
Oh yes. You know why they send them?
All the good
because
stuff.
The U.S. Marine Corps didn't want them.
I know. They weren't sending no P-51s or anything good. Hey man, you want
Because
these?
the problem with this
things?
aircraft, it was they were overheating, and overheating in Russia is a joke. So they were very happy with them.
Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
check
didn't
Ed
they? The one
Nash's
place what they used them was
take on
what,
the
like in
Eurocrat.
Indochina, a little bit,
Yes,
really.
in Southern China, they were
Yeah.
not so good. But in Russia, it was a good climate for this airplane.
It saved
I-
the
I
day.
actually- I actually wonder what if United States did not do the land lease with the Soviet Union? What would happen in World War II? Like,
My estimation is that the win of the Soviet Union is basically 70% for the Soviet Union and 30% for the help of the Allies. That's my estimation.
I don't know. Maybe it would have dragged out longer.
Yeah,
Like they
probably
would have fallen
take
back
another
to the
year or two.
Caucasus, and maybe if it took them 10 or 20 years to get their shit together, they'd do it and come back. I don't think they could let it go.
Yeah, that's the problem with this war. Ukraine can't let it go. They have to drive it through to the end.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
they're going to let go.
And the
They're
problem
gonna
is
be
that for the
letting
Russia,
go
it's
whether
the
they
same
want
thing.
to or not.
Guys, you're missing stuff. You keep on looking at the trenches. Don't look at the trenches. They don't matter. What fuels war?
I agree.
What fuels war? Tell me.
I think what matters is the
Well, I
US
agree. They
Senate.
don't matter because there ain't no trenches there.
Yeah, but
That's why the
what
Russians
fuels
are
war?
rolling,
What allows you to
rolling,
fight?
rolling.
The US Senate.
Money.
Yes, US Senate. The US
Well,
Senator
no,
is going to
just
decide
think.
what's going to happen in Ukraine.
Think of the naval war during this, the naval portion of this war, because
No,
that's what
that's
I'm
been
looking
nothing.
at. Everybody else is ignoring it. The naval portion of this war has been hugely important. Ukraine couldn't, for 6 months, ship any grain. Then they could ship small amounts of grain because the Russians kind of allowed it. It was one of those stupid deals that we don't know how it managed to happen, right? And so then Ukraine starts stocking out Russian ships, and now they've got an open seaway, so ships are coming and going. That naval war is what's fueling Ukraine's ability to fight. If they couldn't ship out the grain, they wouldn't have the money.
But no one's buying the grain.
The money they are
Sure they
winning
are.
with the grain deal is nothing if you compare it to the what the US Senate could give them. The most important
Actually-
fight for Ukraine is in USA today.
Actually,
When you
Europe
add
is the
stuff
one that's
up,
buying the grain.
If you knock 30% off of Russia's ability to fight, what happens? If you knock 10% off Ukraine's ability to fund the war, what happens? You degrade the ability to continue. And so that's why Ukraine's ability to ship through the Black Sea is so important. This extra 5 or 10%, whatever it gives them, is an extra buffer that keeps them in the fight.
There
That's
ain't
why
no
the
way in
war
hell they're
is
making
so
enough
important.
money on that to
Naval
do
warfare,
shit.
naval warfare is the most important thing in most wars, because without the ability to ship goods from point A to point B, you cannot fund the war.
I don't agree.
Yeah,
with you.
I
I
actually
don't know.
agree
I
with
mean,
Wayne.
look at like a place like Kazakhstan. They would never need a port. They could just take the Belt and Road Initiative and drive their supplies that way. Now, it would still take forever. But
And
they
it's
arguably
expensive.
could fund a war the same way you're talking about without a sea lane.
It costs, Vaughn. Costs. It costs 10 times as much to
Yeah.
ship by rail as it does to ship
I'm
by
just saying, though, by your
water.
logic, though, they don't need a sea lane to have an economy to fund their war. So,
Yes,
mean-
but Ukraine's case, the sea lanes were how their economy was set up. They couldn't switch it.
Mhm.
They couldn't build enough
I don't think they're
railroads
making
to ship
enough
the
money
vast
weighing
amount
off of that to
grain
do
out.
anything.
I
Oh,
don't know because we don't
no.
know the numbers. We have to
No, so-
number specialist to speak to this about us, but we don't know.
So
Okay.
Wayne's argument is not that they are able to fund the entire war with the grain sales, but it's just that it get money as much as they can, so that they can reduce the amount of money that the Europeans or the Americans need to fund the Ukrainians. Because if you look at the grain deal, the grain export into Europe, they are trying their best to help Ukraine to earn as much money as they can at the expense of their internal politics, which is now we are seeing the collapse in Poland. The Polish farmers are really pissed off, and they are starting to like block off all the borders, even with the Baltic states. So anyway, I want Nian to introduce himself. He's new here.
Hi everyone, my name is Nguyen. I live in Canada, but I'm originally from Vietnam. So I've been following this war for a while, but my first time joining the panel because I wanted to share some of my perspective about the war, because I'm from Vietnam. Just I feel like we were in a similar situation like Ukraine, because like back in the 60s, Vietnam was divided into two regions, like the north and the south, and it's just basically really similar to Ukraine, because we live just by China, like one superpower, and then like they also wanted to have a sphere of influence over Vietnam. So we was kind of got stuck in between the West and the Soviet and the communist sphere. And I would say that like I'm glad that my country don't have any war right now, and I can see why like the war happened in Ukraine, because like when the current regime decided to jump in and pick a side. Right now Vietnam is a really peaceful country, because we decided to be friends of both sides, with the US and then China. We don't want to pick any allies. We have a policy not having any military ally with anyone. So I think that is why our country is still in place and intact right now. So, and then about my life in Canada, in 2022, when the war first broke out, I saw a lot of support for Ukraine, but I don't see it right now anymore, because I used to work in a hotel, and in that hotel, like there right now, a lot of all the guests there are from Ukraine, because the government just paid all the money for 2 or 3 years so they can host those refugees. And I had an opportunity to talk to some of them, and to be honest, like they all from the western side of Ukraine. So they told me, the life there is still pretty normal. Like they came here because they knew that they can get funding from the government, like hand out monies, and they got some laptops. They got to get to permanent residency just 1 year. For me, I came here to
How old are
study.
they?
I'm sorry.
How old are they? Are they in the age to be mobilized to go to the front or to the front line? Or are they women, children, older people?
Most of them young people, like both men and women. I go to gym here, and like since the war, I noticed like all of the patrons of the gyms are now from Ukraine, and I had the pleasure to talk to some of them. They told me, like the reason why they came here because the government is giving out money, and they don't really plan to stay here for good, because they know that like they can just take the money and they can leave somewhere else. They can get the money. It's just like free traveling, free accommodation, and free opportunity to stay here for good. But for me, it's not an equitable thing, because I came here, I study here, I pay taxes, and I'm still waiting for my status, and it's something really messed up. So just a food for thought.
Oh my God! Which city again are you from? Sorry.
I'm living in one of the most expensive cities in Canada, so in West Coast,
Montreal,
Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver. Oh, so it's the Chinese colony.
Well, I would say it's really the city with most Chinese is Richmond. I live in Vancouver, so we see a lot of diversity. So people from India, South America, from even like Vietnam, it's a really big population. So it's a really diverse place.
Interesting.
If you guys haven't heard of Kaiser Bach, I strongly suggest you look into his videos on demographics and immigration. They are fascinating. And one of the things he covers is Canadian immigration, which is something that drives people crazy because nobody understands.
The worry is that nobody cares about Canadian immigration. Then
that's fascinating.
Hey,
I wonder how that ties in with the situation in Chad, Vaughan.
Fuck off, Toby. Well, you know, we got a good group of people here now, so I guess we could start with the M1 tragedy.
Yeah.
But, you know it was going to happen because that's just the way it goes. There's no tank that goes out on the battlefield now that's, protected and impervious to the drones. And it doesn't help when you take your tank out on what appears to be a Sunday drive along Stepove with no one in the hatches looking around, watching for a drone. I mean, it could be lack of training. To me, I felt like they thought they were safe, so they just went driving around, maybe to make another video of it driving around. And of course, this time somebody was watching. Somebody who's like thinking about that nice dacha at Lake Baikal, maybe a couple cars, a custom Buhanka, and they're watching it drive down the road, the dollar signs or the ruble signs in their eyes. I mean, it must have been a glorious feeling for those guys to see that son of a bitch and then fucking kill it. The only thing I can say right now that's good about the whole situation is it doesn't appear to have been captured yet. It appears to be in the gray area of, Berdici. So hopefully the United States blows it up with some cruise missiles and scatters it into a million pieces. So that I don't have to see it in Patriot Park or in a fucking parade.
Have you heard back from who was it that you contacted? Rand Paul?
Oh, Rand Paul. Yes, I will admit I did when I saw that it was disabled and burning. And we can get into more in that in a minute. I called Rand Paul and I told him that, basically the location of the tank, that it was disabled, that based on the maps, the Russians were driving on the area and had a chance to capture this tank probably the next couple days. And that it needed to be the highest priority of the United States to make sure that tank was recovered or destroyed so it could not be used as a trophy. And I said, it's getting kind of embarrassing when President Biden keeps fucking up and giving away high-tech weapons or leaving weapons and expensive equipment behind for our rivals and / enemies to get their hands on and then figure out how to take them down or make a better version or whatever they do with them. And I said, you really should find out what the status of that tank is and do everything you can to make sure that thing gets destroyed. Or I never heard back. I mean, the FBI hasn't come by either, but it's Sunday or Saturday, so they probably don't work on the weekends. But I mean, seriously, it needs to be destroyed so it can't be used as propaganda. That's probably not going to happen. The last picture I saw, it looks like it burned up more, which is good.
At least the Abrams tank has been destroyed. Do you remember about the rumors about the French Kaiser? The pair who have been sold to Russia directly? So,
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, think about it. Some of them dudes might. I did think of it the other day. What if the Ukrainians are pissed that we're not funding them? So this is a fuck you to America to fucking lose the tank and let the Russians grab it.
Super high chance.
For the chess.
Because, I mean, like I said, to me, it was stupid. Because, like, when I was trained in the Army, like, when you're driving down the road like he wasn't scanning for targets. So he obviously wasn't looking for any kind of threats. If we're driving down the road like that, the commander would probably be sitting up there resting on the 50 cal, looking around. The loader would usually be up in his hatch, and I'd have my 240 rotated around the back, watching the rear. It's called air guard. Now, back then, we were watching for aircraft, obviously, and helicopters, not fucking drones. But the same thing applies today. You'd think that they would be smart enough to realize, even though there's no, air threat from Russia in that area, supposedly, they know the fucking drones are everywhere. And they, maybe you can't shoot it down with a gun, but at least you can see it coming. You turn on your smoke generator, pop smoke, drive around in the smoke. Maybe the drone can't see you for a second and misses, and you get a chance to get away. They just fucking tooling down the road like it was no big deal. And that's, it could be part of the training. It could be like, who knows? I mean, we never saw what happened because they said they hit it the first time with the one drone. And I think that's when it stopped because it fucked up the engine or caused the fuel leak that you see on the back, it looks like. And then the second one hit the ammo and cooked it off. So the crew may not have even been in the vehicle when the second round hit it and cooked off the ammo. I mean, they might have got hit and left it there because they ran away because they were scared. Or like I said, maybe they're fucking pissed because we ain't funded them. So they're like, fuck you, here's a $10 million trophy, enjoy.
It could
And there's
also
a
have
rumor
been
of the second one I haven't seen anything about. But, I mean, maybe they did that, maybe they didn't. But it just seems kind of stupid the way they used it. I mean, they never use the equipment properly. They don't support it properly. I don't know why the fuck you would send a single M1 to drive down to Stapovy and tool around.
I can think of a reason. I can think of a lot of reasons. War is an imperfect exercise. Like, they may have been ordered into battle in order to sustain morale at the front. They may have been ordered into battle because one of the commanders was upset and he felt that he wasn't being supported by armor. Commanders make decisions in battle that are imperfect because the whole situation is imperfect. And sometimes you've just got to try things, I guess. Something must be done. Like, the thing is that the situation for Ukraine is so imperfect on that battlefront, there are probably no good options. And the Abrams have been sitting in the rear with the gear, with all these, you know, like high and mighty tankies sitting around smoking cigarettes and drinking fruity tea, and they haven't been getting into the thick of it. And probably the infantrymen, the real soldiers, are getting sick of that. And they're saying, bring it up, bring the fight to the Russians. And so, you know, maybe they got ordered out of their little holes and they were ordered into battle. And it's just
if you think about it,
it's just a sorry sight.
It seems like they've been kind of husbanding them, you know, because you don't see them. It's only, I mean, honestly, I can only say I've seen one M1. I don't know if it's the same one. The first time was in the snow, driving through the woods. Yeah, and then and then you see the one sitting on the side of the road, and the guy drives by. Then you see the one driving down the road. Then you see it tooling around before they blew it up. I don't think I've ever seen two in the same place, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you're using them,
don't forget about the Challenger. We are still looking for them.
Many.
It's a challenge.
Many. You're muted.
Of course, the old man's muted, you know, of course. I'd like to add to this also. I think you guys are bringing up good points, but also think about the logistics that the M1 needs. And to be able to hide that, too, along with that tank, because it requires that much logistics to be operational for it. Think of this. If you were to use this, like say if a cav unit was to use this back in my day, we operationally could go out 2 hours, stay on station for 4, and then come back to actually be combat effective the entire time. That's the M1's problem. It's a big problem with that tank. And no tank is magic. And just because you get a strike on the M1, the blast doors go off and the tank inside gets melted out, it doesn't mean that it didn't do its initial job, which was to protect the crew and give them time to get out of it. That's what that was all for, designed for in the first place. So there's, like Toby said, you could have a pissed off commander that has no other assets and he needs to complete a mission. You know, there could be 1,000 ways to do it, but like Vaughn said, they've been husbanding them. They don't want them out there in the front because they knew this would be the result.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. You know, the Challengers disappeared after they lost 2, and it could be because they don't have any ammo, so they just keep them somewhere until maybe they get some ammo. And the M1's the same thing. It's like they came late. I mean, in all honesty, if the stories are true, the M1s should be laying in Bradley Park next to the Bradleys dead instead of the Leo 2s. The problem was the 47th, or I think Mechanized Brigade, their guys that were getting their M1 training, they got delayed a couple extra months and had to have more training. So they rotated the Leopard guys into the Robotny offensive instead of the M1s. They came after it started, and you know they've been hiding out ever since. So I mean, that's one good thing, I guess. You know, that fuck up, I guess, kept the M1's reputation alive a few extra months.
So I actually think that the problem was that the Ukrainians have run out of tanks. they have been using the Leopard tanks a lot, and they have been losing many of these Leopard tanks, and they are being spread out across all the front lines. So maybe at the very front, they have no choice. Maybe the Americans tell them, no, please don't use the Abrams tank, and they're like, don't care, because we have no more tanks. We need your tank, and then they send the tank up. And I'm also not so sure if they actually get all 40 over Abrams right now. I only remember like they receive a few. I'm not sure they have all of them.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever got all 31. And the other thing is too, like to Mehdi's point about the logistics footprint. I mean, he's right in a sense, but like if they're only running like, let's say 1 or 2 M1s down there, or just one, you could get away with just a fuel truck, or even like let's say a deuce and a half with a fuel bladder and a Humvee with a trailer with ammo on it. And you can support a section of M1s, and maybe 2 trucks and a fuel dolly or something. You could probably run a platoon, not long term, but you could definitely drive them down somewhere and then operate out of that area and have these guys just think about it. All you got to do is call them on the radio, say, hey, we're going to pull up at such and such grid point, be there. They pull up, dude throws them the ammo, gas up, boom, they're gone. The fuel guys go somewhere else.
Can I ask Andrew a
much
question?
of an operation, but that's only for small, a platoon or smaller. You could probably get away with a couple trucks and a Humvee.
Vaughn, I want to ask Andrew a question. Like, Andrew, the younger generation, the children, like, give us your perspective. Have you given up on the idea that you want to be a tank commander? Like, is the new thing that you want to fly drones? Like, how do you young people see this?
No. There is no such new perspective on war. War is still the destroyer of everything, and people do not like it. No.
So you still want to drive tanks?
No, kids are not really enthusiastic about war, I will tell.
So Andrew, to marinate on Toby's question. Actually, it's an interesting question, but let's say for speculation's sake, the war goes beyond Ukraine. Italy asks you to go to war. Would you go?
Of course I will go to war. I mean, how else would I get a lot of free shit and probably some free bitches?
So would you drive a tank or would you fly a drone, given the choice?
Why not both?
Yeah, exactly. Why not both?
Because
Why not drive a tank from afar? Why not drive a tank driven by AI?
I'm telling you right now, dude, the M1 tank has a lot of square footage. You could easily build a hot tub or some kind of patio on the back deck, or even on the back of the turret. Now, you don't want to be on the turret patio when the blast doors go off, but you can put a barbecue up there or something.
Yeah.
Just bolt it to the roof.
Easy, yeah.
And we used to have chairs that you could mount to the roof of the turret and sit on, so the guys doing the gunnery scoring could sit there while they did the firing. So you could chill and fly a drone. Let the driver drive, man.
For real.
You can fucking play video games on the commander's screen while you're.
So basically,
I think Leo is the youngest one. So I'm sorry for interrupting. I think Leo is the youngest one. What about you, Leo? So Andrew, he will do multitasking because he thinks he's magnificent. But we have to understand he's Italian, so of course he thinks he's magnificent. What about you, Leo? If duty calls,
he always sits in the dark. So I say put him in the driver's hole on the tank.
I mean, I know. I'm, by the way, I'm neighbor of Andrew from Austria, but I'm not Austrian myself. But honestly,
you thinking about invading?
I mean, we have a lot of radical people here, but in terms of military, still, since Austria, by the way, we have still conscription by the age of 18, unless you don't have successful business, or unless you're not, unless you're a woman. But honestly, those guys in the military, it's otherwise pretty poor guys who went there because they didn't have anything to do in their life, or it's conscripted ones. Basically, like guys also with no brains, with no idea what to do after. I mean, I don't know. If
I
I
feel
would
like you're dodging the question, Leo. A tank
Well,
or a drone? Come on, man.
honestly,
yeah.
in terms of tanks, what do we have here in Austria? Leopards, A4. I would better to sit where
Burn, baby,
drone
burn.
operator
See, this
instead
is
of
the
his
thing.
leopards.
Less
The,
drones.
the youth of Europe do not strike the fear of God into their enemy. None of them want to be tankers.
I mean, the thing is, A4
It's a
doesn't have
sad
any
day.
armor.
It's a sad
A4
day.
is completely. It have pretty. I don't know which gun does it have. Is it 120?
120 millimeter. Oh,
Yeah.
and I might as well put this out here on DPA, just so the FSB knows. Since the M1's been damaged and apparently in threat of capture, the mission is on standby and a tentative go.
I mean, anyway, FPV drone operator is way better than being Leopard tank crew member because
Yeah, but you know,
we all saw those Leopards.
I've seen those drone operators, you know, they're all like slick and shit. They got long hair and like some cool sunglasses on, and they wear their military tunics unbuttoned and wear like some kind of like spiritual necklace. And they're sitting there in their little house acting all badass, flying their drones around. But they never notice that one drone that's circling overhead, and they never hear that Krasnopol that took out their little drone command center. That's why you need to be in a tank, dude, because you could take a hard turn real quick and dodge that shit. You can't dodge a building.
I have a question for Lei.
Shadowy and then Maddie.
Atreyo, please, you live in Taiwan, so if you listen to some old admiral in USA, you are going to be invaded next year.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do?
He's going to start speaking Mandarin.
Yes,
No,
2025, the invasion of Taiwan.
So to Vaughn's point, I already speak Mandarin, even though it's not a super high level academic. But the thing is that if you listen to American news, we have been invaded for about 5 years already. But the reality is that in Taiwan, we can actually speak Mandarin, read Mandarin. We can also read China's news and hear their interviews. And then we have a different perspective. It is in fact so is that there was a study done by one of the universities of Taiwan, or one of the head universities of Taiwan. And then these polls or these investigations showed that the desire for independence actually dropped, and the desire for status quo increased. So you can make a conclusion is that at least by these polls, that people in general have no desire for independence, but rather keeping the condition as is, so the status quo. And then if you want to look at it from a political perspective, so now or last month we had elections. Actually, the independence parties in the legislative yuan, so that's I think is equal to the Congress. All of the independence parties got eliminated, and then the only remnant is the DPP, and then the DPP, by way of their promotions or their political program, they showed that they wanted to have a more consistent and stable relationship with China. So they are also pro status quo. In other words, there is no one left who is pro independence, not even the hardcore ones in the legislation. They are all gone. So you have a KMT who has a bigger majority over the DPP in the legislation, and then the TPP, which is a relatively new party, they are the in-between guys. they are the next ones or the next best. They have 8 seats, and then there are 2 seats reserved for independent parties, which are more conservative from their perspective. So they are more likely to align with the KMT. So in other words, from Taiwan perspective, we won't be going to war anytime soon. We are more likely to trade more with China rather than actually follow the US.
Okay.
Homophily.
I think
I
Mehdi
was going
was
to say
next.
real quick, Mehdi, a shout out. They said in chat, if you want a man's tank, you're thinking the M60, which I take umbrage over, but you know, it is what it is.
No, the M1 is good at what it does too. It's two different things, 2 different designs. Really, it's what it is. Plus, I'm just dyno tanker, so you know I'm resistant to everything. The one thing about the drones I'd like to bring up is that, you know, I think the new generation thinks that that's completely how warfare will be. It can't be. It just can't be there. There are places drones can't go. There's heavy forested areas that drones cannot penetrate and get into. Plus, we don't know what actually the effect of electronic warfare is on this yet, because they're not going to show you this stuff. You never see the failures that happen. And you know, sometimes a guy in a drone is probably just sitting there over the same crossroad, flying it like a fucking like a seagull circling a garbage dump. You know, because they can't be everywhere. They sometimes have to go to places where they think that the enemy will obviously have to go, and that's like crossroads, bridges, shit like that. So they sit over that, but they're not gonna be everywhere. And you know, when you take a building, it's sure the drone can get you there, but who's gonna clear the room? You know, and who's gonna be able to go down into the basements of these places where the electronics cannot penetrate to allow these drones to work? And who's to say that these places don't have EU systems now of their own? So, you know, I think we're getting a very skewed look at what warfare will be, and we think we're only seeing it from one side, and you got to take the countermeasure in with the scenario of a drone only warfare.
Yeah,
You know, on the ground though, you could get around that thing with the drone robot dogs. They go down in the basement and get you.
no. Again, even within, even on the front line, you see in the forested areas, drones. Some drones have these things, infrared and heat sensors. They can
Yeah,
see.
I saw early in the war. I watched a Russian patrol.
And can strike you in the forest. So you can hide in the forest. In a basement, that's a different story.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I can understand to a point. Like I did see a video.
You know, we assume that every drone has all this same technology. It doesn't. They're different variants. The drones that have thermal and stuff like that are very expensive, and you're rarely going to put them on a weapon that is designed to go and get itself destroyed because it's so expensive, the thermal system itself. So you'll rarely see a drone, well, at least on the AFU side, you're rarely going to see a thermal drone that's used to strike at night. Expensive as shit that would be.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it was early in the war. I don't know, sometime they were in the woods. And these Russian patrols, they were launching like a little DJI drone. And it would basically fly down through the woods along these paths and scan these positions, and they would move up, then it would move up. And it was during the day, but I mean, my understanding is that a lot of these thermal imagers are getting pretty cheap because they're just getting them in mass from China. And if they, you know, they don't have to be super high tech, they just have to see the heat. You know, once they know there's something there, they can.
Why it got triggered by China?
Yeah, or drone always be cheaper than a tank. So
no, I'm taking a screenshot.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. I said the drone always be cheaper than a tank. So,
I mean, with inflation, I think the M1s are floating around $8 to $10 million a copy.
Okay.
When I was in, I think they were about 4 million. So, yeah, I mean, how many fucking suicide drones can you buy and strap on 40-year-old RPG-7 rounds?
About the drones system.
I also have a point to Mehdi's case on the drones, if you allow me.
Yes, yes. Go
So
first.
what we see from both Ukraine and Russia's side is that they use various types of drones, and then there are two categories. One is the hunter and one is the killer. So basically, they have drones set up in the sky just to spot, and then they use other drones for the kill. So the sophisticated and more advanced drones tend to be the better equipped, and then the ones that need to go for the kill, these are usually FPVs or more simpler drones. So I think we need to find ways to distinguish between these two, and then also be able to um, find the difference between the kill drones, because we already know that there are Lancets and Shaheds or what's the Garens from the Russian side, but there's also the Ukrainian side that still are active and capable. So it is a bit difficult to find the differences between the hunters and the killers, but then we also need to distinguish between the killers and the killers, because they're all capable, but they are also different, especially with the FPVs that are sometimes just commercial drones improvised into military drones. That's it for me.
Another thing,
At this point, please.
Shadowy.
Yes. I don't follow the Hamas and Israel conflict, but is there any recent drone attack by Hamas? Because at the beginning of the war between these two entities, we had a lot of drone attack coming from Hamas. But I think today there is not a lot of them. Maybe it's just because Israel creates some kind of electronic defense system.
No, there was actually one last week.
Okay.
Yeah. But also, to fly a drone in places like Gaza is almost impossible because, one, it's very hard to basically cover yourself. And Israel had that thing on monitor down to the T. Every signal they can intercept, they know where coming from, and it will strike you. So definitely hard to fly a drone in places like Gaza. But places like Ukraine and Russia, of course, you can fly a drone, but Gaza is a complete surrounded territory and air, sea, and
it's smaller than the front line in Russia, yes.
yeah, I think Israel has a pod that they can mount on like F-15s and stuff, and since they have air superiority, this pod they can orbit over an area and it like does the same thing. It kills EW signals and shit. So
yeah,
I'm sure they've got tons of shit up there. I mean, I've seen little pod stands like on a tripod with some kind of antenna array on it. So I'm assuming that's what that stuff's for, is jamming stuff.
Yeah, if I can make a point. I was going to make a point about the drones. Like, I think that like we might be a bit misled here. It's like we see a lot of drone footage, we see a lot of talk about drones, and so we assume that like that's the modern battlefield. But it's probably more accurate to say that's this battlefield, right?
Yes.
And this battlefield is very particular to the political situation. Russia is holding its line static. Russia is deliberately holding its lines static. It's not overextending itself. It's using a lot of artillery. And, artillery is telling the story of this war way more than drones are, right?
Yes.
So the thing is, in a different kind of war, say if NATO were doing fire and movement and we're doing maneuver warfare, you might find that the drones are just not effective. So drones might be a characteristic of static front lines, and static front lines might be a characteristic of this scenario, which is Russia leaning on Ukraine until Ukraine chokes out, right? Politically. That's Russia's strategy here. That they are crippling Ukraine, they are choking Ukraine out. So if you've got static lines, and if you've got a large power that is conserving its military force because it's worried about a serious hot war with a very large adversary called NATO, then you might see drones. But I don't think drones would have been very effective for Saddam in Iraq, for example. I think if you've got maneuver warfare going on and a serious military taking a lot of ground and destroying a lot of infrastructure, I'm not sure drones would actually make that much difference. And I really think that
I mean, if you think
artillery
about it, like
and
in
satellite
the
intelligence have got a lot more to say in this conflict than drones. We just don't evaluate it the same because it's not as interesting.
I mean, if you think about it, like with like tier, first tier militaries, like let's say like in Desert Storm, you're driving across the desert and your lead echelon starts picking up drone activity. They're going to probably have somebody that can fixate the general location, and then obviously we have hundreds of aircraft in the air. I mean, yeah, you might get a few drones out to the leading edge of an attack, but in that case they'd probably get wiped out, and then they'd lose the people running the drones would be gone. And the same thing could happen in Russia, but you just don't have the ability to just thump somebody when you want. You got to find them and then see if you've got something that can hit it, because they can't send aircraft in willy-nilly. And yeah, maybe they got an MRLS system or an artillery piece in the area that's got the range. But I think in maneuver warfare, it'd be a lot easier, like Toby said, to get away from them. Once you spot them, you could probably figure out pretty quick where they'd be operating from. And then you could just start jamming. They would turn on the electronic jammers, or they just start bombing. Let's say there's a little village out in the middle of this forest. Well, that's got to be where they're at.
Well, don't forget, you can actually fly that drone from a pickup truck. Just drive down the highway, fly it, and switch location.
Yeah, but you got to look at it this way too. They'll be maneuvering, and they'll have better ISR out in front of them than some guy in a pickup truck with a DJI. I mean, he might be able to get stuff in, and they might get stuff in. But like I said, once you alert them, they're maneuvering, which makes it harder to hit them, and then they can start employing other things to counter your
Vaughn's
drone.
right.
I think
Vaughn is right. The intelligence game is very
they can't get
different.
you concentrated, like Toby's saying. When you're on the line, what can you do? Run left or right? Run backwards 100 yards? You can't really get away.
Again, you guys are, I think you're mistaking drones for tanks. These are very mobile devices. I think you guys know this for sure. I don't think it's as easy as you're saying this. And I believe every future war, drone play very.
I don't think it's easy. I just think the maneuver aspect mitigates the effectiveness of the drone, is what Toby's saying, and I'm agreeing. I mean, if you're able to zigzag around and pop smoke, turn on your smoke generators, and you got 50 tanks shooting machine guns at it, and dudes sticking up out of the Bradley shooting at it, maybe guys popping up with drone rifles. I mean, you're not going to get the kind of hit you're going to get on a bunch of guys sitting in a trench or in a village.
The point is, the battlefield intelligence changes very rapidly when you've got maneuver warfare. You don't know where the enemy is, right? So you can take your drones out there, and what are you going to do? You've only got like a 30-minute flight time. You've only got a 2-kilometer range with effective comms. There might not be any enemy anywhere near you, even though they were in that vicinity yesterday. In maneuver warfare, there's a lot more. The battlefield is changing. Intelligence is changing. When you've got static lines and trenches, that's a different situation. You know exactly where the enemy is, right? Yeah. Your intelligence is telling you exactly where his troop concentrations are. That suits drone warfare. And like Vaughan was saying, if the guys can't move very far, if they're stuck in a trench, that's a good target for a drone. If a guy's racing around as part of a cavalry battalion, it's much harder.
Real quick before Mehdi goes, just never mind. Go. I forgot. Hold on.
Sorry, Mehdi, then me, and then Shadowy. So Mehdi, go.
Well, Toby's making a very good point, because in maneuver warfare, your forces can be anywhere, and we're acting as if there's a drone for every square inch of a battlefield. There isn't. And especially when your armor groups are moving forward, and if they are not and I don't think, to be honest with you, I wanted to bring this up. I do not think NATO is getting as good as ISR as we think they are about what's going on the battlefield. It just, some of the shit they do, of course, doesn't make sense, but some of it's almost like they're just not getting a complete picture of what's ahead of them, and that's part of the problem. But the drones can go out there and say you can, but it doesn't mean you have an asset that can actually do anything with the knowledge you just gained. So the drones got to go find, got to start spreading themselves out, trying to locate where the units that are constantly moving, like Toby said, is that they could move back and away, like say 3 clicks back. Now the drones don't have any type of contact with them if they're like the cheap ones, and they can maneuver behind them, behind where they are, and then come up forward and deployed already. There's a lot of things that can be done because of the maneuver warfare, the ability to move, because you're not a fixed target. You're not going to be where you always thought you are, so you got to be located and retargeted constantly.
So actually, there's 2 points. First, for the point that Toby mentioned earlier about the drones. So I think the current conditions is that drones is the way they are used now in the Ukraine war is fairly new. So it basically gives you the concept of the sword and the shield a little bit over again. So what we have already seen quite a lot of videos of Russians who are now taking countermeasures against the drones, either by electronic warfare. Some Russians are brave enough to just try to run away and avoid and then actually end up successful. But we've also seen the introduction of shotguns, or at least sprayed guns that can take out of a drone. Some people are creative enough to just start duck hunting on drones. So I think we are in the early stage of realizing the effectiveness of drones or the capabilities of drones, but then also realizing the countermeasurements of drones in this case. And then to Mehdi's point is that the maneuverability of drones is quite significant, even though limited. But then we also need to understand that the diversity of drones is not at a extremely developed level yet. So we do have FPV drones that can do some damage if they are coordinated. But if you look at the more sophisticated drones, the drones that need to play a role of a hunter, but also a missile or a rocket at the same time. So if you look at the Lancer drones, they need to hunt and kill at the same time. They seem to have a significantly different purpose from particularly the FPV drones. Those are just small regional and tactical drones, as to where the Lancer need to serve a purpose of long distance and very specific targets. I think there is a good division between drones and drones. So sometimes it's a little bit unclear because we see a lot of videos of drones killing tanks or neutralizing units. But if you look at the drones that actually target facilities or constructions, these are very different types of drones. So it brings a new dynamic. And I think these drones or these types of drones are a much bigger problems than just the FPVs that hit the units.
I agree with the trio for one thing. I think the small drone, very cheap, the commercial drone was used by military, are not going to last very long in the military history. They are going to be used by in asymmetric warfare, but not for the kind of war we are seeing now. Sooner or later, they are going to be useless. But that's not the point. The main point is the drone warfare. It's about the real-time scouting capacity. That's the most important thing. The ability for the headquarters to send reinforcement even before that the officer in the front line acts for them. And second point, which is very important that a lot of people don't understand, is the ability to help artillery. Today, for every 4 to 6 artillery pieces, artillery system in Russia, you have a drone. That means that basically to deal with an objective with a strike by artillery, you need 5 to 10 times less ammo than it was before. At the beginning of the wars, to destroy a building with artillery, you need a lot of artillery shells. Today, with the drone, the Russian artillerymen are able to destroy the building very easily with a lot less artillery shell, and that's the main point of the drone.
Yeah.
So Vaughn and then Leo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the other thing with the whole mobile warfare and stuff. The other thing you got to understand is like when you're in a mobile formation and you're moving, we have, tactics we use when there's an air threat present, as far as spreading out, going into certain positions or formations. So, I mean, the same would apply to drones. The only difference would be how you would engage the drones. I mean, if it was aircraft, you'd be shooting machine guns at them, and maybe some guys would have stingers or something. But with drones, you'd still shoot at them and stuff, but maybe they'd have drone rifles with the infantry or something, or jammers on some of the vehicles. But that's the thing, once we saw a drone, we'd scatter and set up defensive formations and stuff like that. And I mean, that's the advantage. It would just be harder to get a big kill score. I mean, yeah, you could set out 1,000 drones against a battalion, but I mean, think about it. If you've got 1,000 drones, that they probably expect 1,000 drones, so what they have to counter it. But
Leo, and then
I mean, where you get the big kills, because that's where everybody has to, that's where you can get them with the artillery shot. I mean, think about it, when the Russians are moving or whatever, it's like, yeah, they hit them and stuff, but maybe a vehicle gets hit or damaged, but it keeps going, and the other ones keep going. I mean, yeah, they get some. They might break up the attack, but a lot of them get away or don't get wiped out too. And like they said too, the whole point is like, when one drone spots you, by the time the other ones get there, you're long gone.
I mean, as Toby said before, the drone usage, even in this particular war in Ukraine, is pretty massive. Still, the main part in this war is taken by artillery, and you can easily understand it because, well, what do you wait in a war where one side have the biggest artillery arsenal in the whole world, and the other one getting supplied by artillery systems from 32 different countries, and particularly by today, artillery is the main weapon in this war. But in future, I mean, if there will be same trench scenario where both sides just sit in the trenches, the situation with drones will pretty much repeat as it did in this war. But for mobile warfare, I think there will be a lot of now usage of reconnaissance drones, because instead of sending few men for reconnaissance, now if the drone will be massively produced by most of military spend, yeah, I think we may see less reconnaissance groups. Of course, we need to understand that reconnaissance groups are not only to observe positions, but also to probe attacks, like it is currently in Ukraine. But yeah, where instead of sending those reconnaissance groups and stopping the whole column, this could be now done by drone, and this is where the military idea should go, I think.
So Maddie, then me, and then Toby.
Oh, I thought those were really good points. You guys, the counterpoints to mine, I can't argue against them. They make sense. We're at that point where drone warfare is very new right now. If you really think about it, it's in its infancy and in a battle of scale where the two sides have the technology to really bring good technology to the forefront. Well, in big numbers. Well, not the U.S., but the Russians can. And so we're, right now we're seeing it. We're not getting a very good resolution of what's actually the effect of these drones. We know there is a positive effect if you use them correctly, but how big is that positive effect? And you got to think of it as like chess. Drones hit the battlefield. Now the counter to it starts to begin, and now this race goes. And we don't know where we are really in that. We don't know if the Russians have held back systems or have been using them in areas where just made a few drone usage is completely ineffective. We just didn't know it. You know, we'll find out later in the war. History will tell us, and that'll be a cool thing to learn. One thing about cost, though, and I wanted to bring this up because I read, was it Political? Was somebody that put out an article that the U.S. is charging ourselves to buy for the Ukraine our 155 millimeter shells at the cost of $8,000 per round, where the Russians are making their equivalent same round for $200 US. Think about that. We are giving Ukraine money.
Wait, you're going
that's
into a new.
some
Wait.
bullshit, too.
Wait.
When you say, oh, why do we have a 155 in service? That's some bullshit.
Hold on, let me continue.
Mehdi finish, but you.
Let me finish. We are paying the Ukrainians, giving them money, right, to buy these overpriced weapons from our own military industrial complex to rape ourselves in overcost, because it's not the Ukrainians that are getting screwed out of it. It's the American people. We're the ones paying for this shit. So if it costs like $8,000 per round and the Russians are pumping it out at $200 per round, let me ask you something. Where did all the fucking trillions of dollars go? And I'll stop there.
Yeah. So after me, wait, Vaughn, I'm sorry to stop you there. So
go ahead, man.
Me first, and then Toby, then you. But so Mehdi, I'm sorry. So to not jump into the next topic of money, let's first finish the topic of drones. So I wanted to point out on what Toby mentioned earlier. He mentioned that it's relevant for this war, and then I agree that the FPVs, because of the static type of war that is now being fought, FPVs are relevant. And then for the next war or a more dynamic war, we don't know if the FPV drones would be relevant or not. And then to Shadowy's point, where the artillery is still being made, and Leo even mentioned that artillery is being used excessively. So basically what you see now is that artillery is being excessively used because there's no air superiority. And then the drones, particularly the Shaheds and Lancets, they are now a part or an extension to the artillery equipment. And then to a new topic that Toby wanted to introduce earlier was the Fab 500s and the Fab 1000s and the aerial bombs or the gliding bombs. But I think Mehdi already mentioned the amount of money that the US spends on their equipment versus what Russia spends. Eisenhower actually warned about this when he left office.
61.
So, yeah, that's it. Go ahead, Toby.
Yeah. So okay. So here's the thing. One of the things that has defined this battlefield has been that NATO showed up with, very capable air defense. And Russia also has capable air defense. And so this neutralized air power on the battlefield, and that was what gave us these static lines, and that gave artillery such a big say in the battlefield versus the traditional, role of air power. What we're seeing now evolve is Russia's use of the Fabs. I think, Wyatt has been reporting there's been an extraordinary amount of increase in the use of Fabs in Avdiivka and elsewhere. There have been records set, 150, 500 kilogram bombs being dropped. Now, those things are wrecking fortifications. Good luck flying your FPV drones when your entire position is being, vaporized by toss and also being uplifted by Fabs. So the thing is, we're seeing the battlefield evolve, and what I think that's a consequence of Russia dismantling the effective air defense. We're seeing also a lot of reports of Su-34s being shot down. the Ukrainians are claiming 13 in the last 13 days or something. There's a lot of dispute about that. I don't know if it's true or not. It could be true, because apart from anything else, we know for a fact there's a lot more Su-34s in the air, right? Because they're doing work there. So, but at the same time, you've got to take it with a grain of salt, because like these huge victories over Russian air power come at just the right time to boost morale. So whether or not they're true is another thing. But as we see the Fab war evolve, we're seeing Russia basically take ground where it wants pretty quickly. In contrast to the counteroffensive, hit that static line and died on the wire. The Russians, by using the Fabs, are basically taking territory where they want. I don't think they're going to overextend, because I don't think that's the way they're fighting. But I do think that, like, when you have a look at the impact of the Fabs on the battlefield, that kind of shows you the limitations of drones. If one party can get their air power going, maneuver warfare becomes open to them. And so I think that's maybe where we're seeing the battlefield develop. And maybe we can talk about that. This seems like a new thing, the overwhelming impact of air power on fortifications and the crumbling Ukrainian line.
My position on
I was just going to say
one first.
Yeah, with the Fabs, I was watching something the other day, and they were talking about the whole Russian grind them up and demilitarization. And what they'll do is they'll push on the Ukrainians, and then once the Ukrainians set a fortification, instead of assaulting that fortification, they just use the Fabs to break the fortification. And I mean, you can kind of see that what happened there in Avdiivka. I mean, it's basically created this pocket, along that Berdichi and those two other villages. That line, north-south line, it's basically created this potential salient the Russians can move through, because they've gotten into an area where the Ukrainians neglected to mine anything, really, it looks like, or dig any significant fortifications. And they kind of got chased, and the Russians kept chasing them. So now it looks like they might be kind of hung up around the, Berdichi and all that, but still they're going to continue to push into that area.
Yeah. But yeah, my position, my comment on the drone was this. Look, majority of the drones today, they are commercial drones that are refitted for warfare. I'm talking about future drones that will be designed for war. Whoever going to design them going to have all these things, all these obstacles you are mentioning, distance, security, all those things in mind. Majority of the drones today, I'm a drone flyer myself, I fly a bunch of drones for commercial purposes. They just take regular DJI drones and fit them and retrofit them and go dropping bombs. If somebody was to go to the lab and design the same drone for this time around, not for commercial but for military purposes, you have a whole different drone on the battlefront. And I think drone is not going anywhere. It'll have a very good function in the future warfare. That's just my own take on that.
Yeah, so after FTS, I'm sorry, Mehdi, to jump in line. So here in Taiwan, it's already quite late. I'm heading to bed, so I want to do a quick closing.
My point real quick.
So first of all, like and subscribe. I'm sorry, Wyatt. I'm not like you, who is a diehard hardcore zombie who stays up late until 6 in the morning. I don't know how you do it, but yeah, my time is up. Anyways, to point out, how do drones work and how will the evolution of drones will be, like FCS mentioned, is a good topic. Also, the other topic is air power, like Toby mentioned. But then we also need to understand, before you get the air power, because Ukraine did have sophisticated air defense. So artillery is a necessary measure in order to achieve air power. This is also another topic that we need to consider. So there are tons of topics that in military terms that are quite relevant. So for the viewers watching, watch DPA in order to stay relevant, in order to receive decent and neutral reviews of the war or monitoring of the war. It's quite necessary. And then sometimes we have a super panel with history legends and Will IOM. It's worth it. Like and subscribe. Thank you, guys. As short as it was, this is the end of the open mic. No. Okay, anyways,
Thank you.
give it back to you.
See you, man.
Thank you, Trio.
See you, man.
Nice
Yeah,
quote.
I was just gonna
Take care.
finish my
Sweet
point.
dreams. Don't dream about drones.
Like with what Toby was saying in relation to the Fabs, that whole area around Berdichi, where I can't think of the name of the town. I don't know if you want to pull up a map, but Porkova or Porkovsky or Porkovosk. There's this like wedge that they could push up into there, and that's only because there's really nothing in the way to stop them unless the Ukrainians stiffen at some point. But I think the reason they're able to have this opportunity to push beyond that Berdichi line towards that city is just because the Fabs have wrecked the Ukrainian army wherever they've stopped and tried to regroup. I mean, there was a video the other day. They showed like, I don't know, it was a factory-sized building. I mean, you could easily had a few hundred guys in there. And this Fab hit it. And you can see it slow down. They slowed it frame by frame. That thing was fucking big. I mean, it could have been the size of a fucking Volkswagen. So there's no way that thing didn't penetrate the roof and maybe the top floor or two before it detonated. And it looked like a complete collapse because smoke came out from every orifice of that building, from the ground level, everywhere. And that's why I thought it pancaked. But then it kind of cleared. It was just sitting there. It's like, there's no way in hell anybody in that building survived. There's no way in hell, even if you were in the basement. And that's what I think that's created that opportunity is the Fabs exclusively are blowing open these areas. And they've gotten into this area where the Ukrainians didn't build lines, they didn't mine it, and if they try to stop, they just get fabbed. So the Russians are able to keep kind of pushing them, and they might actually be able to turn it into something.
I'd like to say about the Fab thing is that I think we're realizing now that these weapons do have a very big psychological effect. Imagine. I saw the strike that Vaughn is talking about. It is enormous. And imagine you're a guy, an ATGM team, told to go in the building that was next to it and set up shop there. What do you think you're going to be thinking about the entire time that you're there? As soon as you pop off, what could be coming in your direction? I mean, it's like the TOS 1A. Imagine you are in the tree line, behind the tree line that is just receiving a TOS 1A strike or a Fab 500 to 1500 strike. Imagine what you are thinking that you are soon to be facing yourself. Do you think that your morale to stay there is going to hold as much as you think it is? I don't think so. I think that we're learning again, artillery also has a psychological effect on the enemy.
I mean, honestly, this war really proved only one thing, that in war, everything is important, each aspect, because if you don't have enough manpower, how can you commit an offensive? And what we saw in Kharkiv is kind of results of not having enough manpower.
Yeah.
Artillery, well, how do you win attrition war without enough of artillery? Tanks, how do you commit offensive? How do you commit offensive action on particular part of a front line without tanks and AFVs? And yeah, in the end, every aspect is really important and takes its place. But currently, as I said before, the main weapon of this war is shell and artillery. Because, well, what do you wait? It's positional warfare, war of attrition.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's the cheapest way to get the most kills. And you like whoever was saying it earlier, with the drones, you just fine-tune the process. You waste less ammo to get more kills. You waste less ammo to drop a building. Because, like he said, like Shadowy said, it's hovering there. You fire a test round. It's a drop 500, hit dead on. Then they just say fire for effect and, pump out 4 or 5 quick shots. Then they're gone. They don't have to, fuck around.
Once you're doing artillery, you've got counter battery games, and that's you can lose
I'm
artillery.
just saying, but I mean, the drone makes it quick. And
Well, that's why the
at least more efficient for the seconds you get.
power to the table now. Then that's going to displace the artillery game because there's no counter battery to the Su-34s unless the Ukrainians do have their air defense game still intact. I wonder about the air defense situation. I don't know if Wyatt knows like something that he can talk about with Ukrainian air defense. I haven't seen or read anything good on that. I do know that the Russians have been focusing on Ukrainian air defense since day one of this.
I have a question real quick. Can they shoot down a Fab if they detect it on radar coming in?
No.
With a SAM?
No.
Yeah,
I mean, think about like a 1,500-pound Fab coming in has got to be a fucking hell of a radar signature with the wings out.
Yeah,
they
can be shot down.
shoot one down? Have they tried?
Anti-air missiles cut
the
planes in
Russians-
half. They're not shrapnel.
No, the Russians have reported that they have shot down the glide bombs from the Ukrainian side. So it is possible to shoot it down, but it's just that you need to have the right surface-to-air missile system. Like the Russians have the Pantsir, the smaller SAM system that can shoot down the smaller targets. But if you're talking about the S-300s or Patriot, they are not appropriate for this kind of target, I believe. You need the small one. That one they can hit drones.
I just wondered if they ever tried shooting them down to save some dudes.
Yeah, because I read the Russian reports, they do report that they shoot down those RBK-250 or something. I forgot the number already. So yeah, so I believe it can be shot down because it's basically like a small drone. So, but it feels like a waste of surface-to-air missile system. Because the surface-to-air missile is so expensive.
That's probably a hell of an air burst if you get one of those.
Yeah, and as for Toby's question about the Ukrainian air defense, my personal gut feel is that, because previously there wasn't this many surface-to-air missile system on the eastern part of Ukraine. So I suspect that after Sersky took over, he redeployed a lot of this surface-to-air missile system that was deployed in the West Ukraine all the way to the eastern part, which is why we saw so many reports of shootdowns. And I believe that these shootdowns have merits in it. The pro-Russians, of course, will say that it never happened, but there's a high possibility that it did happen because the number of surface-to-air missile system that was geolocated to be destroyed by Lancets and missile strikes is actually quite a number of them. Previously, there wasn't this many. So we have the S-300, we have the reported Patriot, there is a NASAM. So there is all these surface-to-air missile systems suddenly deployed on the eastern part that was previously not reported, not geolocated to be destroyed. And I think
were the shoot down or alleged shoot down locations on the Russian side of the line or Ukraine, or was it mixed?
It's Ukrainian. It's deep within Ukrainian the territory.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's within the Donetsk.
No, I was just thinking if the Russian plane went down on the Ukrainian side, they'd release a video of it or something.
They all drop it on the Russian side. So because they're all dropping.
Yeah, well then they can hide it.
Yeah. Maddie, you want to say something before Maddie forget?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in there, what Toby's talking about is that the Russian concept of their air defense is built on being mobile for a reason. It's and they have a lot of it because it's meant to travel with the units that go forward, extended forward out into the enemy. If you go back to Soviet, you could say Soviet, but the formation of where the theory that the Russians go by is people hear of people like Clausewitz. Well, where the Western nations are more Clausewitz, where Russia is more Jomini, and you don't really hear about Jomini. Jomini's theory of war, and the Russian generals, as they were forming the doctrine, said that war will be positional at first, and then it will move into another phase where it becomes mobile, and that's the reason why the Russian anti-air is designed to be mobile. It fits their theory and doctrine of war. We are getting, people are thinking this is the only way they know how to fight, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, oh shit, they didn't know what to do, whatever afterwards. No, this is just part of their phase of war. And it's going to change. I keep telling you this. It will change, and it has changed. You'll see what I mean. I mean, just read a little bit about. There's actually some cool videos about this out there that I would recommend if anybody wants to see them. But think of military theory and what's the theory behind what Russia does when it goes to war, and what its intentions are, and how it's going to initiate the process. Because it's a prescriptive type of thing where you can get the right numbers. You calculate the right numbers, the right way to mass force, the right correlation of force and means all together, and you send it out there. And it works like a machine where when, if an attack fails, there's already plan B and C in place. It operationally moves, but it's those commanders at the very local level that are making decisions what they are doing. And that's where people confuse that it's rigid. It is not. They have a lot more freedom in the force than people think. Anyway, that went way off topic. I'm sorry.
I wanted to add something about the Russian Air Force. The most important thing for me with the use of the Fab bomb is the doctrine they are using. At the beginning of the wars, when the Russian Air Force decided a mission, it was basically they were giving the order every morning to the pilot for the day what they have to do. Today, if I read correctly the reports and watch the news, that's not the same thing. They just have a sector in the front and they don't know what they're going to drop the bomb. The target is decided by at the last moment by the guy on the ground. Basically, they are using the NATO system. They have some kind of air controller who affects the target to the airplane. And it was not at all the same thing at the beginning of the war. It's a new capacity that the Russian Air Force developed. And that's why one of the main targets of the Ukrainian air defense was the A-50, because they want to push away the air controller. And for me, it's maybe more important than the Fab, the bomb in himself. It's a doctrine the Russian use for the bomb.
Yeah. When I'm reading about it, it was the translate. Google translates it as video conferencing. What Shadow was talking about, this coordination. The Su-34s are loitering near the front line, waiting for the coordinates where to drop the bombs. And somehow they translate. Google translates this from Russian writing as video conferencing. This coordination from the frontline observers to transmitting to the directly to the plane and then to the bomb. This is what is recent and most important developments of it. So ISR is always the most important part of it, having intelligence where to drop the bomb. Is it somewhere in the empty building or somewhere where there's assets, of the enemy? That's what's the most important thing, because if you just destroy the empty building, is what's the purpose of it except to scare the neighbor? And what Wyatt said about the sending the air defense that was in west or mostly around Kiev to the front line. Yes, I believe it's the Russian strategy developed earlier, because we don't have reports about calibers in the cruise missile Geran attacks on capital for a long time. It's actually to cheat Ukrainians into the security of the Kiev. So they actually released those air defense systems from around Kiev to go on the front line in order to be destroyed by the Russians. Maybe even the Russians are sending the news about taking down Su-34 so that they send even more even more those systems to the front line so they can be destroyed. Because yes, we are seeing so many AD systems destroyed near the front line by Lancets. I see the Russian strategy as very advanced over the Western, and how they trick the enemy into doing what they want, and so on. I would say those news about 13 Su-34 are placed by the Russians themselves, so it makes more attractive for the Ukrainians to send even more systems to the front line near Lancet range. That's my opinion on it.
I was just going to say, in relation to to the A-50, if you figure Russia's kind of holding back because they think they might fight NATO, it sucks to lose the A-50, but the problem is they lost that crew. That's a crew that's SMO trained. I mean, they've been operating in the SMO. They've been operating against NATO surveillance aircraft. They've been able to monitor how NATO does things and operates. Those guys would have been key to operating against NATO because of the fact that they've been doing it, and plus they've been running their own operations. They actually have real life training and experience, and now they're gone. I mean, they're not even going to be able to train other crews. So, I mean, the plane sucks, but they always have more planes being built. It's those. I mean, think about it, those guys have probably been running SMO ops for 2 years.
Now
they're gone.
I think of reported
Garrett,
A-50 is
can
pretty
Garrett
much.
I think it's a Garrett
he had a finger
Yes.
for a long time. Garrett, go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. I wanted to mention something about the Fabs, which I didn't hear discussed, but Drew kind of gave me a hook for that by mentioning the Doctrine of Fabs on buildings to frighten the neighbors. They do quite a lot more than that. There have been reports of concussions out to hundreds of meters. So one of these things landing even just a fair distance away can disrupt the troops that are holding a trench or a building or something along those lines. And then it happens again and again and again. So that is really difficult to hold a position against, even if you've still got a trench to actually be in. But also some of the troops from Krinky said that they found the Fabs the least frightening because they just killed you before you knew what was going on. Thank you.
I thought that was a really
Leo
good point.
fell-
Thank you for
Leo
bringing
fell
that up.
asleep.
Yeah,
That was such a mic drop.
That's kind of a hard point to follow up on. I mean, it
Yeah,
pretty much tells
everybody
you how
just went
fucking-
quiet. Is that
Well,
mic
I
drop?
would think about like that one guy, Nicky. I mean, that was the one thing he feared out of everything was the Fab or the toss.
Well, I read some Russian guys, reporters, that they were like 20 kilometers away from the Azovstal when those strategic bombers started dropping 3 kilogram bombs on the Azovstals. They were like 1,500 and 3,000 kilo bombs on it. And they were being warned to secure the equipment 20 kilometers away from the Azovstal. Okay, they were warned ahead of the time, and they didn't care. But when they dropped, they fell off of the bed. Bunk beds, they fell on top of each other because the bottom guy fell off of the bed and the top guy fell on him. The ones I read from it was, but because those bombs were dropped to explode with a delay deep down, because in those bunkers underneath the Azovstal. So you have a larger wave, right? You have the larger wave if it explodes deeper in the ground than on the surface. So but 3-ton bomb can have such an effect to shake people 20 kilometers away. Oh, it's big scary thing.
Just real quick, you got to see the pictures of like some of the fortified areas that are bombed, and have you noticed those big, giant, really crisp, clean, deep craters? I'm assuming those are the Fab hits, because I mean that kind of fits with what you're saying about the delay. Because it's like you see all kinds of artillery hits all over the place, you know, little shallow ones, and then you got these fucking things that are just this big circle that's deep as shit. And there's 2 or 3 of them in an area, and then you start thinking about what Gareth said with the shock wave, and you know, off of one, and then you're in that fortified area, and you get hit by one here, you know, one north, south, east, and west, and you're in the middle of that. I mean, Jesus, that's got to be just fucking horrific.
The clear crater would be for the shallow explosion. A deep down explosion will just wouldn't raise away the soil. It will just collapse underneath itself. So it wouldn't like fly away. It will just raise up.
I don't know.
And fall
I don't know
down.
what the crater is from, then, but it's a very obvious and distinct crater compared to the rest of the stuff. So I was just assuming it was a Fab.
They may have
just a big one.
I know that the SU-34 can only. I don't think it can carry the really big ones. I mean, and I'm not sure they've got the glide system for because they make the Fab bomb up to the non-glide version, just the dumb bomb. I think up to like 9,000 kilograms of high explosive, and that thing will, you know, that will go bang. But one of the things I wanted to mention about the Fabs before we move on to hopefully we'll talk about like the NATO troops in Ukraine and the kerfuffle between the UK and France and Germany. But before we move on to that, one last point about the Fabs is they're cheap, right? Not only are they cheap, the Russians have got loads of them, like loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. They can fire those things forever. I don't know how complex and how difficult it is to make the glide mechanism, but I don't think it looks all that complex or expensive. And so if Ukraine cannot counter this, right, and if it is not true that they are shooting, if they're shooting down 13 Su-34s, and I don't know, and I'll take Wyatt's lead on this because he knows more than me and probably more than most people, but if they can't counter those Su-34s, those Su-34s can just fly sortie after sortie after sortie, and Ukraine have got a real problem. Like this is, forget your drones, even forget your artillery. This is the end of the Ukrainian army. If they can't counter this, right, this is the first real Wunderwaffen that we've seen in this war. And it's basically, it's not that new, right? This is the emergence of air power in this war. So that's why I think the Fabs are so interesting, because they took Avdiivka quickly, and the sheer tonnage of high explosive that they're dropping on the Ukrainian line, no line can sustain that. So I don't know if we're going to see like a massive influx of air defense and competent air defense into Ukraine. I don't know if the West has got it to send it, right? They're still talking about artillery shells. That's not going to do you much good. If the Russians are flying 200 tons of Fab onto your position every day, good luck with getting your artillery into action. Anyway, like I don't know if we want to keep talking about Fabs or if we're going to pivot to the UK troops and to the long-range missile systems, because it may be that one of the reasons that the French and the Germans and the British are talking about hitting targets inside Russia is because what they want to hit, right, is the airports. They want to hit the bases of the Su-34s and take the air power out of the game that way. That would mean striking targets inside Russia, and people make a big deal about that. But at the same time, if you're in a war, you've got to take out the enemy's most effective weapon if it's carving you up so bad. But I don't know if you guys are ready to pivot on that or not.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one quick point. Go ahead, man.
After one, I will. No, go ahead, one.
Oh, I was just going to say real quick, yeah, when I first saw that glide kit, I mean, for the first time, I mean, seriously, I thought, you know, do they have some dude in a garage somewhere just welding this shit together? Because it was very simplistic. I mean, the most advanced piece on it is the GPS guidance box. But, I mean, you know, that looks like a kit that they could just crank out, you know. Maybe $1,000 a copy versus Raytheon's JDAM kit that's probably $1 million a pop and does the same fucking thing. And it's a fab, so who cares if it misses your door by 10 meters?
Mm.
You are right.
Yeah,
Von.
the SO30.
It's always the same thing.
I
The
think
Russians are doing the same
S-
thing that NATO, but it's less precise. But they don't care because it's so cheaper than the NATO things that they could send just 3 of them. And like you said, with this kind of weight of explosives, even if you miss, you destroy the target.
I think SU-34 can carry up to 6 tons of weapons.
Chat is saying 1,500, and I think that's probably about right.
Mehdi.
To Toby's point, you do see we're seeing Russian combined armed warfare working right now. You have these Fab strikes that are going on 4 lines. You have mechanized infantry that is there now that can move quickly across the field or down the roadway they need to go to take advantage of the moments and the disruption these things are causing. And it's all working. We're seeing it. It's working. And it's just going to keep getting bigger and stronger as they push more forward out into territory that there's nothing really there for them to really, to focus on, because they're going to be on the move moving forward. And I just think that we're seeing the transition right now where combined armed warfare, where Airpower is involved, and the ground units are taking advantage of that to gain ground, move forward. We're there now. People say, like somebody in the chat saying the Russians have no doctrine. It's like, holy shit, you're so clueless about what you think you know. And by the way, Wyatt, I hate you for making me that 24 seconds of that goofy ass, stupid meat wave video that idiot put out.
It's nice, right? I think it's fun to
Yeah,
because I
cool.
don't watch other people's video, so so when I do watch it, it's like it's so refreshing to me because I don't watch it. So
I
it's a
thought you
bit
were
funny
very
to me.
fair. I thought you were very fair about that. You
Of course.
paid compliments where it's due.
Of course, I'm a very fair person. Other than saying Peter Griffin in the beginning, then after that I was like, everything he said was perfectly fine to me. Most of it, I totally agree. That's why I give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, guys, put the meat.
Within 4 minutes and 22 seconds, he said that mechanized infantry, armored fighting vehicles were made specific. Pretty much, he was saying that the primary role was to cross through NBC territory. Not mentioning the fact that these fucking things have been around before the nuclear bomb ever existed, and they have always been part of armor forces since armor start. It was just like, I couldn't watch after that point. If that's what he thinks, nothing coming out of this meathead's freaking mouth is anything to be taken
I think
seriously.
his logic is that the Soviet military built its doctrine around the fact that it will be a nuclear war. So, which is why the doctrine was like they never move in huge divisions like World War II. So, which is why everything is in
No, it's
BTGs
completely
and
false,
smaller.
Wyatt.
But I do not know. I just I have no idea what he. So I just nod my name. No, I just nod. Like okay, that makes sense. That makes
I'm
sense.
joking with you. I'm sorry, buddy.
No problem.
I was just gonna say with what Mehdi was saying in the Fabs, you're seeing a microcosm of that. Let's just call it the Berdichi salient. It's where the Russians are able to advance right now with mechanized forces behind a wave of Fabs. I mean, it's still slow going. They're still holding in some areas, but I mean, that's the potential of that area right there. And I think you're seeing it to some small scale. And that's probably where, that's probably going to be the best example right now, because that's the only place where the Russians can, they've got this pocket they can move in right now. And if they can clear out those fortifications with some more Fabs and move past Berdichi, then it's, you'll see the next line and they'll probably do the same thing. It's the only area I see right now where they can do the maneuver mobile warfare, because they got between these fortifications into an area where there's no minefields really or anything, and the Ukrainians can't really turn around and stand up yet. and the Fabs make it harder for when they actually do stand up, because that guy specifically talked about wherever the Ukrainians stop and gather, they get fabbed. So it's real hard for them to slow down and set up any kind of fortifications.
Yeah, and like it takes a long time to move an artillery battalion across the front line, because this is a big front line, remember. It's, 1,500 kilometers long. But a sortie of Su-34s, they can be redeployed to, any sector you want,
But
from sortie to sortie. So,
But to be fair, the HIMARS can fire a very long range as well. So the same problems exist for the Russians as well. If they cluster and some drones detected them, here comes the HIMARS attack. Even though I'm not sure how much ammo do they actually have, but I'm quite sure they have preserved enough to hit important targets, because that's we probably understood that they will preserve ammo for priority targets, like for sure.
I wanted to add something about the ability of the Russian to make community warfare. And it's something that I trained and developed during this war. At least that's the impression I have. But it's more easier because the advance of the Russian army is very slow. So you just have to manage all the parameters of the different forces. Just basically for a few hundred of meters at a time, because you have the infantry, the armored units, the artillery, the drone, the aviation, the anti-drone system, the anti-air system, and a lot of things that have to move together. And if the front line is advancing very slowly, it's way more easier. So maybe it's one of the reasons why they don't want to advance too fast, because they had a lot of things to think about every time they advance.
Yeah, I would want to finish that. The Su-34 can carry 6 tons, 6,000 kilos of weaponry, but that limits the range, right? I know this guy was talking about carrying four 1,500 Fabs. That they're gonna provide that ability. Of course, that's a very limited range then, but the most probably like two 1,500s. And yes, Russians still didn't develop 3,000 kilos gliding attachments. Yeah, it's completely different than 250 and 500 from what that's what they were saying. Glide attachment, it was completely different for 1,500 than for 25 and 500. So
it's just looking at the
they
specs.
have to develop for this different one. So
I was looking at the specs. The Su-34 can carry 14 tons, so 14,000 kilograms of armaments. But Melkor said in the chat that they can take 5 1,500s on 4 hardpoints. That sounds about right to me. The standard loadout has 12 hardpoints, but that's for the smaller bombs. But I'm sure they can change the hardpoints. But I think Melkor's probably right on that. He sounds like he knows, he's got a good source. But certainly the Su-34 can carry up to 14,000 kilograms of armaments. And so, but in any case, like, shall we move on to the foreign troops and to the whole discussion of UK troops and French troops and German troops in the Ukraine?
Sure. Willie was saying there's those civilians from the Western so-called advisors. They get like up to $3,000 a day. $3,000.
Well, in those
That's
intercepts, we're talking about the guys in civilian clothes that have the English accents.
Yeah.
So
a day makes sense for those that need to protect the very millions of dollars worth of stuff, I believe. If these frontline troops, I don't believe. No.
Yeah.
Many.
Yeah.
Those civilians.
It makes sense. You would have to pay the guys guarding the good stuff crazy money so they didn't steal the good stuff, which they probably still steal the good stuff and get $3,000 a day.
about the foreign troops or NATO troops, let's just call them what they would be in Ukraine in any way. I don't think the Russians give a shit one way or the other. To them now, they already consider themselves ready to go to battle with NATO anyway. So, the thing is that what exactly can NATO bring to the field that will stand on the ground against what Russia has right there, right next to it on its own fucking border? We got a ship across the Atlantic, and that is if it's unharassed. While it goes across the Atlantic, if we're stating we're going to be at war with Russia, so good luck getting tanks there. Most of the tanks needed to fill out the numbers are in the U.S. It's just they already don't have the manpower. They already are basically 50% of their armor, their home armor is all junk. It's not combat ready yet. They don't even have people to fill out what they got. Where is this miraculous army going to come from? If they think Western populations are going to go follow along with a conscript or a draft for this war, they are nuts. There is no fucking way it will happen. I think
the only thing the U.S.
right now.
their NATO could do immediately would be air power. But then again, you got to operate over friendly air territory because you really can't risk going into the Russian SAM umbrella, especially if you're going to go in. Then the Russians are going to definitely bring the S-500s and all the good shit that they've been holding back. So, the Russians, again, they can just, like you said, they can just sit there and NATO will have to come to them. The other thing, too, whatever they bring to Europe, it's got to drive all the way across Ukraine to get to the front. So, really, the only thing they could bring to the table would be air power. And, maybe they could have some kind of air parity over the front where both sides could attack each other. But I would imagine the SAM umbrella on both sides would be just ridiculous.
But Vaughn, here's the problem, right?
Where are they going to take off from? Are they going to use the airbase in Poland, in Romania?
Well, I'm just saying. That's the only thing that they can bring quick is the air power. But like you said right there, as soon as they land in Poland, they'll bomb Poland or wherever the fuck they land, Ramstein.
Well, hang on. See, this is the issue, right? Like, we're seeing the Fab war evolve. We're seeing Russian air power come to the table. And all the discussion at the moment with Olaf Scholz is he doesn't want to give the Taurus missiles with German operators to Ukraine because they will be used to strike targets, airfields inside Russia, right? Now, you've got to see it from the NATO point of view. They can't launch air power out of Poland because that would be Poland attacking Russian troops and Poland entering a hot war with Russia in Ukraine. Now that Ukraine is not in NATO. So that would be Poland attacking Russian troops, right? And that's not Russia attacking NATO. That's NATO attacking Russia. But at the same time, if NATO can't launch their aircraft from Poland, and if they have to launch them from Ukraine, then Russia can just take out their airfields and all of their supply network with Kinzhals, right, and Iskanders, and that's the end of that pretty quickly. So Russia has got this massive, you could even say unfair advantage insofar as they can operate their air power out of Russia, whereas NATO can't operate their air power out of NATO. And that's why NATO wants to move long-range missile systems into Ukraine. If they do, and if they use their own personnel, then the whole thing becomes very sketchy because at that point, NATO is actually attacking Russia, not just Russian troops, but actually Russia from Ukraine. That is, see, we could have a discussion here about whether or not that's outside the scope of NATO. It's outside the scope of a defensive alliance in terms of defending the current members. But I was reading the NATO Charter this evening before this started. It's interesting. NATO was written back in the 50s and 60s, the treaty, and it says that NATO can include any European nation, right? And it will take applications from any European nation. Now, when that was written, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and it was not what was considered European. Now, Ukraine is being frequently referred to as a European nation. And for that matter, you could argue that anything west of the Urals is European in terms of the continent. So Russia could be a European nation as well. But there's nothing in NATO's charter that says that they can't attack Russia, and then if Russia attacks back, trigger Article 5. In other words, an attack on NATO, no matter how much it's provoked, is still an attack on NATO. And so this push to put long-range missiles in Ukraine with British crews and German crews and French crews, this could be just part of the natural evolution of this war that nobody can really stop. Because the thing about NATO is the people that lead NATO, they really believe, right? They believe, they're crusaders. They actually believe that they are defending freedom, democracy, warm puppies, all that good stuff, right? And maybe they are. Who am I, right? I'm in the Southern Hemisphere. They believe it, and the more they believe it, and the more that they push that Russia is like this evil power and that Putin is an evil man, I can see this escalating. And it's probably true that the UK troops have already been there for the whole time, whether it's under the guise of mercenaries or not. And so we're coming to a bit of a crunch time, in my view. Either NATO does something to counter Russian air power by starting to strike Russian airports inside Russia, or they lose really badly. Or we see a Divka happening wherever Ukraine tries to muster their forces. So this is why I think, within NATO, we're starting to see this strategic realization that either they escalate this and try and force Russia to back down and roll the nuclear dice, or alternatively, the whole thing's a busted flush and Ukraine are going to lose, and Ukraine are going to lose badly. So that's where I think we are now. And that's why I think we're seeing NATO test the waters. But Shadowy, I have a question for you, right? Macron is coming on talking about like how we have to save Ukraine at all costs. In 2023, French spending on NATO didn't even reach 2%, right? In fact, it increased from 1.88% to 1.9% from 2022 to 2023. So what's going on with Macron? Is he serious? Or, huh?
You are speaking about too much different topics.
Well, we're talking about
just want to
troops
answer
in
about
Ukraine.
the German missile, okay? Just the problem for me about the German missile is not if the Ukrainian and the German and the British and whoever you want target military airbase or even strategic target like the Crimea bridge. The problem is that this missile are able to target Moscow. So basically they could try to hit the Kremlin or the Duma. And that's a nuclear war immediately. That's the main problem, the main issues. It's not about the airbase. The airbase has already been stricken by the Ukrainian. They have sent small drone and they have made different hit of the airbase. That's not the problem. The problem is the ability to attack directly the Russian government. And that's nuclear casus belli, basically. Okay, that's the main problem about this missile. And I'm going to answer about, yes?
What's the name of the Russian parliament?
Duma.
Duma?
No? Say it. A D, a double D.
No, dude, I'm just fucking around. It's all good.
Leo, go ahead. Leo.
I won't finish it.
Maybe I made a mistake, I don't know.
Yeah, Leo, go ahead.
Well, I think if German crews or British crews, for that matter, start hitting airfields inside Russia, I think that's pretty serious.
I think Macron is not serious about his.
No, Macron is a joke.
Troops.
Let's be serious.
He is a joke. He is definition of joke.
Okay.
But the thing is,
he's a big, strong man.
Two reasons. There's two reasons why this war won't happen. First of all, you don't wanna to fight war against the country would have more than 10,000 tanks what can allow itself losing more than 100,000 men, what have biggest arsenal in the whole world, including nukes. You do not fight. You do not never wanted to fight directly with power. This is exactly why we have Ukraine. And second, okay, if NATO goes on frontal confrontation with Russia, is NATO really ready to lose hundreds of thousands people? Is NATO really prepared for this war? Because this gonna
No,
really
no.
affect the society.
Everybody knows that,
in NATO.
except Macron.
Because here in the West, like people, we're not always serious. Like
You have to understand something. Sorry, I'm cutting you because it's just that you have to understand something about Macron. He's crazy. Okay? So don't listen to what he say. He's crazy and he's sold to USA, basically. So if you mix the two of them, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Every time he meets or speak with a foreign diplomat or a foreign government, he says stupid things. Every time. So you have just to stop to listen to him.
Serious question.
No, I'm
question.
just referring not even to his words. I'm just saying that
Oh, wait,
this
no,
war
wait,
between
wait.
NATO
No, no.
and Russia, it's
Well, go ahead.
not.
Shalavi, serious question. So, which politician in the Western Hemisphere of in the West is not crazy?
Okay.
Which leader is not crazy?
Everyone who decided immediately after Macron speak.
Joe Biden, he's just seen that.
Opposite.
Definitely.
Everybody say immediately, we are not going to send anyone in Ukraine. They are not crazy.
Okay, well,
Maybe
yeah.
they are not very skillful, but not crazy. Macron is very seriously disturbed.
So, which top leader, which leader of the countries in the West is not crazy, like not Macron style?
Hungary.
Like, other than Hungary, no, Viktor Orban is clearly not crazy. No,
Merkel was very good. But
Merkel.
she decided very
President.
wisely to change to do something else before
No.
everything go to shit.
Current leader.
But-
Which Western leader is not crazy right now, based on your definition of
Croatian-
crazy?
Croatian president denied
All of them are crazy.
desire to
It's actually
send any weapon.
Well, yeah.
the fact that Genevieve takes so long to reply
West.
and to answer is yeah.
Yeah, well, because they're all crazy. But just to comment, see my caption down there, right? Macron can beat Putin in a fight. So if we put on a fight, you can go to France to Paris tomorrow, and Macron can whoop him. But in my own belief on this whole war is this: NATO can station around Poland and strike in Ukraine, Russian forces in Ukraine. I don't think Russia will retaliate against NATO. I don't think they will. But if the NATO does attack the Russian mainland, I think Russia will retaliate out of principle. But because everything that's been happening since this war, almost every red line Russia said they have crossed it, and nothing happened. So I can see they go off of that hunch and basically station in Poland and other places and strike Russian forces in Ukraine, and Russia will just maybe beef up the air defense to strike these planes over Ukraine. And say, we shoot it down over Ukraine. So and use that as a little getaway part. But if NATO does strike mainland Russia, I can see Russia out of principle with, hey man, we have to hit something back. So I can see them doing that, but I don't think Russia will go to war because NATO is stationed in Poland and striking Russian forces in Ukraine. That is just my own take on this.
You guys are talking about war as though it's a rational enterprise.
Majority of the Western leaders are talking to their own people, not to Russians. Okay, they're manipulating their own people. This Macron, what says it's about scaring their own population and also doing the war Keynesian stuff. They wanna improve the economy by investing into the war production. This is the war Keynesianism.
Not in France.
Oh shit. Yeah. So this is what it is. It's manipulating their own because they afraid of the demonstrations and rebellions of the population that's actually losing economically. This is repeating every time in a history. When the economy is in bad shape for a long time, people rebel and actually wants some change, and they resist it because nothing changes in who governs. They provide false victims to blame for the economic collapse, and then keeps on going until more and more radical stuff happen. Basically, they decide to cull population in the end in order to prevent demonstrations and overthrow of their governments. That's what happens through history all over and over. This is a repeat of what happened 80 years ago. Same thing. So, and also in the First World War. But more disturbing thing is about NATO deciding what happens in Europe. This is more disturbing thing for me. Previously, I was thinking about main benefit of democracy was that civilian government has absolute rule over the military, comparing to the Eastern or communist bloc, where the military is joined part of the government and decides what it is the most important thing to do. Here in the West, it was the civilian decides what if general can speak about anything, okay, or have any right to create policies. So usually in the West, the military didn't have any policy influence. Now we are seeing that NATO is deciding for the civilian government. The civilians don't have any civil government, don't have any right to decide what's next policy. This is very disturbing, where NATO is actually pushing and forcing the governments and presidents, whatever, what to do with Ukraine and Russia war. This is very, very scary, because it's natural in the general milieu to think on the war as an only policy, like where all you have is a hammer, every solution is a nail, right? So that's what the generals think. That's why in the West, in democracy, the civilians completely ruled the generals.
Okay. I was just going to say real quick, and to Jer's point, you can look at it like what he's saying about manipulating people. The whole story of what last week or the week before about space nukes. Russia's going to launch space nukes. Another reason to fight Russia and blunt Russia. And they also had a guy come out last week too and say, and he's not lying. He said Russia has the most diverse nuclear arsenal on the planet as far as platforms and options. So, that's true, but, they say it just because they want to scare people.
What I'd like to say is that about this too, is that we got to think about where NATO is stuck at right now, because without any ground force, the only option they have is either air power to introduce that into the battlefield and win that way, or nukes. And Wyatt, I've sent you a couple times that it's an image, but it shows the manual and what it says in the manual from 1983, where it states it is just common sense within the NATO that we would only be able to fight up to about 5 days before we had to result to using nukes against Soviet ground forces. That's never changed. That's the reason why NATO's ground force is so weak. It's because they've always relied upon that nuclear, U.S. nuclear umbrella to protect them. Now, but Russia right now has so many ways that it can escalate this war, where NATO is stuck in its response because it's in a trap now. It only can use its air force, or it uses what they would call demonstration nukes, the small yield nukes that were designed to take out Russian mobile battle groups. And that's, there is in that book, it's right there. It tells you the reasons why, why we're stuck right now. And as like you already said, it is a scary time, because think about the people that are making this decision right now. They're not fucking mentally capable of understanding what their consequences are going to be.
And I think that Russia actually have more or less the same plan as well. They don't believe a war with NATO is feasible, which is why they always say that it will go nuclear, and it's clear that the Russians are also not prepared for war, as you can see in this Ukraine war. Like, they have to retrain everybody, find new ways to fight. So like they didn't roll over the Ukrainians as a lot of people think. And I did mention in my latest, I think, conclusions or several, I did mention that they are basically the same army. They are both Soviet army. They are both trained the same way. So they're very similar in a lot of cases. So which is why, they if they match up, actually it does make sense. Toby.
I was just going to say that, like, NATO's mission seems to be stuck in this worldview of a unipolar world. And, NATO dates from the days of the Soviet Union, and then it matured in the 90s when there was a, monopolar world and the US could do whatever it likes. But the thing is, I'm not sure how strong NATO is. And there's two bits of evidence that I want to draw on. One is the amount of actual spending that the European countries are doing. In 2023, only 11 countries in the 30 of NATO spent more than 2%. I mean, it's shocking. Like I say with France, Macron's talking about going to war with Russia. Macron actually said Russia cannot be allowed to win. And it's like, yeah, well, dude, you could have spent more than 1.9% of your budget on NATO in 2023. There's no correlation between the numbers that are being spent by European governments and the bellicose rhetoric. And the other thing is this, like, people need to actually go read Article 5. Article 5 doesn't say that if there is an attack on Europe by Russia, that, like, everybody is going to go to war. It says everybody should do what they think is a good idea at the time. That's literally what it says, right? It's like, do what you think is reasonable is the word, right? So the thing is, like, NATO can drag Europe into a war, but whether or not Europe turns up is an open question.
Toby,
Shadowy, hang on, just let me finish. Shadowy, you may be familiar with Jean-David Levitt, right? He's a French politician who's part of the Brookings Institute, which is considered a Western think tank. He was also big at the UN. He's written some papers. Nanya actually forwarded me a link to one, and I read it. He talks about the European position in the world, and he talks about a multipolar world. And in his view, and he speaks for a lot of people in Europe, right? He sees a multipolar world as Europe having a leading role, but he talks about the fact that they have to be connected with Russia and China, right? He's basically talking about the end of NATO. And so I think that I really think that when we have a look at what's actually going on in Europe and the bulk of opinion, I don't think Europe is going to turn up. I do think that NATO, the people that have vested interests in NATO, could try and drag Europe into a war with Russia, but I don't think Europe's going to turn up. Then that's from what I see on the ground.
I just want to highlight, Singapore spends 2.8% of our GDP on military right now, and we are not even in anywhere close to war. And we actually dropped from 5% like 20 years ago. So like the 90s or like 30 years ago. So we have been dropping, but we're still spending a lot of money, and it's still more than most of the European countries, which is ridiculous, especially when every day they are talking about, oh, Russia is going to come, Russia is going to come. We are in a peace zone. We never even say China is going to come, but we are spending 2.8%. So that's why, when I look at European politics, I can't stand it. It makes no sense. And then, like you say about the Article 5, the Baltic states are courting death. Every day, every time they speak, it's about anti-Russia things. And then they are expecting NATO to come and save them. Who would want to risk World War III for the Baltic states? That's stupid. No, that's totally stupid. Don.
I did the same thing via Taiwan. Who is going to risk World War III for a few airbase at the border of Poland, because that's what's going to happen. If the NATO aircraft take off from airbase in Poland, this airbase is going to become target. Russians are not crazy; they are not going to target Warsaw. They are going to target the airbase. That's just that. And nobody's going to war for a few airbase.
Vaughn, you're muted. Hey, I should have created an emoticon called "You Are Muted."
Yeah.
I just wanted to read something real quick from this manual. It's called Nuclear Weapons Employment Doctrine and Procedures. And it says, this manual provides the planning employment guidance for nuclear weapons and combat operations against targets on or near the Earth's surface. It describes the operational doctrine for integrating nuclear fire support into the concept of operations, for using target analysis procedures, and for coordinating with sister services and allies. And then the U.S. policy as of 1986, because it's a dated manual, so it's probably been changed. Our national policy on nuclear war is to deter it by means of a strong nuclear warfare capability. This deterrent policy, however, does not preclude the first use of nuclear weapons by the United States. Such use by land, air, and naval forces, when authorized by the president, is closely controlled and likely to be limited in an attempt to reduce the risk of escalation. A nuclear attack should forcibly change the perception of the enemy leaders about their ability to win, demonstrate to them that should the conflict continue or escalate, the certain loss outweighs potential gain, encourage negotiations.
Yeah.
It's about negotiations, not about winning the war.
Again, that's why it's written, but at the end of the day, what is written can also get nuked.
Nobody is going to start a world war for those
and just remember, that's the policy they were going to have.
Nobody's going to start the war for those Chihuahua states. They will start the world war for blockading St. Petersburg access to the sea, Russian naval blockade. That's why those Chihuahua states are perfectly positioned for. So nobody cares about those states. But if Europe wants to blockade the Russia access to the Baltics and over there, the northern seas, that's why they're important. Blockading the St. Petersburg Navy access. That's a long-term
one thing I'll bring up
for the future war.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I thought you were done. About the Crimea, Andrei Martinov had a good podcast not too long ago, where he mentions the Zircon missile in Crimea. So if it's stationed in Crimea, it literally has the range to affect anything going on in the Mideast. That means every carrier operationally working within the Mideast is now within the range of a Russian Zircon missile. Back in the World War II, Hitler called the Crimea a Russian carrier of the Black Sea. And he's completely right, because it basically controls the entire Black Sea. And now for Russia, it controls what can happen in the Mideast. Without moving off of their own territory, they could be assisting their allies by sinking one of our carriers. And it would come. The Crimea gives them that range now. Just throwing that in there.
I don't know, guys. I think my comments on this latest development with Macron and the rest of Europe, it clearly shows a division. Obviously, we see, and I think we're over analyzing and over reading into this a bit too much. I kind of see this as all as just a drowning kind of empire just trying to stay afloat. So they're saying anything that they think makes sense. And I kind of think that you're going to see Europe and the United States as well turn more inwardly towards their domestic issues over the next several months, because I mean, Europe's got problems. We see that. And the United States got problems. So, I think that somebody like a Joe Biden or their team, they're probably more concerned right now the fact that 15 or 20% or whatever Michigan voters voted independently. That's probably more of a concern to them than anything going on over in Europe. And I kind of get the sense that a lot of European leaders are starting to shift that way as well. So, Macron, the guy's an idiot.
Yes, yes, I agree with that.
I think that's where we're at. He's an idiot who doesn't know what he's got nothing left to say.
He can beat Putin.
That's kind of how I read it.
I wonder if we can maybe talk about the US politics with regard to this issue, because we're coming into election season in the US. So my question to everyone is, who takes the blame for Ukraine? Because, see, this is like the point. The reason I ask it that way is because with this funding bill that went through the Senate, it's been blocked in the House because it has absolutely nothing in it for the border issue, which is the domestic issue in the US. That bill, I don't believe it was ever intended to pass the House, because it's a suicide pill for the Republicans in the House to pass it. It betrays their base. It gives them nothing for the border. And as soon as it was given to Congress, Biden came out and said, if Ukraine fails, then it's the Republicans' fault. He wasn't negotiating. He wasn't trying to sweeten the deal. He was casting blame for the failure of Ukraine. And we're in election season. That bill is now not being even tabled by Johnson, the Speaker of the House. They're now talking about other things that are important, like funding the government in the US. Ukraine is not getting that money anytime soon. I saw a report that there's $4 billion of discretionary presidential spending the Pentagon could spend on Ukraine. They've chosen not to spend that $4 billion on Ukraine because they say they need it for their own supplies. So even the Biden administration is not doing what it can. The way I look at it is, we're now talking about who takes the blame for the failure in Ukraine. And I think that conversation started happening after the colossal failure that was the counteroffensive. So I wonder, like, particularly with you American guys, but like, has the US washed its hands of Ukraine, practically speaking? Can the Republicans afford to help Biden out? And do the Republicans actually benefit from seeing Biden take the blame? And what I'm getting at here is, like, do we see the Republicans actually want Ukraine to fail before the election so that Trump doesn't have to take on this basket case war?
Toby, it doesn't matter, because at the end, the Western system and the Western ideology is perfect. So it cannot be the fault of the Western country if there is a failure in Ukraine. It's only because Ukraine and Ukrainians are stupid and they are incompetent. So if the Ukrainian war is a victory for Russia, it's because of Ukrainian, because the Ukrainians are too much like Russian, so they are bad, basically. Whatever they do, they are going to fail, and they are, of course, too corrupt to succeed. Of course, not because of the European country or the US country.
That will be a great revelation. No. Suddenly we discover they are corrupt.
Well, yes, exactly. My kind of viewpoint on it is we've just stopped assigning blame. Like, Trump will no doubt try to make hay in the election cycle for Biden, but I'm thinking more, as Shadowy just said, everything the West does is altruistic. So, like, we haven't really assigned blame to a politician since Bush back in 2003. Like, we just don't talk about the failures, right? We don't talk about Afghanistan. We don't talk about Libya. We won't talk about Ukraine. It'll just go by the wayside, you know?
Yeah, very true.
I think that's right. And the next thing,
who's going to take the blame? So who's going to take the blame for the, respect the finger, so who's going to take the blame for starting the war in Ukraine? That's the first question. And then who's going to take the blame for losing the war in Ukraine?
The Nazis. The Nazis started the war. The Nazis lost the war.
It's much easier to comprehend the whole situation as campaign money fund. This funding of Ukraine war. This is what it is. It's democratic campaign funding. It's all about it, what it is, and that's why Republicans don't want to allow it anymore, because it's filling the Democratic Party coffers. This is what it is.
I think
It's
Hunter
very
Biden
clear
is going to
from the
get the blame.
start. From the start, that's what it was about. It's nobody cares about Ukraine in the West. Nobody cares. It's nobody cares about destroying the Russian strategic capabilities, because they can bring it back in 2 years. So it's all about campaigns. It's all about money. It's all about Western politicians bribed by these frozen assets of private Russian citizens, not state assets, but private Russian citizens. They already distribute them to the European politicians. That's why they're so gung-ho against for this war. That's all about it. That's what it is. It's about money. It's not about politics or anything else. It's really campaign donations are coming from the Ukraine. It's all kickbacks. That's how the politics in the United States now work fully. It's fully that.
Mehdi.
It's all about funding.
Yes,
that's what it is now. There's nothing else about funding there.
Mehdi.
I disagree with this, because I believe that BRICS has existed from the very beginning to make sure that Russia had a place to present evidence before the world about the things that they were finding. Remember, this is a special military operation. This still isn't war. And they wouldn't have went through all that trouble if the UN was the only place they could do it, because they know they would get no help or no fair shot through the UN. So BRICS was always there, designed to be a backstop. And the people, not only has Russia said this, but members of BRICS said, there is going to be justice. There will be human rights tribunals. And actually, they're happening in the LPR and DPR as we speak. They're talking about U.S. public officials eventually being named in these. And that's the thing, is that Yuri's right. There's a lot of exactly what he said going on. But there's a lot of fear now, too. Because, even if, say, that they cannot grab this person and extradite them to LPR, DPR to get them in prison and hopefully make them swing for what they've done, the thing is they can make them person non grata, where they cannot be anywhere outside the United States. The United States would be the only place they would have any safety from being picked up by local authorities and shipped over to the LPR with them, with what do you call them, agreements, the thing with Assange going on, those type of agreements going on, extradition agreements. So there's a lot of this going on in the background, because whatever gets uncovered in Ukraine as evidence, we in the United States are only seeing a very weird view on the looking out. We don't see how the world sees us looking in, and it's a very different. And this is why I'll shut up in a minute. That's why this room is so important, because there's different points of view from around the world that have opened my eyes to say, holy shit, we're not this big colossus thing of good around the world. And many Americans are waking up to that. And I think there's a lot of fear in these politicians, because the publics are waking up to what they're doing. And there is a possibility that they may have to pay for what they've done. At least that fear out there at least gives me a little hope.
Yeah, but so maybe what you're saying, concerning arresting U.S. politicians or government members overseas, that is far from reality. I know people the world rising up to all these U.S. and Western hostilities, but to say some Russian agency or some foreign company will arrest a U.S. politician for some war crime in some countries, I think it's still going to happen. Huh?
We did it with the Nazis.
Yeah, you can do it with the Nazis, completely were laws, but not when the U.S. government still have this much power, and you grab a U.S. politician in any country.
You got to understand, though, what you're talking about is the paradigm that we live in now. What happens when this all ends and the elections have stopped and Trump is in office? No. Think about this.
Nothing is going to happen.
You could very well agree to those things. by executive order, for fuck's sake. He could do it.
Definitely, okay, I understand. Yeah, based on those criteria, yes. But as it stands today, I don't see anybody in this world crazy enough to grab U.S. politicians and get them to court for crimes to commit. But yeah, of course, if Trump take office and Trump signed these orders that authorize these things to happen, yeah. But I didn't see Trump doing that. Even Trump himself, I don't see him signing any decree in that. It won't fly.
No.
Let's
It's
see
so
what the
much
world
against the
demands
US
of us
policies
as
that never going to
restitution.
happen.
Huh?
Right? I mean, when this ends, ultimately, Toby's making a go. Who pays for this shit? Who pays the justice for what has happened? It
Ukrainian is
cannot
going to pay.
just have happened and we all walk away from it.
Yeah,
There
again,
is going to be some form of justice. And 1 second, BRICS is right now working in unison within the UN and already starting to be a pain in the ass there. So
Mehdi,
understand, there is a different level of this conflict going on that is about international things of international levels. Who determines what? Who determines what justice is? Who's going to be the big boy that goes around and says, you're out of line, step in line, and who's going to judge it and put it in place?
yeah,
Mehdi, the
we're
only
moving into a
justice,
different world.
the only justice is in the irradiated wasteland.
yeah.
That's the only justice.
Maybe eventually, what you're saying, Mehdi, maybe eventually it will take foot. Maybe eventually the international community can hold people responsible. Currently, or at least for the next decades, U.S. and its cronies still have that under their control. Maybe eventually, even BRICS himself, BRICS is still young and still far away from holding anybody accountable. So who hold like the Vietnam? That was a wrong war. Nobody being held responsible for that war. That's been almost 50 years now. How long that been? The Iraq war is just fresh around the corner. Nobody been held responsible. They themselves admit we're wrong, but still nobody was held accountable. So this war happened in Ukraine, as Shadi mentioned earlier. Putin started the war. Ukrainians lost the war. The Americans did everything they could give to Ukraine. Ukraine was one that they were stupid, they were incompetent, they suck at it. That's how they lose the war. So the West is not guilty of any crime until somebody say one day, you know what, it's time you guys turn in and answer for your crimes. But for now, or at least for the next decades, the West is not guilty of anything. So at least that's how they see themselves. At least
And
that's
it could be even more than
Bush
that.
is not.
There is
Bush
going
is
to
not
be some
traveling anywhere.
US politician who is going to say that we spent $50 billion in Ukraine and we succeeded in destroying, I don't know, 200 aircraft, 5,000 tanks, and killing 200,000 Russian soldiers. So it's a success.
the success. Exactly.
Mission accomplished.
Someone is going to say that.
You see Libya, right?
It's the same thing.
Gaddafi is
They are
dead.
going to make sure that they are always the good guy and always the bad guy. It's a public relations stuff inside Europe. But you are right about one thing. This kind of event is going to change the things a lot about diplomatic relations in the rest of the world. The reputation of the NATO country is going to decrease again and again. That's the main point. But the individual responsibility, you can forget about that.
Shadowy, can I ask you a question? Do you hear much in France and in Europe about the EU taking a leadership role, like away from NATO? Do you hear much in French politics about alternatives
There
to
is
NATO?
just a small problem with this idea. That means that for Europe to basically being independent from USA about the army. Okay, that's what the USA would want, but the part of USA wants that. But there is a problem with this idea. That means that the European has to build their own weapon. So they're going to stop to buy US weapon. And that's a big no-no for USA.
I know, but is there? But I realize that. But is there talk in Europe about that?
Just talking, yes. But everybody
But a lot of talk about that. Or?
So the problem is not about the talk. The problem is about the decision. And all the decisions in Europe are pro-US, mostly. Okay, but if you speak about the British, the German, or the French, they are going in the US way. So they are going to continue to buy US weapons.
So Germany's an occupied country anyway. So Germany is still not free. So they have to buy. Mehdi.
I just want to add, towards my comment there, that I wanted to put out there that that BRICS itself has already talked about what I said. So I'm not just making this up as some theory that may happen in place. BRICS has actually talked about this. They've actually stated they're going to have a meeting about these things. So understand they're acting in unison. They're acting in unison now. But I just think people are discounting what happened, the way everything shifts once this war ends, if the conflict ends without us all being irradiated.
Okay.
That there is going to be some justice done somewhere. It just cannot exist like this. The world couldn't exist with the issues that they found that the Nazis had done. The world could not just allow that to go unpunished. Wait until you see the bloodbath in the Ukraine is finally released to the world for them to see what it actually was and how they were manipulated to feed that by not knowing the truth of what they were seeing. Do you think that maybe some of these people whose sons and daughters believed in this bullshit that went and died in it are going to be happy about that? I'm not happy.
You saw what
that
happened in
Americans
Iraq. You saw Iraq. If George Bush walks into a room, everyone claps.
Yeah, Mehdi. Yeah, what you're saying is completely right. But what I'm trying to get at is this, right? There's a saying back home in my country, even the court needs security. So the people who are supposed to hold them accountable are the same people that provide them security. So they're not going to let go of that security and try to hold these people accountable. What I'm trying to say is basically BRIC may have the court, but BRIC doesn't have any security to protect the court. So BRIC may have the will, BRIC may have the intentions, but at the end of the day, with NATO backing the Western's righteous, benevolent posture, there can be no justice. Because if you push the West so far, there is NATO to respond. Almost every one of them is in NATO. The same people going around committing these crimes that are in NATO. And of course, and this is where it comes to, you need as the saying goes, you need security for the court itself. The security, even the court needs security. So that's where that's what I'm talking about. So of course, somebody have to pay for it. Justice needs to be served. But who's going to deliver justice? Not the court in Europe. The court in Europe are protected by NATO, and they cannot go against NATO. So the UN is basically useless, as we have seen happening over and over. So until the UN can get a footing, and the UN have to get a footing that can basically counter NATO military posture, and until that happens, there will be no justice for anybody outside NATO. And that's just my own conclusion of things.
No, I think that's a fair point. We'll just disagree at some point, but we mostly agree. I understand what you're saying. So we're talking about two different time frames, and I get you, but that's the thing. Like you said, UN, we know is going to be useless for this thing and for any justice in it, because, like you said, it's owned by NATO. Russia knew that, and the rest of the world knows that. That's the thing. BRICS doesn't just represent the countries in BRICS. It represents a worldwide movement that's shifting what we're seeing and how we're going to exist in the future. And that's where I'm coming from. So I'll leave that alone. I'm sorry.
That makes sense. I agree.
Yeah, Gareth?
You are still mute.
Can I go? Well, Mehdi, just to follow up on Mehdi's point. Oh, go ahead, Gareth.
Okay, thank you. I mainly wanted to respond to Toby's question about the possibility of Europe becoming a counterbalance to America. There was talk about that kind of thing maybe as recently as 20 years ago, but it's completely died out, and now they just seem to act entirely as instruments of NATO, as members of NATO, as their overriding function. And so there hasn't actually been any of the standardization which would be required in either case. I mean, along with the low GDP figures, Europe is just basically not doing anything about it, just letting America run the show. I wanted to make another brief comment about justice, which was that in the late 90s, I believe, Augusto Pinochet was put under house arrest when it came to BRIC for medical treatment. But George Bush Sr. and Margaret Thatcher both came out of retirement to call for his release, and he was duly released and died at home. That's West Justice. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, Mehdi, the truth that you mentioned, and I agree with you. I would see at present kind of scenario that we're in, that's like 50, 100 years out before we'd actually hear that stuff. Because, you know, at present, they're just going to keep censoring the West in our own little bubble. And you're right. While the rest of the world will be like, well, this is all fairly obvious. They are going to try to tighten the screws on freedoms and freedom of speech here within the West. That's what I see happening. And they'll fail, obviously, because humans are always smarter than bureaucracy. So we're always going to be a step ahead. The technology will get better, but they haven't realized any of that stuff yet. So I kind of think that's where we're at.
Gareth, you go. I'll go after you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that there has indeed been a move in Europe towards the controlling of demonstrations and suppressing of the ability of demonstrators to block roads and things like that. There is a fairly serious attack on those kind of political actions taken by the public specifically. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, listen, I hear both arguments here. I can hear the argument that like NATO is massively influential and that NATO is calling the shots, and certainly it appears that way. NATO have achieved a lot of their aims. But at the same time, there's an elephant in the room, and that is we are in a multipolar world. And whether that's a consequence of the rise of China or the demise of Western dominance through the mechanisms of overwhelming debt and demographic problems in the West, I think very few people would argue that we still have a unipolar world. I think that the reality of a multipolar world is growing greater by the day, and I think that sooner or later serious people are going to have to question Europe's role in a multipolar world. And my feeling is, reading some of the commentary from leading European diplomats in the UN and elsewhere, yes, they're being ignored by NATO, but they're talking about a fact, and that fact isn't going away anytime soon. And let's not forget that these European economies that are facing big problems, they rely on trade with China. They have a lot of diplomatic relations with China, especially Germany and France. And so I think that the pressure on NATO is just going to increase and increase and increase, because NATO is yesterday's child. NATO is yesterday's thing. And more people are going to be asking about tomorrow. And tomorrow depends on relationships in a multipolar world. So I think NATO is hogging the limelight at the moment. NATO is making a big stand, but I think it's a last stand just because of global realities.
I think exactly the opposite.
Give me a second. I want to intercept a while. Let's start a new habit. Every time we finish talking, right, we point to the next person who is next to talk. Like, for example, after Toby finish, then you will say Shadow V. So that is easier because when you raise your finger, you know who comes after you, because you know that the other person also raised his finger. So it's easier rather than we have to track who is next. Unless someone gets skipped, of course you can just raise your voice, hey, you skip me, that kind of thing. We let's try. Okay, so Shadow V, continue, please.
I think I don't agree with your idea. I think it's the opposite. With the Russian victory in Ukraine, NATO is going to become more and more important because Russian is showing strength, is showing ability to use military to solve issues, and that's going to frighten a lot of people in Europe. And with this fear, NATO is going to increase its influence.
So French
No,
spending
What?
will
it's
climb
more.
up to 2%.
It's more. It's more about crowd control. What Europe is doing, it's their own crowd control. It's all about that. This is the scaring their own, the European population into following whatever they decide to go. The decline of the West comes from the long-term decision to destroy the middle class. The wealth of the population is deciding how the strong the state is. It's wealth of its population. It's not about military might or so on. The influence, what they call soft power, is the possession of the money and buying your someone else's products from other country. Everyone will want to do that. This is where the strength comes from, increasing the population's wealth. But a long-term decision was to destroy it, to destroy the unions that defended the workers' rights and the wealth. The middle class is completely decimated by the 2008 GFC and never repaired, never corrected. The banks still under the how say the on the edge of the equity value. They're changing the rules and everything in order to save the banks instead of repairing the people's equity. They're trying to save the banks, but they would have saved the banks by repairing people's equity. They would have saved banks. It will be side effect, but they never did that. And this is a repeat. Simply to me, it's a repeat of 80 years ago. It's repeat does the same thing. It's everything goes the same. That's why in 2008 I started learning about economics, because my question was why we are repeating what was happening 80 years ago. In 2008 I saw it. Everything is gonna happen the same way, and it keeps going. This is all about controlling the European population that is declining in the prosperity, while they want to keep the power of the state as if the people are prosper. This is the not accepting reality. Nobody had a finger except Mehdi, I think. Mehdi, so go ahead.
My finger is up, but it's okay. Mehdi, go ahead.
No, it was you. I usually sit here like this. I'll go after you.
No, it's okay. Go. It's okay.
Well, actually, Yuri, I'm glad you're there because I wanted to ask you a question. Now, what you just mentioned, that brings up a really good point. Do you correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're kind of talking about is like what happened in Greece, where they bought, they did a buy-in for the banks, which wound up freezing like everybody's money in Greece, where you could only take out a certain amount. It was like because it was the bank that controlled what you could get because of the buy-in the EU did to bail it out. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
The Greece example is more about EU presented itself as the powerful state that can dictate the rebel state, the how say the one that doesn't follow the rules. So they wanted to show example, because Italy, it was much worse state, in much worse debt than Greece, but they made it much extremely worse. They made it in a public, they presented it as the main reason for the problems in Europe, while the European problem started with investing in American properties, into mortgage securities. That's where the issue started in Europe. But they blaming it on Greece. They wanted to show, you cannot have social, so much social, policies. And even though Germany had much more social policies than any other country, but they were saying, no, the social policies of Greece is destroying its state and all of it. It's all about propaganda and taking control of the, also trying to grow ECB, European Central Bank, into a powerful institution that can manage the banks and control them. That what was about mostly, not any real problem. Because the Greece, in my opinion, Greece central banker governor was a traitor. He was following orders from the European central banker to increase the interest rate on a state security. That's completely opposite of what he should have done. He should have lowered it to the zero, just like United States does. When there's economic collapse, the interest rate goes to zero. But because the monetarist policy, the gold gold bug theory is, in order to attract more funds, you have to increase the interest rate. That destroys your own economy. United States always lowers the interest rate when economy is in danger. That's independent central bank. It can follow the economic policy, while those that don't have their own money should follow the opposite. That's completely out of the mind. It was a treason by the Central Bank of Greece. He increased the interest rate to attract more funding, while he should have lowered it, because the banks are forced. Banks are forced to renew the loans, otherwise bank will collapse. So
that was when I started following Yanis Varoufakis, the guy that was supposedly going to go against the European Bank, and he wanted to secretly create the Greece currency back. He was doing all these things in secret. But then the prime minister chicken out. So it's like, okay,
exactly.
Yeah,
it's a very sad story.
But yeah, something Toby mentioned earlier about the population always outsmart the bureaucracy, and I think that is where the West is going to screw up if they try to subjugate their people, thinking they can confine them to this China-style circles. And I think that is when the people are going to basically crumble the whole system. And once that system is crumbled, and that is what we're going to have the reckoning. I think Mehdi is referring to. So Garrett, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say something about NATO. First, to clarify that when I said that NATO was sort of running the show now, I really mean that Europe has surrendered its foreign policy to US leadership. I don't think it can or would have a dependent policy, either individually or collectively, against whatever the US did. So it's not even. I mean, they're not really vassals; they're auxiliaries. They provide troops that go out with the legions and help it enforce its will. That I think that is something that's quite different from the time when Europe had its own policies and did its own adventurism. Thanks.
Yeah, very quickly, I wanted to mention something Euro said was he talked about the collapse of the middle class in the West. At the same time, you've had a massive rise in the middle class in the rest of the world. There's unprecedented spending power in China, in Brazil, even in African countries like Nigeria. People are becoming far more wealthy, far quicker than anybody expected. And so this is why the multipolar world it's happening. You can debate the consequences and what it's going to look like, but the West cannot maintain this illusion of the hegemony that it enjoyed in the colonial era. The technology is becoming ubiquitous, and so I think that inevitably Europe is going to have to find its own way, and the global superpower of the US is going to also have to deal with its debt and with its middle class crisis. So I think that, inevitably the future is going to look very different to the past. And I think we are in a multipolar world. Whether or not that's good or bad, I tend to agree with Wyatt on this. I think that it could actually lead to a lot more conflicts. But it seems to me that if the West continues to seek hegemony, it's going to have to do it through a nuclear war. That's like Mehdi's made this point before. That's the power of the West, is nuclear weapons. And so if the West refuses to give up power, well, then they're going to take the ball and go home. And that almost seems like NATO's play in Ukraine. It's like Russia must lose. It's like, okay, so that means we win a nuclear war, right? Because otherwise we're going to have to negotiate what the Europeans talk about. We're going to have to negotiate a world where Russia gets to have a say. And there seems to be like almost like a childish tantrum. The neocons and the unipolar folks will not accept that anybody else gets to have a say. The globalists think they get to rule everything. But the reality is they're ruling less and less every year as their middle class collapses.
Just to follow up on Toby's point, 100% agree with everything he just said. And also, as that middle class in the rest of the world grows, it's only going to grow, but at a much more accelerated rate, because all those resources from Russia, the oil, the resources from Africa, they're going to start utilizing them. They're going to grow up a whole lot faster than we can grow. And, I think that come to Jesus moment, it's starting to dawn on some people in the West. But when I look at Europe, I got to believe that a lot of people in the leadership positions in Europe, for some reason, they think that this is just going to go back to what it used to be. And Russia can just turn on the taps, and Russia's not going to play that game anymore. And they're going to shift alliances. They've shifted trading partners. All of that good, cheap gas is not coming back, and they need to wrap their head around that, like Toby said, and plan for it. We all need to prepare for a Western world where the standard of living is lower than what we're accustomed to. Vaughn, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make a point, and then I got to close because I got a jet. I mean, as far as everybody worried, it's going to be more violent if there's a multipolar world. Well, of course, it's going to be more violent because each pole is going to have to render control over its pole. So there'll probably be a little struggling as that's worked out. And, I just figure that's par for the course. I mean, as these poles, claim their territory or spheres of influence, they're going to have to bring them under their control. So there'll probably be some little battles, some fights. Hopefully don't get anything crazy, but I assume that just comes with the territory. And then just for my closing, I really enjoyed this panel as always. Like, subscribe, and share. It's going good. Let's keep it going. It's flowing good. I like this finger rule, even if it's the middle finger. My thing is, I'd keep watching around the Berdichi line. I think that's a unique opportunity to see if the Russians are going to really maneuver around and try to push the Ukrainians back, since they've got this little area they can kind of move around and do that in with the Fabs and no mines and no defenses. And then obviously, maybe something around Kupiansk, because, they got to be, if they start pushing good around Berdichi, they'll probably, where they're going to strip units out to plug that hole. So maybe somewhere else will get a break and get to be in the news for a week or two. But yeah, I think that's a good, interesting place to watch is around Berdichi, just to see how the Russians perform and what kind of tactics they use, and if they are able to expand this little space into something usable. But as always, I enjoyed it. Y'all have a good week. Take care of yourselves. Keep on talking.
Of course, the rebalancing that will come from the multipolar world is not about taking the sides. It's about that at present, some weaker countries enjoy more power in their neighborhood because they're allies of the
Right.
United States and the West. That will have to rebalance after the West loses the power, and that's why the conflicts will appear, not because of I'm gonna take the sides. It's they're gonna lose their backing, like Poland now, even though it's not economically powerful, not even close as Germany, but they're enjoying so much say in European policy because they have the backing of the United States. This will have to change once the United States, whatever it does. I mean, it might cause the civil war or so on. That will be, I think, the best solution for the world to rebalance and the justice, right? But that will most probably not happen. I'm just saying that's the only option. What we were discussing about how the justice is gonna prevail. And yes, we've seen that Bush cannot travel outside the United States. Yeah, we see that, right? Ex-President Bush cannot travel outside. There was extradition orders from some countries, so he's afraid. I mean, there's no need for him to travel, but yeah. So there's already first initial happening on that thing that Mehdi was mentioning. So there possibility of it, but it won't happen unless there's a civil war in the United States and then loses some power. So Mehdi, go ahead.
I wanted to just add to this, like Toby's saying, we're going to be living in the multipolar world. We have to understand that our power of sanctioning Russia can be turned right back on us by BRICS if they decide to act in unison. There's nothing that can stop that from happening. If they decide, if they're, separate entities in the international rule of law that, or let's say our society we live in, there's nothing that obligates them to even need to interact with us. And that gives them power to also sanction us back by acting in unison against us. Everything's changed. We can't think of the now. We got to think of where this ends. And that's it's going to be a place where Uncle Sam can't just still go around and stomp his foot down wherever he wants. And I think it will be a place where there is going to be a place where smaller countries can go to have safety from the U.S. Because I think one side of the world is going to respect the sovereignty of a nation and a country and the natural borders they live in, their culture, influenced by the geography they're in. You shouldn't need an aircraft carrier. You know what I mean? There should be no need for it in this day and age, where we have missiles now that can go from one pole to the other. I mean, Russia was working on them. They're very close to being in existence. So, we're going to either have to live to get along, or it's going to be just like everybody's saying, a world of conflict. I don't know which way it goes, but we have to understand that everything that we were able to do to other countries can now be done to us, because now they're acting in unison instead of in separate entities.
I'll go quickly. Thank you. There's an argument to be made that the post-war settlement in Europe brought peace to Europe for the first time in hundreds of years, and they demilitarized their borders and they became kind of nominal, and it was all replaced with trade and tourism, and everybody was happy. That's a significant thing which is now being lost by this escalation into a new confrontation with Russia. All of this rearmament talk is going to produce hard borders. It's going to produce a lot more people who are acclimatized to the military. This is an unfortunate retreat from what could have been possible and should have happened at the end of the Cold War. That's all. Thank you.
Hi guys. I wanted just to add or to counter a bit. United States is not as weak as it seems, and it will not get weaker a lot, and not fast. Thing is also the after-war situation. If you look at it, in the Second World War, Romania joined the Wehrmacht in attacking the United States with 1.2 million soldiers, and around 300 Romanians died in this endeavor. However, immediately after the war, they were friends. Obviously, they were vassals of the Soviet Union, but Romania got half of Hungary for flipping sides, you know. So politics is based on interests, and even this current situation, I don't see it impossible that the West and Russia might very soon, you know, 10 years from now, again be kind of friends. The trust is a bit gone, but if interests align, they will cooperate. So I don't see it as gloomy for the Western world, especially not as much as some of the guys here. That's it. So
I don't see it as gloomy, though. I think, and I just want to respond. Sorry for somebody had their hand up. I don't see it. I think it can be a good thing. I want other cultures to be other cultures. I don't want them morphing into me, and I don't want my influence into theirs, because I want their culture to be there, because I want to see it. I want to experience it when I get there and know I'm in a different culture. And that's what I don't understand. If the people of a country are willing to accept, so let's say a communist dictator, but he does everything he says he's going to do for his country and his people, there is freedom and fairness within that country. Really, does it matter if we call it democracy or communism? You know, we got to get to the point where our leaders are honorable and just make good decisions. And I think we have an opportunity to that when we see right now how bad it can be when the stupid it is, the dumbest, most moronic people that live amongst us right now are actually our leadership. And that's a scary thing. And hopefully this is going to teach us a big lesson.
Hey, Wyatt, is Toby applying to join? He said he's back.
He because he always take himself out to the backstage, so I don't even know that he was in the backstage. I thought he just quit the whole thing. So it's like, okay. We went so quiet. Welcome, RL. A long time.
Yeah,
no see.
RL, speak.
Tell us more about your opinion about your not your president, your neighbor's president say about he want to send troops to Ukraine. I want to hear your view.
Oh, I mean, Shadowy has already explained the main thing about Macron. I won't say that I won't say that he's crazy. He's just a puppet. He's like he's not crazy. He's like a commercial from a company where his job please, exactly. He's a puppet. He's like a commercial from a company where his job is to sell you something that the company produce. Whatever it produce, the guy don't understand what it's producing, what the company is selling and why it is selling, but his job is to sell you something. And Macron is that. He's just a commercial to send what the oligarchs who have put him in power are saying to him. So when he's talking about, we might not discard the idea of sending troops in Ukraine, it's because someone has tell him to say that. He don't understand what he's saying. He's just selling it. He don't think about what's the consequences of it, what is needed to put assemble soldiers and send them there, and what will happen, and he doesn't care. He don't need to think about that. He's just put there. He's just a mouthpiece. That's it. But
we
it
had a
seems
saying,
that
RL. We used to call our Prime Minister Scotty from marketing because of this, because he was just the marketing guy for the corporations. So it sounds like it's Emmanuel from marketing.
yeah, I mean, he is a guy who is talking about the future of a nation, but he has no children. Yeah. I mean, what he's talking about, he don't know what he's talking about. He just don't understand what he's talking about, and he don't care because he don't need to understand. He is a marketing man, as you mentioned, a commercial guy. He's just there to sell you something. That's it.
Oh, you're asking for the impossible from Macron.
He had
man.
issues.
How can you?
He had issues with the farmers, and suddenly decided to make that meeting and talk about the possibility of sending troops. I mean, it's everything is commercial.
But why? Because I wonder if Biden's administration told him to do this. In other words, it's like, oh, I wonder if it was a panic. If it's like, oh no, we've lost Avdiivka, Ukraine is going to hell. Quickly, Macron, go out there and say something bellicose. Say something to get Europe to support them, because we haven't passed the funding bill, and now we're not going to pass the funding bill anytime soon. We need Europe to do something.
It might be the case. It might be the case. It's possible. I mean, they have the same backers. Biden and Macron have the same puppet masters behind them.
And I saw that the lady from Estonia came out after Macron, and I thought, gee, that's a pretty thin lineup. I mean, is there anyone else? Like maybe someone from Italy or even the UK. But then immediately people were saying, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I don't know. I thought it was all a bit desperate.
Don't think because Macron said something and then all the other European leaders say, oh, come on, Macron, you are going a bit too far. Doesn't mean that they are not aligned or will not align later with what Macron just sell or sold.
He's tricking the Baltic states into going to war.
Because this is the main line for European official politicians. And also from United States, they are saying one thing, and then sometimes later, it's the exact opposite that happened. We will not send tanks. We saw tanks. We will not send air defense system. You see air defense system. Or we will not get directly involved in Ukraine. And we know you have NATO operative in Ukraine. And so forth and so on.
Just a quick word, because when I was hearing, it felt like Macron is just there to scam the Baltics into sending troops into Ukraine, because he said, I think we can send no troops. Then the Baltics is like, yes, let's go. Then immediately they volunteer themselves. Then he's like, it's a scam, it's a trick. Right?
In my opinion, this is more play against Scholz than what RL was talking about. This is like the British, they sent Storm Shadows, French sent a Scalp, and Germany was promising Tauruses to send Tauruses to Ukraine, but they're refusing. So Scholz is refusing to send Tauruses. So this is the play, if you don't say together, French and British working against Scholz now. This is what it is about, promising, we'll need to send troops there if we don't send Tauruses, missiles, cruise missiles. This is what I see it's more about. And some Russian strategists also were talking about it as that. Next one, Prata.
Well, Prata?
Okay, so I was listening to Harold and I disconnected, trying to connect, and I wanted to answer to him. In a way, I see whatever Harold said, and Toby is correct. I'm not questioning it, but it will sounds like. So the thing is, let's put the things in place. Is that Robert Fico from the Slovakia, the Prime Minister of Slovakia, he was the first one exposing very emotionally. I don't think it was really anybody was expecting it to happen. He made a video that went through internet. It was copied thousands of times, so that's why I believe they didn't have time to block it. And it was exposed that the NATO wanted, some countries in NATO wanted to send military personnel almost officially into Ukraine, into a way that would become more than official. And Macron, which is an opportunist, like Errol said, somehow, he tried to use it to his own favor, but without thinking too much about it. But he realized, okay, it was a question of time. We have to put this into rolling. We have to see how people react. Scholz. Now, these leaks of the Russian media exposed that Scholz is the same liar that has been always been. Their military is actually studying how to do it, and Scholz is pretending he's not going to send it. We have seen that with the tanks, and we knew before he was saying, no tanks, no tanks, no tanks. He was probing Brazil in December to find munitions for those tanks that are not produced in Europe anymore. So this is the thing that makes us some confusion. Scholz is a liar. He's a compulsive, how can I say, he's a guy that keeps always traveling around because he's weak. He's very afraid of his electoral. And he knew when he heard those things that countries were thinking to send military personnel into Ukraine, that this was going to be the last. It would create a lot of internal domestic convulsion, and he had to deny it. Now, the Russians were very smart. They exposed the whole thing. And now we are seeing a lot of questions in Germany. So things are more complicated than we could have imagined. So I just wanted to make that a bit clear. It's much more complicated than we know. Toby was saying about that woman, the Prime Minister of Estonia. That woman wants to be the next leader of NATO, Secretary General of NATO. She won't be, but she still haven't realized it. She's still dreaming. Who will ever want that stupid lady having? But I have some...
Hey.
Go on.
No.
No, explain yourself.
She struck the fear of God into her enemies, brother. You underestimate the poor woman.
Yeah, okay, poor woman, yes. Estonia is amazing, very strong country. Do you know how many inhabitants that country has?
Hey guys, with respect to Kaya Kallas in Estonia, Wyatt, I know you're joking, but I kind of think that might be the plan. You know, I suspect that part of what Macron was saying, it's kind of like the equivalent of just the tip, baby. You know, it's get them in there. You know, it's normalize the population to the idea of having troops. And then if something bad happens to them, oh my God, you know, we've got to rush in. These were just trainers. They were innocent trainers, guys. And you know, I go back to it's the equivalent of, you know, just the tip. And we are normalizing the idea of putting troops on the ground. I'll tell you something. Our defense minister, Bill Blair, he came out the other day. He said basically the same thing Macron said. Never got any press, though. After they saw what happened to Macron, the media dropped it like a lead balloon. Doesn't mean he didn't say it, though. And I think that there's a concerted effort to get people into the thought process of having troops there. Absolutely, 100%.
Not to mention the Baltic people are also Slavic.
Nuno, I have a question for you. Do you think...
Wait, Maddie haven't talked. You don't change
Nunia,
topic
you have
first.
to dress
I'm
up.
not changing
Get
topics.
get your
I'm
uniform.
going to.
Get
Oh,
your
yeah.
uniform. Get ready. Take
I
off the
was
glasses and fight.
I
I'll
was
be
going to
running.
ask Nunia about the opportunity of the moment. Nunia, do you think that this is the right moment, or it was too soon to present that mental exercise of testing our behavior? I think it was too soon. They didn't expect Robert Fico, or whatever how you pronounce it, to make it public.
I kind of wonder if it's too late now. Not too soon. I think it might be too late. I think that the public has just washed their hands of not only the Ukraine war, the public has washed its hands of all of these turkeys. Like you look at George Galloway and his success in the UK. I referred to the Michigan vote earlier. You see this groundswell everywhere I look nowadays. The media, the mainstream media, despite everything that they're trying to do, they're failing, and everybody's rejecting the media message. They're rejecting the various government messages. They got a real problem on their hands, and it's not certainly not Russia. I think that their problem, like I said earlier, they're going to start looking more inward, and how do they protect their party or their positions or anything like that.
Wyatt, can you bring up the super chat that was brought up? It is pertinent to this, what we're discussing. And the gentleman here asked a great question. What makes you think NATO can do maneuver warfare? They haven't been able to accomplish it against near peers since the first half of Korea. 100% right. And that's what's kind of funny about this saber rattling, because no matter what they decide, in the end, it's not going to be able to accomplish what it's supposed to do anyway. So what's the point? There is doctrinally, we haven't trained to do this like in big scale for years, and with multiple commands from multiple countries all having to get their resources together to get it into Ukraine in some form of cohesion is just almost damn near impossible now. So really, the ground aspect of what these guys are saying, it's bullshit. It can't work. So what they're saying initially is really what they're saying is they're trying to get something done to tell and like Nunia said, the public's caught on to this. It's not just that, people don't want the war because of the money. It's that people don't want the war because of the bloodshed. And they understand what's going on with their own government. They understand watching our weapons being destroyed in Ukraine. Maybe they're not as good as we felt they once were. That's what I think is starting to change. People are seeing the reality now. But that gentleman, what he brought up, he's completely right. Maneuver warfare takes a lot of training of movement, of what each individual thing is supposed to do. You have to be able to do your job on time quickly to continue the movement going. It's not something you can just throw together and just say, okay, it's written in a manual, read the manual and go do it, boys. No fucking way. It doesn't work like that. So this is what I mean. Even if they could get it together, Russia has how many Zircon missiles that could just wipe it off the planet of the earth and be done with it altogether? That's what we discount, is that Russia can touch it wherever it will be in the Ukraine, period.
Louis, you're next, I think.
Okay.
You need to say the name after that.
I wanted to
Then
speak
we know
about
who.
the same topic at Mehdi and the question about the ability of NATO to wage modern warfare. I think they are extremely strong with the Air Force, but extremely weak on the ground. And that's a very serious problem, because if they want to use the full strength of the NATO Air Force, they have to hit strategic targets inside Russia. And that would mean a very serious escalation, basically, to nuclear war. So they have to limit themselves to objectives near the border, the conflict line, basically in Ukraine, maybe in Crimea, maybe in the Russian base near the border, but they don't use their ability to strike inside the Russia. And that would mean that the ground battle is going to be on the Russian term. Basically, that means that Russia is going to be able to use their maximum strength and to hide their own weakness. And that's going to be a big disaster for NATO, because their weak ground troops are not going to be able to fight against Russia with a limited air capacity, because the NATO is really good for strategic bombing, but not so good for closer support.
See, you must say who after you. Say the name.
Sorry.
Who is after you?
It was, I forget who it was. Sorry.
Oh, I was the one. Anyway, I'm going to go, and then Vojin, and then maybe RL later. But one thing that we haven't considered is, like, I don't know if you guys know about Vietnam, but America sent troops into Vietnam to prop up the South Vietnamese leader Diem, who was extremely unpopular. I wondered if part of the panic is because Zelensky is facing unrest and possible overthrow. You see, it could be that Europe needs to send in a Praetorian Guard to protect Zelensky's regime. We don't know what the situation is with the Ukrainian military, except that they're probably pretty unhappy right now. You know, there's a lot of fallout with who gets the blame for the failed counteroffensive. They just lost to Divka. There's a lot of unhappiness. There's a lot of fracturing in the Ukrainian military. It could be that the reason that NATO and European countries want to send troops in is not so much to protect Ukraine from the Russians, but to protect the Zelensky regime from the Ukrainian army. So I'm just throwing that out there. The other thing is, did you guys talk? I wasn't here last week. Did you talk about the 31,000 casualty figure that Zelensky put out? Have we talked about that? Because that's pretty crazy.
It was this week.
And you know, I wonder also how that plays inside Ukraine. So yeah, I wonder how stable Zelensky is in Ukraine, and I wonder if maybe the feeling is that he needs to be protected by NATO troops so that the Ukrainian military doesn't do something crazy like throw him out a window and make peace with Russia.
It's me then, yeah.
I mean, it's got to happen sooner or later, right? In the end game.
2 points. One, Mehdi said something like people are looking through it. Well, a part of the people are looking through it, and many people are still following the narrative of the Western politicians. That's one thing, but also if you look realistically on it, the Western politicians are doing the thing to keep the West as strong in this situation. Probably not in the best way, but they are realistically trying to weaken their competitors and thus stay strong. So it's realistically the correct move, morals aside. The thing is only that those that don't look through their narrative, they're not really eager to fight. They would be happy to send someone, but they themselves won't volunteer, or not a lot of them. That's the point. Therefore, I don't think that the West Europe can build an army to really fight Russia inside Ukraine. Inside Europe, probably they could defend against Russia, but inside Ukraine, I doubt it that they have the capacity. The second point, what Toby just said about the 31,000, I saw a podcast with the famous Ukrainian spin doctor Arestovich, and he touched upon the point of the 31,000, and he said probably not true, probably not counted all of the forces, just some military forces, maybe not the Azov battalion, and not the police, not the the forces and something like that. But the Ukrainians themselves don't believe it. In another interview that I have seen, where Ukrainians on the streets have been asked if they believe it, most of them said they don't believe it, and those who some of them said it's right to lie. They support the lie, some of them, because to keep the morals up. Yeah, that's it. Now RL.
Thank you, Virgin. Just to talk about those 31,000, you can also put another explanation, which is more, how to say, I will let you judge. Because by stating that there were only 31,000 casualties, that means the Ukrainian government has only to pay 31,000 families, which is great.
Yeah, the missing have not been counted. Missing have not been counted anyway.
Exactly. So
the whole thing is just so odd, though. I'll just really quickly say this. It's really odd that they say 31,000 at the same time.
Wait to be. Wait to be, but this is a practical explanation of why Zelensky stated 31,000. Maybe the Ukrainian government is only paying 31,000 families for the death of their fellows. And to add something to what Mehdi said about the things that you see more people seeing through, I think it's because the economic and social situation is not anymore the same as in the 50s or the 60s. We never saw a so huge wealth disparity than today between the very, very, very top and the vast majority of the people, especially with the shrinking middle class. So most of the people who are beginning to see through are not seeing through because war is bad and imperialism is bad. No, because their own social position begin to be less and less positive. In the 50s, even if it was hard time, I think it was still segregations in United States. I mean, it was, and in Europe, the European countries were destroyed, so it was in reconstruction. I mean, people could see a brighter future where tomorrow will be better than today and yesterday. And today, for many people, it's not anymore the case. So when you touch about money and social position, you have more and more people beginning to think, where is the money going? That was the main topic of the Yellow Vest in France. Where is the fucking money going? And same for the farmers. Where is the fucking money going? We never have so much taxes, never have so much money printing. Where is the fucking money going? That's why you see more people seeing through, not because war is bad. And I gave, I think it was Shadowy.
Yes, I have funny things to say about Macron and Zelensky and the number of deaths. In an interview with some journalists, Macron said that in the security agreement with Zelensky, there is a part about the fake news. And during the same interview, to answer a journalist's question, he said that the ratio of killed between Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were 1-to-1. And what is really funny is that 2 days later, Zelensky said it was 1-to-6. So basically, where is the fake news? So that's very funny, for me at least. And I agree with Abel. The question is always, where is going the money? So after me, it was Prata or Dunya, I don't know.
So
go ahead, Prata.
About
no, it was me. I had my finger long before.
Oh, you're butting in, Euro.
I just didn't have it all the time. I just had it long time. Sorry, I didn't have it all the time up because it's tiresome to wait. But
It's useless to talk about 31,000 figure. We know that Zelensky keeps lying all the time, and that's why he has British bodyguards. There was a video last week shown where members of SISP, which is British security, was actually escorting him out of that conference. Where was that blue panel with something with the rest of the Ukrainian top leaders, escorting him out, where he said that 31,000. Yeah, it's a British security over there. He obviously doesn't trust his the Ukrainian members, or maybe even British don't trust him. So it could be enforcers as bodyguards, right? We don't know exactly. We just also don't know about power of NATO. We were discussing, comparing what NATO can do against Russia and so on. But I will trust Russia and Putin when he says, in the case that NATO attacks Russia, they will use nukes. So I would say they know they cannot fight with NATO, because NATO has so much more in. We don't know exactly how much they have. We don't know how much capabilities in air, in the space, and intelligence. How much intelligence and how many electronic warfare capabilities there are, with all the infrastructure, with all the space and air capabilities. We don't know. So, but I would trust Russians to know that. So they know that the only option for Russia is to use nukes in the case of full-blown NATO attack. It doesn't matter mobility of NATO, because if you destroy the strategic infrastructure of Russia, you don't have to have a lot of troops to occupy, the narrow spot, narrow track towards the Moscow. You don't need a lot of troops, because the opponent's capabilities of informations are destroyed, so they cannot gather intelligence where the enemy is. So that's what they know. So I would trust Russians when they say that only option for them is nuclear, if in the case of NATO attack. That's my thinking. Now, Prata, go ahead.
So the 31,000 announcement, in a way, exposed Zelensky as someone that you can't trust. So it's about he's destroying his only credibility. Of course, you guys were all right about the different points. You see, we are talking about different players of a faction. But I think the most important thing is not even Zelensky, just he's the clown he has always been. It doesn't change much. But when 3 weeks ago we were seeing Western and Eastern and Northern European leaders saying that Russia was going to attack us, it's going to we have to protect, we have to expect the Russians attacking us. It's very interesting that now we realize that it is NATO that is planning to attack Russia. And this is the destruction of credibility of the Western politicians, especially the West. It's incredible. So when Nunia was saying, I was wondering, did it come too early to say? It's both, because these guys, they are completely not in one, they don't know how to, they don't agree. And not agreeing, they expose themselves in their lies and their untruths and their misleadings and the deceptions and so on. So the most interesting thing as well is that I've been watching some important events that have been happening, which is very interesting. They're all happening, and Anton, du bist richtig scheiße. Is that many non-Western diplomats are exposing the West as real hypocrites on the podium. we are talking about real diplomats. We are not talking about these little politicians that receive the title of foreign ministers or ambassadors. No, real diplomats, and they are accusing the West of the most blunted hypocrisy. I saw today, for instance, the foreign minister of South Africa, saying, these guys, they come to me and say that because I exposed the Israelis for the killings they are doing in Israel, I'm blocking a peace deal. It makes no sense. And she was saying it out loud for everybody to hear. They are losing their fear. It is very important to say they are losing their fear. They're exposing the West for all they want. And I think this makes a change in terms of how we will understand the war from now on. And also very interesting as well, on the beginning, we had this impression that the international community saw the Ukrainian war as if, a potential trigger that could potentially trigger a third world war. But now we are seeing the non-Western diplomats saying, no, this is something regional between you guys. We don't care anymore. We just don't care anymore. Nunya, I think it's you and Voiden. Sorry.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to follow up. I think it was RL's comment about, people shifting priorities, and I see that everywhere. I see that everywhere, and I see how it's really shocked me. If you live in a city of any size, you'll see how dramatic and how desperate people have become. Every day when I head downtown and I come out of that train station, I'm literally chirping over bodies now, and that didn't happen a few years back. And, before I came on here, actually, I was at the bakery. Loaf of French bread, croissants, and a half dozen shortbread cookies cost me $17. I almost threw up handing the guy that, but that's what it cost. I couldn't believe it. So, I think that domestically, you're going to see a lot more people wonder, to RL's point, where's the fucking money going? Because it's not coming back here. Our potholes are getting bigger. Our paychecks are getting smaller. And we are getting more desperate. And I think that
your keyboard is too loud.
You have a combination of that along with the other side of things where people feel like they're not being heard. Aaron Bushnell, for example. And we look at this just big moral question. Forget about the financial question. People are starting to look at things morally and saying, my God, we're awful people. So not only are we awful people, we're awful and broke now too. So I think you're going to see a lot of unrest in the West in the next several years, if not sooner. I see it happening, guys. I really do. Things are starting to simmer, and I'm feeling it everywhere I go, and I'm seeing it everywhere I go.
The summer is coming.
Vojan, over to Vojan. Hey, I did it, Vojan.
Thanks. So regards NATO standoff with Russia, I don't see the armies in Europe. The only one who could put up a big army would be the United States. They would have to move a lot of stuff, and then it would be obvious what will happen. So I don't think it matters if conventionally NATO or Russia could, overcome the other one, because I think this would there would be a shortcut immediately to nuclear stage anyway. Because why lose 2 million people in a conventional war and then have nuclear war afterwards anyway? So I think there would be 1 or 2 exchanges of nuclear hits, and everybody would probably calm down. I hope so. But the thing is, we don't. I doubt that this will happen. Even if small contingents of NATO forces would move inside Ukraine, they would get hit with Iskanders and whatever, and it would cool down fast, because I don't see the mood in Europe where I live and communicate with people, whether they have anti-Russian or pro-European pro-Russian belief that they want to fight Russia. I don't see it in the people. I think RL was next.
If you remember, the thing about the German
it was Toby next.
is that they
But
wanted
Pata decided to cut him.
They wanted
Sorry.
to. No,
It's so funny. Virgin say RL, but RL didn't speak. Prata speak, but actually it's Toby first.
Yeah, notice how Euro didn't, defend me there. But anyway, may I speak, Euro? Anyway, so I wanted to comment on something Nanya said about the credibility of Western politicians. I found the whole episode with Navalny really surreal, because at the same time as Assange is having his court case to get extradited, the Western politicians fall over themselves to make a media spectacle out of Navalny. Now, the thing is, right, like, let's play even if Putin went and gave him a KGB punch to the heart and killed him because Putin's an evil man, right? Like, even if you accept that, the thing is, Navalny is a really unsavory character. He is not a nice dude. He was never popular. He doesn't have charisma. He's not like some Obama figure. The guy made videos calling, immigrants to Russia cockroaches, arguing that they should be exterminated. He was a far-right figure. He was a really unsavory figure. And the thing is, the Western elite didn't notice. Like, they didn't notice what a massive own goal they were kicking there. They really thought they could sell that guy to the Western public as some kind of hero of democracy at the same time as Julian Assange is being extradited. I wonder if they even understand that there is this thing called the internet, and that people can Google stuff, and that there are, people out there making content, drawing attention to rather obvious facts. And it really startled me that they would be so foolish. Like leaving aside whether or not, their aims are legitimate. I understand, we have to fight in Ukraine for freedom and everything else, but it's just the raw competency of these people is starting to be called into question. And I think that's a fascinating thing to me, because I wonder if they could even get a war going. Like, I think, maybe the will to go to war is there, but they are failing so spectacularly at the task of getting it done. And I think that must be very disturbing to Zelensky and the Ukrainians, because I think that I wonder also, inside Ukraine, there must be a feeling that, like, no one's coming, with the funding issue in the US and the way that the internet is. Like, the Ukrainians have internet too. The Ukrainians must be coming to terms with the fact that they're being abandoned. But hey, Drew. And now over to Shadowy, I believe.
Yes, thank you.
See how you do that?
Yes. No, I forget what I wanted to say. Sorry. So next one.
Who is next?
But I wanted to speak, but he don't raise his finger, so I don't know. Or Virgin, I think.
No,
I can go as well, but I think it was Mike.
I wanted
See.
to provoke
Shadowy, don't decide a name. You see, everybody fight.
Yeah, then I can go
Just
very
choose one
quickly. Just to the point with Navalny, what Toby was mentioning. I think the West doesn't think that he would be, a really serious opposition figure, because he gets 1% or 2% in his last votes that he did. But once upon a time, he had anti-corruption message to the Russians in Moscow, and he got some respectable numbers, I think, in Moscow. But obviously, he's not taken serious as an opposition. The only real opposition in Russia would be the communists still, and the West doesn't want to take the communists as their proxy, and Navalny had only propagandistic value in the West to show how bad Russia behaves with the opposition. So there were some rumors that the West would try to not to use the fifth column, but the sixth column for fighting the Russia to subvert the inner structure. The sixth column is the nationalists, and Navalny in kind was a nationalist, and this Strelkov guy, who was also all the time talking about how bad the Russians fight and stuff, if they got some traction, that could have been a good vector for Western subversion. That's what my message. And I think Mike or Drew. Mike had the finger up before.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice to see you guys again. Let me just start by saying, like I told you, so this thing, the West is going to go into the Ukraine. This is thing I've been saying for a long time, and now it's happening for real. Because when I say that, people say, no, it's not going to happen. You must be crazy to think like that, because the war is not going to happen. Yeah, this is what happens. Whenever you put all the people that are incompetent people in the power, you give them power, those people that never have a job, never create anything in their life, you put them in a leadership position, they don't know what they're doing. They're trying people's life, other people's life, right? Without even, not their own life. They're throwing tantrum, right? They don't have any, they never create any single job in their life. I mean, create anything in their life. Never have a job. Tangible. You give them power and they don't know what they are doing. They are throwing tantrum, do stupid things without thinking. They assign people's life. I said last week when I came here, I said these people assign their citizenship, their citizen life away. They assign their death certificate without their citizen even know that this is their death certificate they are signing. Because now they're gonna pump all these people to the front line to fight and die. Many parents don't even know that they already signed their death certificate of their kids. Because if they knew, they would start fighting these people back. And again, when John said something earlier, say no appetite for war. It's like you haven't been watching the TV for the past 3 years. They have been preparing people down ready. They have been preparing people for this war. Because they have been telling them, say, oh, don't worry, this war, this is bad, Putin is bad, you're just going to fight Putin. Okay, this is why they've been preparing people for all this time for the war. And now they're about to go for the real thing. And even they already been doing it secretly. So, and again, look at the German, Sergeant Schultz, right? He was like, oh, no. This guy is sending a weapon. He said, no, we're not going to do this, but he's doing it. And again, German is the one that's going to lose more in this situation. No matter what, they're going to lose more. They're supposed to be friendly with the Russian. Not because right now, you don't know why. The reason why Germany be able to get what they have today is because they have a free trade with the European and the Americans after the war. So that's what boosts German economy and Japan economy. Not because they are doing things, because they have a free trade and it boosts them. That is what they promised Ukraine. And now, and we are in the fourth industrial revolution where robotics take over everything. Whatever left, is the German going to let it go and just whatever left in Germany, adding it to Ukraine? No. That's why even right now they've been fighting Ukraine back, like, no free trade with Ukraine. And this is what they promised Ukraine, free trade. So you could boost your country, you could boost your economy. Then you could be top in the world. So now, but the European, even Poland already said, no, we're not going to do that. Because Poland also want the free trade with the world. They are fighting for that, and they also want the colonial ground or whatever. That everybody was promised so many things in this situation. So all of them just do some. But anyway, it's just like a stupid, idiot leadership. And the world, and turn the world into the war. The World War III already started. Nothing can stop this except they change this leader. I don't think we can change this leader overnight anymore. So the world, they are not coming, they are not turning back. They are pushing forward. They're like a LSD escalator. I mean, what did they say? Escalator, whatever they call it. So they're just gonna keep escalate. They're not gonna go back. So God help us. That's what we can say right now. Only God can save us right now. I say that soon some of us gonna be in the trench. fighting for our own life soon. Believe it or not. If we haven't even died before then. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say for now.
Who's next? Might decide who to speak next.
I think what's the name? RL.
Yeah, it was Drew. It was Drew a long time ago.
It's okay. He chose
yeah.
RL will speak.
So I will give it to Drew, and after Drew, I will jump in to what Mike you just said.
Okay, thank you very much. I long time no see. I came in because I've been listening to the conversation and I just got 3 points to get across. They kind of all related to each other. The first one was the question of where the money is going. And the Western population is now feeling like they're getting poorer, things are getting more expensive. It's not that the money is going anywhere. You see, any kind of money that is spent by the US government or European governments is very little of it is sent outside the US or European sphere or financial sphere. All their budgetary expenditure, or most of it is spent and circulated within their own country. The problem here is not however much it is, $1 trillion, a billion or whatever, it just gets recirculated. But the reason why the people are feeling poorer now is because whatever money they have is just buying less stuff. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the European and US economies, they're not producing things. They are, but they're not producing things that people want to buy versus the countries outside the US and Europe producing things that US and Europe want to consume. So they are paying a lot more to get like soybeans from South America and electronics from China, but they're not creating things that other people want to buy. So at the end of the day, their money gets cheaper and cheaper, and then they have to print more and more of it, and then it takes time for the exchange rates to kind of adjust. But then if you look at the exchange rate market, it's all against the USD. Very little of it is against real, solid, real economy currencies. It's US versus Euro, US versus the pound, US versus, it's all Western. The global currency market is between all the Western currencies. Very, very little of it is outside of that. So when you look at the US currency markets, you see that the US dollar is strong or Euro dollar is strong. It's against other Western currencies. Very little of it is against currencies like CNY and rubles, because those are all basically more or less controlled. So they cannot be traded. Even when you look, so you cannot really look at the relative level of the exchange rate of the unless you can somehow find a way of finding the relative exchange rate of Western currencies, all of them, against the real currencies that produce real goods, like countries in Africa, South America, Russia, China, those countries that produce real goods that people want to buy, and we don't have that. And in the reality, the situation is that all the US dollars and euros are just getting cheaper and cheaper. They are buying less and less money. So whatever money you have in the bank as a person that holds US dollars, as a person that lives in the US or EU, it just buys less. That's why when you go to a supermarket nowadays, you can't buy as much, and you notice this huge inflation. Okay, so that ties into this idea that we see there's this downtrend on the this is my second point. This downtrend of the Western economies, people's getting poorer. It looks like it's all doom and gloom. But actually, as Maddie said before, it's not really doom and gloom. It's not a bad thing. You see, at the end of the day, when all of Europe and US, the end result of all of this, after a bit of a period of pain, maybe 1 or 2 decades, you guys will need to go back to doing real things. Like your sons and daughters will need to go and into the mines and dig coal, run coal-fired power plants, go get lumber, like real things, like manufacturing industry, like go build washing machines and cars and all those things again, not just assembly plants, but actually build those things. So you guys will need to go and reacquire those skills as a country, as a nation, and then you balance out, and then you everybody will become country like Thailand or Vietnam. You are kind of not really powerful, not weak, but you're producing some things that other people want, producing something, and then you're consuming. You'll be countries like the Philippines. So most of the people will be like working class. There will be very few very rich people, and become a normal country, a country that produces things that other people want to buy. Then you can buy things from other people. Because right now, what the US and the Europe is doing, and how it got this rich in the first place, is it went around colonizing places, stealing all the stuff, and then leaving off those riches, right? And then that money stopped once you ran out of places to colonize. And then the last two places left to colonize is China and Russia, which you guys never managed to do. So I'll get, this is my last point, and then I'll let Ara talk. He seems very, very like really wants to talk. Okay, so at the end of the day, how I see it is on a strategic value, like a long strategic view, right? Where we are today is I look on the map and I see Europeans in Europe, I see Europeans in North America, I see South America is like kind of half European because they went there, but then they interbred a lot. And then I see Europeans in Australia. 4 of the continents, Europeans. Africa is colonized by Europeans. The only ones left over are China and Russia. Most of Asia, Southeast Asia has been colonized already. That's why I speak the colonizers' language. I speak English, right? So why did we have the Vietnam War? Why did we have the Korean War? Why? Because the US understood way before that. Napoleon was the first one that said, China is the sleeping dragon, don't go disturb it. The US understood it needed to keep China down. Why did the US get involved and attack Japan? Yeah, we all know about Pearl Harbor, but why did it then commit to go and fight it back? Because there was this strong Asian power that they cannot allow to rise. So they took out Japan. And then China was this poor, messed up country, so they didn't bother to totally conquer it. The British went along to sell them drugs, but that's about it, right? China was too large to conquer. Russia, they took many, many tries. The Swedish tried it, the French tried it, the Germans tried it, and now the US is trying it to basically conquer them and then colonize them. They're the last two standing bastions of the original countries that are not conquered by Europeans. So that's where we are today. And if this project fails, and that's the reason why it's ongoing. I mean, why is all this craziness? You speak to a regular European or US person and ask him, what do you want? They want a family, they want a job, they want opportunity, they want to live a peaceful life. Nobody wants to invade Russia, nobody wants to break up China. You speak to a regular person. But this whole project of invading other countries and genociding them started way before. When the Europeans started to go out into the world, they took out the Americans. There are no more Americans. The Americans today are Europeans. They took out the South Americans. They took out the Australians. No more Australians. They are Europeans. And this whole project, we are seeing the end of that project, because right now they're running up their heads against the brick wall of China and Russia. They can't get past that point. They have tried over 500 years. They can't get past that point. So hopefully, once they realize that they will bang up against this wall and they are not willing to take the final step of risking themselves, and this them will be like the political elites and whatnot, they will just back off, relax, and go to be a normal country. Just a normal country, like the rest of us. You produce stuff that people want, you sell things to people that want to buy them, and then you'll be a regular country and not. I think that's why I think that there will be no NATO. There will be NATO troops, but there will be no NATO troops officially in Ukraine, because when they get when they put the NATO troops in Ukraine, they risk they themselves, the elites, the rich, getting nuked. They risk their own livelihood. They don't care about you guys. They don't care about regular people. Because Russia is already threatening, if you send NATO troops in, we're going to hit you where you are, and that's a real threat point at the powers that be in the Western Hemisphere. So that will not happen, I think, because they don't want to. Beyond that, there's not much they can do. So they'll go back to being, they'll try to go add more propaganda on their own people to make sure that you guys are controlled. You want to ask too many questions, no more freedom of speech, anything like that. Yeah, and then they'll try to go back and lick their wounds, and then maybe in another 200 years they'll try again. Yeah, so hopefully in the next 200 years we're gonna have peace and stability in a multipolar world, if that's what you want to call it. But it's basically the original world, the world where countries everywhere are just countries by themselves. So okay, I'll shut up now. Ariel?
Your first point, when you say, people are unhappy, asking where the money is going, because, of course, we see inflation in prices. But you don't get my main point. When people say where the money goes, it's not because of inflation and everything costing more. It's because of taxes. Why should people pay more taxes? And receive less for the money they have, not because they are going in supermarket and prices are higher, but because healthcare system, education system, pension reforms, and so on are diminishing.
No, they
they are paying more taxes. They are paying. That's why people are thinking where the money goes.
No,
of course, it's a matter of inflation. Of course, please, because you are right by saying you have to understand that regular people don't decide if their country, their nation is going to industrialize or deindustrialize. When you give the example of Vietnam, a regular country, look at Vietnam, it's improving economically, industrializing. Yeah, it's because the political elite of Vietnam decided that, which is not the case in Europe. In Europe, they have made the opposite, the exact opposite way. And to ask Mike F. what he's told about the politicians, they are not incompetent. They are not stupid idiots. Yes, they are stupid idiots. Yes, but they are puppets. And the result, puppets of puppet masters. And the result is that those puppet masters, those who have the real power, have become so big, have amassed so huge fortune. We never saw such a high level of wealth disparity. Yes, the nation in a whole has become poorer, but those very top one has become never rich as today. That's the end results. That means all they have planned have succeeded for them, for that 0.01% people. And because of that, they have decided to enter in a financialized economy, where the money is still circulating through, that's true, but within fewer and fewer hands, which is the result of politics made especially for those very same people. You understand?
And my whole point was the money is not there. It's not there. Whatever you do, it's not there.
That's why the
money
question,
printing and sending me and back to
that's
realm,
why
it's not there. The money is fake. It's not real money.
Yeah. It's fake. It's not real money. If you want. But that's why when the people are asking themselves where goes the money, is very relevant. It's a very relevant question.
I agree with you.
Why
my point is that there is no money.
Most of European countries are deindustrialized? That's a plan of the 0.01%. they decide, because we are not in democracy, we are in oligarchy, to be real. And yes, when you talk that about colonization, it's true they are hitting the wall of Russia and China, but colonization in Africa, white people didn't replace the blacks, with one or two exceptions, which was South Africa and Rhodesia. But in Algeria, in Morocco, in Egypt, in Western African countries, white never replaced the locals. So you
That's why
have
it's called
different form of colonialism. Yeah, you
Colonization,
have
not
different
conquer.
form of colonialism. Yeah, depending on case by case. But yeah, you're right. But I don't think that in 200 years later, thanks to multipolarity, Western countries will become normal countries.
Oh no, I'm
I
hoping
don't
they will
see
become
that.
normal countries in the 200 years, and then after that they'll try again. They're not going to give up. They are not going to give up this
problem,
project of conquering the world.
the
It's going to
problem
try again.
is that we are living in a real world of physical reality, and you need natural resources. And with the mentality of the Western elite, I don't see them doing good deals to those who have the raw materials. They will always try to kind of corrupt their leaders or try to instigate, foment coup, to have the better deals or to steal the natural resources, as we already saw in Africa, like the uranium in Niger, where they took huge amount of uranium without paying almost nothing to the puppet in those countries. And I give the speech to Vojin because he raised his hand before.
Thanks. Yeah.
No,
The
I
points
was
that
first before, right, Virgin?
I haven't seen it, but please go
It was,
first.
it was
I give you
Virgin.
my.
It was Virgin.
It was Vojin. It was Vojin.
I haven't seen it, but it doesn't matter. You can go first as well. I have points to make to Drew's 3 points. Yeah, the Europeans can't do colonization anymore because they don't have the demographics. For decades, they have 1.3 to 1.5 children per family. So there is no army that you can build to colonize the world. But since the colonization with armies has stopped, the Western world, especially the United States and earlier the British, have financially.
Don't do democratics. There were always more Indians than Englishmen. Always.
I know,
At
but
any point in
still,
time in the world, there are
I know,
always
but
more Indians. They didn't colonize them because they have more Englishmen. They colonized them because they had more guns and they had more political savviness.
they had also enough people to use the guns. Now they don't have anymore.
Not that many.
Yeah,
there are a lot of Indians. There are a billion of them.
But the thing is that the colonization has continued in a way with financial means. The petrodollar is basically doing the same like the former colonizing military forces. It's bringing value to the Western world, especially America. And this is the thing. This had also bad effects on the Western world. It's deindustrialized. In China and in Russia, you have 40% of the GDP is based on industrial production. In the Western world, in the United States, I think it's 18%. In Europe, it's around 20 to 25%, but mostly because Germany had a relatively high percentage of 30%. That's why Germany was also so rich and powerful, because they produced stuff. And this will be, if they want to get rich in the sense that they have values for their money, they will need to produce. I agree totally. That's the point that I wanted to add. And I think now it's Jure.
I had a blast from this super chat about the person giving $5 donation and saying, "Oh, this $10 donation is from my heart. It's all I can do." I mean, it's better to say this $100 donation. I mean, it's just funny, but it's good. And Indonesian is good for the, and also any new subscription and the like is also very good. So I'll beg everyone to like whoever views this. Please like this open mic. But I would like to say that RL's question, where the money is going, is really important question, not what Drew is saying, where is money coming from. It's really mute point where the money is coming from, but where is going is the important question. Where is the money going? We see the unlimited money of the states. Everyone should notice that after reaching 107% of GDP debt, United States has so much more money to give to Ukraine. Is there an issue? Nobody sees the issue there, but it's always talking about, money, states don't have money. That's not true. It's completely fake story. Everyone should learn from the present how the states don't have problem with financing anything and giving as much money as they want, as they decide. They have to decide how much money, and the central bank will provide it. That's how it works. They have to decide that. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. And the funny presentation by El Salvador's president in Davos now, where he says, what's we gonna do now? We see that states don't need taxes to fund them. There's no issue in funding the state. We see why they're lying about it. It's like, why are the taxes for if they're not funding the state? They're not necessary. I mean, this is very smart telling those people that know about it. Of course, he didn't say why the states tax the people, why the tax is necessary. It's not for funding the states. Absolutely, it's not. It's to take the resources from the private sector and employ it to organize a country. You need to pay for the police, for the judicial system, for military, for teachers, for health, right? You have to build the roads, everything. But how are you going to do it if everyone is employed? The state cannot get nobody to do that if everybody is employed. So the state taxes the population in order to create unemployment and then employ it for those purposes that are necessary for the economy to work smoothly. The cheaper infrastructure for the corporations is they run it smoothly, more smooth, more better. That's how it works. The infrastructure for the corporations should be free in order, and not give them anything else. Let them compete. But now we're seeing, they're doing, helping the corporation over the people. That's completely wrong. You just have to make it cheap not to burden the corporation with the healthcare cost of their employees. Like Europe is reducing the cost of the corporation business cost by providing the taxes. I mean, taking the contribution from everyone so that corporations don't have to pay. That's what the purpose is. That's why we see the steady flow of business, economic activity is much more steadier in the Europe than in the United States. United States fluctuates much higher and much lower than in Europe. It's because right? This is the way. So I'm saying there's no question for the state where the money is coming from, but where it's going. And it's not an issue for funding. Taxes don't fund the state. That's how it works. The next one was Toby, I think.
Yeah. Cool your jets, brother. So
choose one. You want Toby or one mic?
He already spoke. Yeah, I just want to push back on some of Drew's race hate here. Like, I think the question of where the money is going it's pretty obvious. It's going into corporate welfare, as Euro is kind of hinting at. But the thing is, corporations are largely colorblind. Like, anyone of any race can buy shares in corporations. Ask the Chinese billionaires, right? And so the global system of money is a lot more integrated than Drew would make out. He's talking about, this country does that, this country does this. There's huge tax revenues from corporations that are operating in the third world that go to governments in the first world because their shareholders are collecting dividends. So you can describe that as theft, or you can describe that as like corporate integration and globalism. Now, the problem with describing it as theft, I can understand that. It's like, the assets of a country should belong to its people and so on and so forth. Well, if you get a big wave of nationalism where corporate shareholders are stripped of their ownership and their dividends, which could very well happen, right, in a multipolar world, if you get different trading blocks starting up and you get nationalist movements because people feel they're not getting a fair shake in their economy because the international shareholders are taking all the profits. Well, if that happens, you're going to get a collapse of demand. You see, the Western countries, we contribute to the welfare of China by consuming a whole bunch of nonsense, right? And if the West were to collapse in on itself, if the globalist trade was to collapse and the corporate system was to collapse, demand would collapse, and all countries would be forced to make do with what they've got. So I don't agree with Drew with this idea that, like, the countries that have got factories are going to do great, no matter what, and the West is going to collapse because they don't produce anything. Mostly what the West produces is demand. And I think
there's
hang on, let me finish.
Here. Okay.
Well, the thing is, countries like the West, like America, for example, they can actually survive deglobalization a lot better than other countries that actually rely heavily on imports and also on export demand. So, yeah, I'm not sure that your idea of like I do agree somewhat with what you're saying, that it would be probably better for the society if people had real jobs and were producing real things. And I'm not celebrating the globalist corporate system, but I do think that the end of global corporatism is much uglier for everybody than you make out. It's not like there are good guys and bad guys.
Can I respond to that?
Okay. Well, hang on. I'm supposed to nominate who goes next, and I nominate Prada after Drew gets to sort of like do his race baiting bit. So off you go.
Okay, so this is the problem with financial thinking today. We all think in terms of financialized economy, where we think that money can buy whatever when you have money. But at the end of the day, all these knickknacks that Chinese produces that America consumes are things. The thing is the physical thing. Just think of 155mm shells. There's a limited, finite supply of those. The US can print trillions and trillions of dollars. Doesn't increase the number of 155mm shells. The things are the real things in reality. The money just decides who gets these things. If China these people are sitting in factories building microwaves, they can use the microwaves themselves. Why are they shipping it off to the US to let the US people use them, and then they get these pieces of paper back? See, you're thinking in terms of a financialized economy, and that whole system, the whole financialized economy system is breaking down. That's why I say all this paper is worthless after you rebalance the reality economy, the real economy. At the end of the day, today we're still in the financialized economy. Today, if I take a US dollar, I pass it to somebody's going to give me some food or rice, or I can buy a microwave or something. But at the end of the day, that money is just who determines who gets the thing. the thing itself has value. And if once you get rid of the financialized economy, you start to realize the things themselves have value. That's why Russia is doing so well. They have the things. They have the things. The Europeans and the US, they have the paper. And they're trying to use that to buy the things which don't exist. They used up all the, so Russia is winning because they have the things. That's the reality, the real economy winning against the financialized economy. If you start to think in terms of things, then you realize that all this paper money flying around, it's great. I mean, don't get me wrong. If anybody's going to give me $1 million today, I'll take it. To me, there's value, right? Because right now there's no value.
Who have a lot of waste paper? Waste paper money, please send to me. I want more of your waste paper.
But it's unraveling. That whole paper economy is slowly unraveling. Slowly, we're getting there.
Prata, you're muted.
I've been listening to a lot of what officials from non-Western countries say, and the thing is, we tend to see them believing they are treated unfairly, and they really believe they are being treated unfairly, which is obvious. But this is a question of perception. And one of the things they say, I have been noticing, is that they really don't want to change the system. They want the system to become more fair. It is obviously that creating a new system involves a lot of power and a lot of energy that they also feel they don't have. They don't have the expertise. They don't have the knowledge to do it. It's too complicated. Well, Drew has explained it many times. It's just too complicated. So, and also a new system would ended up being controlled by someone they don't know, or even worse, controlled by no one at all. So it's better to stay with the devil they know. But in order to do that, they need to change. And what the Global South, because they are seeing themselves as Global South is a problematic word for the North, but is not a problematic word for the people that see themselves as Global South. The Global South
There's a new word that Putin just came up with. He said the global majority. He's no longer calling that the Global South.
The Global South perceives that the West is weak, and they are using this exact special moment in history to pressure them to go for reforms. And they are really counting on it. So when Russia or even China sometimes present they want to create a new system and alternatives, well, these systems probably will be created. There will be little systems not side by side, but we'll still start. What they really want now is to reform the financial systems. Well, Drew was saying very well that the problem is the old system salvageable? This is the big problem that many people have been questioning. But I don't think the Global South caring about it. What they want is to have access to this system in a fair way, in a fair entrance. They are talking about reforms of the global Bretton Woods institutions, which are international. The three institutions that constitutes what we call the World Bank and the IMF. They want these institutions to have decision making that is more fair, more inclusive, and so on. This almost looks like woke conversation, but it's true. So this is what we said. They also want multilateral institutions around the world to be more multilateral, be less controlled by great powers competition. So this is what we find ourselves in. So I don't think that we are completely so split apart. We are just trying. We are not yet there. It's not so bad. So when the West is in this kind of exterior, almost going towards the destruction of the world, actually they should realize it is not so bad. Nobody wants the destruction of the West. They just want a bit more of fairness. And I will leave it there. So I have to choose the next one. I think Mike was the one with the finger for a long time, his little black finger on the Sorry, Mike, may I start
It's okay.
giving you the voice? Can I start giving you the voice? Wait,
Okay,
can I start giving you the voice by making you a question?
Sure.
Is Russia going to lose the war?
Who knows? Only God knows. Only God. At this moment, I can tell. Nobody knows the future. What the future could bring to us right now. But hopefully, Russia do not lose the war. Okay. Let me start by disagree with Drew. Let's start about the colonization. Every country on earth almost colonized. Okay. China was colonized. Okay. So first you start, why did the name China come from? Chinese people do not bring that name. That name was come from British. It's not, they don't call, they're the one that named them China. Okay. Every country that get their name, that means they was colonized. Okay. When they give you your name, that means it was colonized. That's how it starts.
Wait. China doesn't have a name for themselves?
China was colonized. That chain is a Qing dynasty. Qing dynasty. That's where it comes from. Qing dynasty. That's a British name for it. Okay. It's not them themselves. It's China. It's the British that give them that name.
No, China is called Zhongguo. They don't speak English.
That's their own.
They speak Mandarin.
But what any country was given the name to, that means it was colonized. That's the Qing dynasty. That's not their name. It's not from them. It's from British.
Wait.
That's name come from.
What's Thailand called? Why is Thailand called Thailand?
You just said the real name. No, yes, they was colonized.
Huh? When was Thailand
China was colonized by Dutch.
No, Thailand
China was colonized. China was, just agree. China was colonized.
There's an English name for Thailand. Thailand was colonized. Was never colonized ever.
China is English name. It's not their Chinese people's code.
But which is true. China is actually not a Chinese name; it's an English name. That I agree. Yeah. Qing dynasty is a real Chinese name. So that's because they are basically called Qing. So China is a Western name. The in Chinese is called 中国. Is a totally like middle kingdom or middle nation. Yeah. So but they adopted the English name because everybody just called them China. So yeah, that I agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
but doesn't mean that they are colonized because they have an English name. You have an English name because you need something to describe it.
Okay, let's go back to.
But yeah, there are bits of it that was colonized. Yes. Parts of it was colonized, but they never colonized the whole thing.
Okay, let's go back to
and Thailand was never colonized. Thailand is called Thailand.
Let's go back to the industrial. Industrial country is a superpower country. Industrial country is a superpower country. Whenever you lose your industrial, you lose your superpower. That's the first rule. Okay. Right now, look at German. German are losing their industrial. And then let's go back to China. You're talking about China produce stuff, right? If everybody starts to produce their own stuff, China will lose their power. Okay. One of the reasons why China was so powerful today is because they produce for everybody else, not just for themselves. And due to that, they could keep innovate and keep moving forward. And that's what's helping China a lot. If United States go back to full production of everything they're using, then China going to start going behind slowly. Okay, so that's the other part there. And let's go back to the financial system in the world, because the way the financial system work here is a little bit different in my view than you guys been explaining it earlier. Let's put it back. Okay, when I have to put it. When you put money in it, I mean, the way when they start with the corporation used to be industrial, because nowadays people that get benefit from the corporation are no longer in fact, tiny percentage of it is industrial. When the law was created that the corporation is supposed to be paying less, right? The corporation used to be industrial, because industrial is what that pushed the country forward. Not lawyers, not some corporation that have even right now they have like what do they call it? Non-profit organization as a corporation. Okay, these people don't pay tax and they keep getting more money. Okay, so corporations supposed to be industrial, because industrial hire people and produce stuff, and through that they could be able to
create more wealth around the country. That is where the corporation come from. But now the corporation is now belong to big companies somewhere around there. Anybody can call themselves corporation at this day, just keep getting free tax. Okay, let me move to the third thing I'm about to say. It's about the what will I put it? United States, right? In United States, there's some things that are a little bit different from European, like the way people are profit, make monies, and then you see the rich guys who have so much money are kept it to themselves, right? So by taxing those who pay, who do nothing and get paid big, a lot of people in the United States get paid for do nothing. Maybe they create musicians, artists, or the law is protecting them, and the law are protecting them not to copyright their stuff, and ask them, okay, pay something amount back to the country. Because if not, everybody, you could just write the music now, I could copy it without the law that protecting them for me not to be able to copy it, right? That is why they want them to pay more back, because now I might not have enough money like they do, because now you write music, you get millions of dollars. I work up, I won't get that because I cannot copy it. My job, you could copy it and nothing will happen. So that is why they want rich people to pay back more. Now they will run under the corporation. Also, they are corporate, so they won't pay anything. So those are the schemes that the people have been using, and so many on. There's something I'm about to say, but I forgot right now. I'll just yield to one Joe.
It was Garrett first, but yeah, he decided for one.
Garrett is first.
Yeah, I yield to one Joe.
Okay, Gareth, I give you my place, and we'll answer later on.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that in terms of where has all the money gone, it's worth remembering that there's $11.3 trillion sloshing around in Caribbean offshore bank accounts. There's a vast amount of capital more that's locked up in private trust funds and so forth, and none of this stuff is circulating through the economy. And so somebody was talking earlier about Europe and America having to go back to producing goods, real industrial products. But the problem is that the reason that they ship their industrial production overseas in the first place is to reduce the amount that they had to pay in wages, which meant that they didn't have to raise wages at home because they could import cheap stuff. So basically they substituted the cheapness of goods for the raising of wages. And so that allowed them to keep concentrating a greater and greater proportion of overall wealth in the hands of the upper layer of society. The result is that now is that if they try to bring the factories back, the people that, in order to pay the wages for local workers, the prices of the goods that they sell will be too high for local people to buy them. So they would need a massively subsidized, structured effort or something along those lines, which would be very complicated. There's no appetite to do it right away. Anyway, I yield to Wayne.
I wanted to give two additions to the formally discussed. It's not just industry that decides, if a state with a big industry has the capability to colonize or to push through its own interest. It's more than that, or a specific part of industry or the school system. It's the power to innovate. Most probably India had more productive capability than England when it was colonized, but it couldn't produce the things that the Europeans could. They could produce big ships with guns, and they could produce guns, and this was the part that was superior, not the overall capability to have production. This is the main part, and the West has lost its edge the rest of the world has caught up in innovative power. This is the main reason why the West has not anymore the capability to project power. You know, just 30 years ago we had stealth fighters and stuff, which was much more superior than everyone else, and the United States could dictate terms, and they could not only dictate terms, but they could also dictate prices, because the one who innovates can dictate the price for the stuff he sells, because no one else is selling. This made the Europeans rich and the Americans richer than the other part of the world sold their products, mostly commodities. Then the other thing is the thing that Gareth mentioned, that this money is somewhere on the Bahamas or other tax havens. No, that's not the case. There are no bunkers there where they ship big ships with a lot of paper money and just store them there. That's just like a Mickey Mouse vision of how people keep their wealth. This money gets used, but I agree that it circulates most of the time within fewer and fewer hands. This is the point, yeah. And the taxes, in Germany, the word for tax is Steuer. It's the translation into English would be control. Taxes are there to control what part of the economy should be incentivized or negatively incentivized, and it's not only to fund the government. Partly it's the case, but control is the other part, and to give the money itself value, because there needs to be a demand for it. And the demand originally comes from taxes. You need to have it to pay taxes. Drew?
I wanted to respond to a few things. First, why did the Europeans manage to do colonization? It's not because they have more people, because they spent hundreds of years fighting each other, and in that fighting, they actually increased their technology for weaponry. They were the best, the people with the best military equipment in the world. And then when they went around, North and South Americans also lost because of their lack of immunity to the germs that the Western Europeans brought to them. So they lost biologically, just by chance. But India and whatnot, they lost because they didn't have enough military technology and industrial, and all of the industrial innovation came from the strife in Europe, from the fighting, because you guys had to build more weapons on the industrial scale, and that pushed the innovation along. So it's but this then the second thing I wanted to talk about was the this idea that again this idea that industrialization, deindustrialization was basically a choice made by US and Europe. It wasn't a conscious choice. At the end of the day, it was capitalism. A company wants to make profits. It realized that the people that you need to hire in the US is way too expensive. Which country around the world then maybe I should let the Mexicans who are next door do the building, but then realized the infrastructure was bad and there wasn't a lot of training. And there's this country halfway around the world that actually is the government that actually built a lot of good infrastructure, has cheap labor at the time. Now they're very expensive, and they have a large pool of skilled labor they're willing to learn. So the capitalists brought all the repetitive jobs to them first, all the line factories were brought to China because of that. I mean, why didn't they bring it to other countries like Vietnam, Thailand? They didn't have the infrastructure. They were not willing to, the government either was not willing to or didn't have the funds to built it and encouraged the education and industrialization. China had this huge pool of people. I mean, why don't we see the same thing happening in India, right? India has a large bunch of people. Okay, so but that was in the 70s and 80s when China started reindustrialization. Today, the story is very different. Today, if any country tries to compete with China, it's going to find that the main competitive advantage of China is no longer cheap labor, it's no longer infrastructure, it's no longer any of these things that got them started in the first place. They are very, very, very deep supply chain. So an example I gave before is like, for example, I want to print a piece of fabric. I want to sell a piece of fabric with custom print, right? I want to start a shop to do that. If I want to start the shop to do that in the US, I would need to buy the cloth from a factory in China. Then who's going to print it for me? Another factory in China. Who's going then? So to start the business in China is a lot easier. And then who is the one that makes that cloth? I mean, when you start a business of cloth, you can have 5 different cloth. You can have cotton, you can have linen, you can have silk, you can have and each one of them is a different factory, and all of them exist in China. And each one of them will take a different ink and a different machine that prints it. Who provides those machines? More companies in China. It's this very, very deep ecosystem of supply chain that is extremely difficult to replicate. Each one of these layers, like the cloth factories, the printing factories, the factories that make the machines to sell to the printing factories, each one of these layers in China, there are 100 companies that just do that. 100 companies that do production of linen, 100 companies that do production of silk, 100 companies that make machines for printers, and they are competing among themselves in a capitalism way and that's what drives the cost down in China today, not the cheap labor. And that's what drives productivity in China today. So if you go to China, you walk around any street, you realize they have these long streets of, beside like a long street of commercial where people do, you just across the street, you'll notice individual little shops. They are run by mom and pops, and this little shop only sells tubes. That little shop only sells wheel rims. That little shop only sells flanges and whatnot. And there's thousands of this all across China. It's a very, very deep supply chain. Then that is almost impossible to replicate without trillions of dollars of investment in any country today. That is why China is the production hub of the world, not because of cheap labor, infrastructure, anything like that anymore. Yeah, okay, gotta go.
Muted. Not anyone.
Okay,
you see, we have to fight now.
Yes, I think I should be the one. So I would say something. So it doesn't matter that you go too much here to understand how the Europeans managed to control the world in a sense, but let's not, it's true wars, it's to some development of war technology, but not just that. Oh, it's many things. The things that what you're describing as colonialism is the very last moment of colonialism when post-Napoleon Europe decided to create a global system where Europeans are the only ones allowed, and they united forces all together. Well, not all European nations, but the strong European nations. They united when they united forces to control most of the world towards all type of rules that they were the only ones that were able to manage, to know, or to control. Nevertheless, Drew was saying something very interesting. What happened is that we had around on the 80s this big conversation about globalization, how we had to export production to outside of Europe. Well, it was very intelligent to do that, actually, because it was not possible for Europeans to produce everything they were consuming, especially if they wanted to keep up with consumption, increasing consumption. So they had to export it to production for a while, and this was important. And the other countries were very willing to pick up that thing that also must be said. The Asian tigers, everybody forgot the Asian tigers which was Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines. They were very happy in picking up those things in the 90s, and then they were misled, betrayed, and got out of the run. And one of the things that we understand is that after the 90s, China understood how the game is played. They outgamed the West in the globalization. They created they copied everything the Europeans managed to do in the last more or less 200 years. The technology, supply chains, production capacity, workforce, and resources. So, of course, China didn't have much of those things. So they had to create a lot of connections and so on. And what we see is that around 2011, it was obviously for the whole Western nations that China outgamed the West. They created, like Drew was saying, they created such a network of everything that is impossible for now for the West to rebuild it again and compete with China. It's not possible anymore. And the real force of globalization, the West is now disappointed with globalization. It's talking about the risking, the coupling, and all that shit. And they are trying. This war has many layers, but one of the things that we see is that Ukraine, by the coupling Russia, they are making experiments. Is it possible? It is not. And they realize that now China is the engine of globalization in the world. Globalization is not stopping. It's advancing like never. It goes inside of all little pieces of jungle that haven't been touched by the modernizing man for millennium. So they are coming there. They are coming everywhere in all little points. And it is China. It's not anybody else. It's not the West. The West is still confused and still creating like new corridors, trading corridors. They're like, let's copy what is China doing. Let's compete with what is China doing. No, this is completely bullshit. They are losing time. And in saying that, I want to see we are very much integrated. So what Western politicians are doing here is a hysterical move. They should realize the world that is in front of them and try to cope with it, not trying to fight it. Because creating all these, again, coping what China is doing, they are just losing money, resources, and making everybody unhappy with it, actually. So I think it's Vosh. Vosh or RL, I'm not sure. RL, it's you.
Choose one.
I don't know if Vosh want to say anything, but I will disagree with what Drew said about the deindustrialization made by the owners of capital to countries like China was kind of accident. They were just looking at diminishing the cost. That's why they move it. So by accident, the deindustrialization of the Western world and the industrialization of countries with lower wage was just a kind of logic move. I don't think so. I think the planners of that time, those who made those decisions in that time, really thought that those Chinese will never be able to develop, to innovate, and so on, technologically. They were thinking that those guys in the Philippines, in India, in Indonesia, in China, were inferior humans. Behind that, you also have, that's my point of view, of course, you also have the kind of supremacist ideologies of the elites, who even think that their own population in Europe are kind of subhumans compared to them, the bourgeoisie or the very top one. And that's why they got the idea of moving their industries there, because they were thinking that those people there will not ever be able to innovate. And they were wrong, because now China and other countries are innovating. And now you have China, which is a big industrial, the biggest industrial country, but also a high-end technological, innovative country. They also have the technology capabilities. They are not maybe able to do what Taiwan, SMIC, TSMC or Samsung are doing in terms of size of nodes for chip, but they can produce very, very good chips at 10 nanometers or 14 nanometers or 7 nanometers, which is enough for
about the size?
many type of application, especially for building weapons. And in that term, Russia is also very good. They are a strong industrial country, even if people are not aware of it. And most of people think that Russia is just a gas station. But the war in Ukraine is proving the opposite. They know how to produce mass amount of tanks, mass amount of ammunition, mass amount of missiles, of planes, and so on. And to build such things, you need a minimum of technology. You need a minimum of engineers and scientists. Look at hypersonic weapons. Most of people think those hypersonic weapons are just a fantasy. They don't exist. But when you hear Pentagon officials and people in the military, when they are doing speech in Congress or things like that, you understand that it's a real shit. So yeah, Europe, especially Europe, United States, in a way less extent way, are in a very doomed place. Because, of course, as Vojin said, industry as a whole alone doesn't mean anything, but industry plus technology plus educational basis to have technicians, to have engineers, to have scientists in big numbers, what Russia has, what China has, and certainly what India has, is what makes you a strong, powerful nation. And also for Russia, if you have the raw materials in huge quantities, where you don't necessarily need to neo-colonize other countries who have the natural resources that you don't have. So yeah, Europeans are in a dire position. So now I will give the speech to Voz.
Okay, thank you, Ariel. You know, I want to change the subject because, as we all know, Europe is fucked. We all know that the West needs China to survive if they want to keep their life. Because if you check your house, you're gonna see everything come from China. So I want to change subject to Navalny. I know you guys talked about him before, but that wasn't too long. You know, I saw his funeral. There was like about 1,000 or 2,000 people. And what kind of thing was that, you know? Because the way Sky News was reporting is like these are the people that want to change the country. And the guy, if he was alive, he would be a president. Do you think that is true? Because last time I checked, in last election, you only go 5% of the vote, and this 5% came from Moscow and St. Petersburg together. So that's not a lot. So what you guys think about it? I'm gonna start with Jordan.
Navalny is the Western topic. It's not a Russian topic. I don't think we should give any credence because it didn't have any credence before. I mean, just for a short period of time, when Russia was in a bad straits in early 2000s. So, I mean, when corruption was really overwhelming everything. So I don't think he has any credence or any importance. There's nothing to talk about. Navalny, that's a Western topic. It's not a Russian topic. They don't care about it. Okay.
So, but
we
do you think his wife?
That,
do you think his wife is gonna keep the propaganda going?
it's Western propaganda keeping his wife in a focus. It's not her that she's doing anything. Western politicians are paying media to do to do propaganda on her. That's all. She's not doing anything. She's just gonna be posing, and that's it. Getting the speeches from the CIA and all of it. She's nobody, just as before. So I don't want to
Jordan,
have that
she's someone.
I want to have
Jordan,
world mentality and talk
is
about what's really important for the whole world, not for the West only. We all pretty much have this world war already here mentality, and talking about animosities between the countries. We shouldn't be. We should be talking about solutions for the future prospects of the war, not how they're gonna fight. And I see everyone is talking about how the future war is gonna go on. Is it gonna be happening this or that? It's completely Western mentality. Everyone in the West is ready for war. Then the Western population is going to be preparing for the war, and when the war doesn't come, is going to demand it. This is the process that is going on, psychological, mental process in the people, because everyone is ready for the war now. Okay, we should be fighting this mentality that's within us. Okay, I'm warning everyone about this. This is our problem, that we should watch and check it with our thinking. Okay, I'm seeing it. Everyone is just thinking that way as the West wants us. This is the danger of it. Okay, I'm about previous topic. I want to change to a different topic. I want to talk about drones, not anymore about this, but I want to add something. I'm old enough. I remember when this opening of China was happening. Yeah, I'm old enough, older than Dracu. So I still remember this in the 80s when there was talk about cleaning the environment and deindustrializing, not talking about the industrializing, but moving the industry, dirty industry, to China. This is how it started, right? And then, of course, the capitalists wanted this because it's cheaper labor, even though investment is expensive to start some business over there in China, but that's most expensive thing. So they will get investments and subsidies from the United States to move the business to China, to get dirty business out because of the environment, right? It was really dirty in 70s. So I still remember it. I was about 10 years old when that was a talk. And they were also mentioning, by doing that, they're gonna raise the poverty, reduce the poverty in China. So this was an intentional plan at that time. Now, the people that are talking against China are different people. I'm not the same. I'm not the same actors that planned it then, having that benevolent, let's help China improve their standard of living. It wasn't a problem, to help China there. It's not a problem now that all the supply chains are in China, not towards the United States, that they cannot produce weapons enough because they lack the supply chains. That's an easy solution. It's very easy to to recreate all the supply chains as long as you have the knowledge and technology to do it. It's not a problem, but they will have to, raise the labor prices. It's not a problem at all. Trust me, it's very easy economically. It can be easily done, but with proper central planning. And the state doesn't have problem with money to raise the money to organize that and recreate supply chains and production in the United States. It's not an issue. It's not an issue of you guys are talking, oh, Europe is done, it's catastrophe. It's not. It's not. It's not that bad. It's completely self-enclosed industry economy with within the EU, and then connecting with United States. Also enjoying what United States. It's funny when I hear, oh, EU is done. It's not. It just depends how it's going to proceed. It's not done. It just depends how it's going to proceed. What's the next step? Are they going to stop following orders from US and then start cooperating with Russia or not? Are they going to push other countries away or not? This next step is important, which way it goes. It doesn't have to do anything. It's just going to be lingering, and on this stage, on this level, it might happen like that. It's going to keep lingering, but it's not done. Europe is not done. It's a total supply chain of the money that's providing all the system and everything. It's funny, but I'll say, I remember in 2000s, late 90s, they were talking, oh, the China is now, the standard of living is improved. Let's move industry to Vietnam, to Southeast Asia. Let's help them out. And maybe after that, Africa. This was the thought process of the US capitalist, I would say joined the government and the wealthy. This was how it was then. Now these are new people, different people, completely understanding the world different way. That's why they're incompetent. But at that time, when this started with China, this was the talk. Okay, I remember, because everyone agreed, found the corresponding industry will be happy with cheaper wages, while the population will be happy with better, cleaner environment. Nobody expected that the labor fight against the labor and the prosperity of the Western people is going to suffer. Nobody expected that. That was the problem. They're never going to solve it. So I think it's Prata next.
So in a way, Vosh is quite true. It's quite right. I was very surprised by the funeral of Navalny. It was a lot of people. And I see that many people realize that Navalny is a construct from CIA. It is true. But he is also the construct of a certain society that exists in Russia. And that society exists mostly and foremost in Moscow and a little bit in St. Petersburg. This is a society of people that live very well. They don't have to pay much of attention to how to earn in order to survive and so on. It's from a very well, healthy middle class. But nevertheless, it was surprising to see so many people in the streets. I know there is a lot of propaganda how that funeral was gone. I still haven't been able to try to find some original footage, but it was really a lot of people, and that surprised me a little bit. I was expecting a bit more, like in such a cold day, for people just to ignore it more or less, and some hundreds of people. They ended up being thousands. Let's not forget that Russia is at war, and being at war, of course, not everybody's towards war. Let's also not forget a lot of these people have the West as a reference. They are children of the post-Soviet era, and all their reference are Westerners. And their biggest... It's not that even Navalny was the face of it. It's just the face of a person that represents the West, and they feel desperate because the West is over in Russia. For many decades from now, the West will not be the reference in Russia for a long time. No, at least not with good eyes.
Yeah.
And these people understand that.
Prata, just 1 minute. Let's not forget, there was like 2,000 people.
No, much more.
2,000. Is no more than 2,000.
I think it was much more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I was very
that's not
surprised.
that's not even 1% of the population of Moscow. Moscow is about 13 million.
I know.
13 million. So,
but I'm telling you, it's something different. I'm sorry if I'm taking so long, but today the open mic has a very slow. So I was also taking the slow moods. Sorry, I'm not being a bit faster in the argument. Well, what I wanted to say is that I think the use of these people in Russia will continue. The West is not going to give up. They have a problem. Like you were saying, they have to find a new guy. And it is more than obvious that won't be Navalny, like someone said, the Weck's wife, because this is also something very interesting. There was this recording of her mother, the mother of Navalny, saying that she was an easy woman, that she wasn't with her man or with her son for a long time. She never visited him in prison. And she was having other affairs even before he was arrested. And there was never, and I thought, okay, this is perhaps fake. It was never refuted. So I think it is true. It's a real one. But nevertheless, see, Navalny is not the choice. So it will be very funny to see who they will find, because there is enough ground in Russia to go.
I think she's the one, because the way the BBC were reporting her is like she missed it. She missed her husband.
She has
funeral because if she goes to Russia, she's gonna be arrested. But there is nothing in Russia on
For
her
her.
to be arrested, and
Avoiding.
she used her kids, or kids, I don't know how many she has, just for the propaganda. She had a chance. The kids had a chance to say goodbye.
No, I don't believe she has not the charisma for a leader or for a person to pull masses, especially in Russia, because Russians distrust now, or most Russians. There will always be people who would like a different politics in Russia, for whatever reason. Some of them are pro-European, but very few nowadays. Most of them have left probably. But the thing is, the Western reason for doing this is just to have a propaganda thing.
I think she's the one. She's like Zelensky. She doesn't know what she's doing, so it's easy to be manipulated.
Yeah, if they could maneuver her into power, then yes, then she would be Zelensky. But there is no way to maneuver her into power, and the West will use any reason. Right now, it's this this reason. Once this gets forgotten, they will have another Magnitsky, or what was the guy who was a lawyer or something, who was also died in prison or something like that. But they will always find a reason. They don't need this guy Navalny, because he's not really a positive figure if you look in detail into it from Western values view. So the thing is, I don't think this will go anywhere except just having something to point fingers. See, the Russians, the bad Russians, did something evil. Nothing more. That's it. So please go on, Nunya.
Okay.
Sorry, just shortly. I have to go. I have to go, and
Okay.
I thanks
Nice,
for the nice
nice
chat.
to see you again, man.
Hope to see you soon again.
Yeah,
See
guys.
you
I
again.
see.
Bye.
Just to follow up on what Vota just said, I suggest we move on to another topic. Navalny's not worth the time. The way I kind of see his skanky wife, she's a bookend. Like everything yesterday that we saw on CNN, it was theater. It was something to close off the narrative. I'm serious. It was something to close off the narrative in case they ever need to go revisit it. And you'll never hear of her again. End of story. She's done. So you know, and with respect to Prada, I saw that this 22 or there was I kind of estimated 2,000-3,000 people. You got to keep in mind too, that was a very well-funded NGO. Half of those people worked at the NGO, so I wouldn't read too much into that either. I kind of think that you know, the Russian people don't care. Why should we? You know. And nobody. Gee, nobody. RL, say something. Anything.
Or because if we do not know what to say, then we can do closing. I actually kind of maybe surprise people by suddenly do it on Saturday. Then you know, I think a lot of people is expecting on Sunday, and then today it's lesser people, slightly lesser. I'm always on screen. So
Yeah.
I cannot hide inside the backstage and just.
But I've been watching from the beginning. We are 200 people watching. That's good.
Yeah, I think the peak was around 227, 29, 229. That was a peak. So that was
200,
actually very
207,
cool.
209. I was watching from the beginning and I was checking. Yeah.
It's growing from week to
Yes.
week. So so that's actually quite nice. Finally, because we kind of like got stuck for a long time. Maybe YouTube don't like us. Now maybe YouTube let us go. So we can do closing. Yeah.
Wait,
So
wait.
actually,
I wasn't talking because I was talking to someone else here in real life. That's why
okay,
I've said that. But
that is the real name. That's the meaning of RL, real life. You're talking to yourself.
RL. Real
not
life.
really, but whatever. What I'm gonna say can be considered as closing statement. By the way, to jump to the Navalny thingy and so on, where as it was mentioned, Navalny is just a thing in Europe and in United States and maybe in Canada also, but in Russia it's not a real thing. That it just shows that in the West it's you clearly see there is a propaganda, there is a narrative to tell, how to depict countries like China or Russia or Iran, or it's a narrative. And for the rest of the world, outside of Europe, United States, and so on, they see those countries and the people there as living in a bubble. When you explain to people what Drew was telling, that you have I don't know how many thousands of shops and each shop selling one specific things, and the number of the factories you have, people can't believe that. People are still thinking, not everybody, but most of the people in Europe are thinking that Chinese are backwards. They really think that. They don't understand the fast pace countries like China or Indonesia or Vietnam or Malaysia, or how they developed so fast and becoming more rich, how they became industrial powerhouse and even technological powerhouse. They have no idea. Same as Russia. Of course, you go to the middle of nowhere inside Siberia, you have no sewage system, no electricity, no toilets. But if you go to other parts of Russia, it begins to develop. It's incredible. Moscow is considered one of the most modern city in the world, with connectivity, with transportation, with infrastructure,
It is.
where you don't
That's
see as much
that's
where,
propaganda,
where, where you don't see as much rats as in Paris. No, it's true.
Leipzig has it's like these huge ones.
Yeah, because they find a lot of food, and especially meat type of food. That's why they are so big. But the media in Europe and also in United States, and especially the owners of those media, seems to not really understand the reach they have. The reach they have stops where the outer world, the non-Western world began. They seems to don't get it, because all they say about Navalny, about Russia, only works less and less, but still works here in Europe or in United States maybe. And
No, it works. If I may counterpoint with a little bit, it has to do with the fact that the Western sees the world as universal. Their values are universal. They see everybody on their own reflection, while the rest of the world sees the world as plurality, as diversity, and they even praise diversity.
yes and no. Prata, yes and no. Yes, especially in France, you have what they called the universal values, universal human values. But that's for public relations. While in fact, when you analyze the elites, they are all but universal. They consider themselves as superior.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
it's also it's totally
They are
contradictory
universal.
with universal values. But
No,
what
it's
I
the
wanted to say
presentation of
about
themselves.
what I wanted to say about the media, they are mainly focusing on elderly people and the famous so-called 50-plus-year-old housewives who are voting for guys like Macron or Justin Trudeau, or that bitch in Estonia, or that bitch in Italy, or the guy which is a prime minister in Spain. And to finish my point, the rest of the world 100% understand, without thinking about it, that the opinion of such people, meaning the elderly people and the so-called plus 50 years old housewife, doesn't really matter. That's what the owners of the mainstream media and the mainstream media, people working the mainstream media, still seems to not get. The public opinion of the voters, of the elites here in Europe, political elites in Europe, doesn't matter. So they can talk shit about Russia. They can say that Navalny was, I don't know, a superhero of democracy and liberty and blah, blah, blah. Outside of the Western world, it's zero.
Actually, I
Voilà.
saw on Redact the other day. They were talking about Canada, what they think about Trudeau, and there was this woman. She said, "I don't really care about politics, but Trudeau looks good in jeans. That's why I voted for him." You know, she really said that on TV.
Well,
Okay, Nonya, go.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on what RL was saying about this inherent racism in Western society towards everyone else. And I agree with him 100%. I think that, and I've told this story on here before, I'm sure I have, but back in the day, when this was all kicking off, I'm talking like late 80s, early 90s time frame. I don't remember the exact year, but I remember this was absolutely all conjured up by the capitalists, but it was institutionalized by our governments. So I remember being in school learning about, career counseling and what you're going to do when you get out of high school, that kind of shit. I remember specifically them telling us over and over and over again, you're all going to be knowledge workers. You don't have to worry. You just got to go to university, get a degree, and all the factory jobs are moving over to China or India or wherever the buzz country was at the time. And, they told us this straight up in school. It was part of our learning, okay, that we were all going to be trained to be knowledge workers. And I specifically remember asking my teacher one day about, well, if we get rid of all the manufacturing jobs, and doesn't that mean that, prices will go up and blah, blah. And he was just like, he said something along the lines of a couple things that stuck with me. Number one, we owned all the corporations, is basically how he said it. He said, we own all the companies, so we control everything, was his first point. And his second point was something along the lines of, the people over there won't be able to do what we do here as the knowledge workers because they're not educated. And this was straight up what I was told. And this goes back 30 odd years, but we still think this way. Right? We're still referring to Russia as a country or gas station masquerading as a country. Like we haven't actually smartened up, whereas the rest of the world has. And, I feel uniquely qualified to be able to speak to this because I live in the region which used to be the manufacturing hub of North America. Like, I'm in the Rust Belt, Southern Ontario, upstate New York, Ohio, Michigan. Like, that's where all the manufacturing base used to be, around the Great Lakes and going through the St. Lawrence Seaway. It's all gone now. Like, the time I've been here, I've noticed just a dramatic shift. There's no factories anymore. There's nothing anymore in Buffalo. And it's been dramatic, like I said, since I've been living here and going down there regularly just to see the level of urban decay. If you guys want to see urban decay, go to Buffalo. On that happy note, I'll pass it over to somebody, whoever wants to go. Prada.
Closing time, actually.
Oh, well, that's my close. I'll just now talk about China, because Drew mentioned about all the shops and everything. I actually witnessed it myself, because when I went to Guangzhou, they basically have one whole street. And then all the factories or the companies there all makes the same thing. It's ridiculous. It's like one whole street of everybody makes TV, or everybody makes some kind of machinery.
Isn't that a good thing?
I do not know. It makes it very convenient, I guess, for the people who want to buy a specific thing, because you can just go to every shop and ask for quotations. But if you are the business owner, I think it's quite scary as well. Because it's like you're gonna compete all the time, It's like you can't even scam people because everybody is like out there. So and also the development that RL talked about is also true. When I go to China, I got a fucking shock because how advanced they are. I can tell you they learn from Singapore and they replicate it perfectly. And they make it multiple times bigger than Singapore. That's the most scary part. So they can have Singapore is very clean. So China is also very clean. Then we have malls and we linked it with underground malls with train stations, and they have it, but 3 to 5 times bigger. So it's unimaginable. Just Guangzhou alone. I haven't go to other parts of China. I go to Guangzhou. I was walking in the basement of this shopping mall. I walked for a very long time. Then finally I reached the train station. I thought that I finished walking the whole stretch. I realized that's only the first station. There's only 3 more stations through that underground shopping mall. I was like, what the fuck? So then it's like I straight away at that moment I realized we are all dead. There's no way we can compete with China. If this is the scale of what they're doing, no one can beat that. And it's not just that. Even when I go to Bangkok, I went to look at the malls. oh my god, the malls are so interesting. They have beautiful malls, all the shop combinations is so interesting. Every mall is different. It's so nice to shop. And Singapore is like every mall feels the same to me. So and all this development is very scary. The only reason why Singapore is still relevant is purely because we are so stable. Like there's so little corruption, we are a financial center and whatnot. But that is our competitive advantage. If you talk about infrastructure developments, the shopping and everything, we can't compete. And that is the reality of how competitive Asia has become. And Voss.
But there
Okay,
is
yeah.
space for everybody.
Just a quick one. I think I said that to Prata before. About these big cities in Europe, the big city in Europe. If you want to see a big city in Europe, specifically, I'm going to say London and Paris. Big city in London, in Europe, if you want to see how clean they are, just taste the food. The better the food, the street food, the better street food, the dirty places. And if you have been to Paris and London, you're gonna see good street food, and the place is a fucking mess. It's never clean because everyone eat on the street and they just throw away whatever the fuck they go in their hands. Okay, Prata.
I think well, there is enough space for Asia because there have a lot of people and they have a lot of potential, and Singapore will never lose its cluster. There is no point in feeling jealous about Shanghai, Canton, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, Hong Kong, and so on. These cities are what they are. They have their own attraction point, and the thing will keep happening. We'll see Indonesia as well. I think they are constructing a new capital, a new Jakarta, as far as I understood, in another point, because Jakarta is sinking, literally. And we'll see these developments everywhere. Actually, Indonesia has a lot more potential than India, although all the Western countries are running into India like if that was the new El Dorado. India has a lot of road to run. They have a lot of problems. I actually one day talking so much about India, I feel a bit desperate because everything that China was able to secure their future, India is not doing. India is not the technology they have is most and foremost transferred. With exception of software, they haven't been really being able to develop the technology they got from other countries into an upper level. We see, for instance, that they have been completely very lazy about the supply routes. They have nothing of themselves really, and even the Russians have kind of gave them a new corridor, and they are not even 100% with it. And there is this kind of EMEC corridor that European Union wants to give to India, and I'm very skeptical that it is even going to work. It makes no sense. If you can go just by boat through the Suez, why using a train line, I don't know, through the desert? And resources it's also a problem for India. They haven't been doing mining contracts. It's everything. They have a lot of workers, but they are not specialized enough. So I don't see India really as the new China. This is it's overrated. I see Indonesia going perhaps in the faster pace, and especially Vietnam. Vietnam will surprise us a lot. The thing is that I think Wade once gave this impression, like in this South China business, actually the big bully is Vietnam, not really even China, but nobody talks about it. But they are growing a lot, and this is very interesting what they are doing. But nevertheless, the conclusion I take is that the center of the world's economy has moved to Asia. Asians now have to understand what to do with it. The most interesting thing is that they have to really grab it, because let's not forget the crisis of in '94, the crisis of the Asian tigers, how fast they grow and how easy it was to put them out of the way. It took these countries many years to stand up again. So these countries should be aware how fragile their economy is and how much they need to unite and not fall into easy promises of war or conflict. So I think it was Wade that made this great video about the foreign minister of Singapore saying that we have to be prepared for war, or I have to consider war as a future element. Well, of course, you have to be prepared for everything, but Asians should be most and foremost prepared to build a system that where everybody coexists, and they definitely never go to war again. And this would be very important. So that was my point.
So the Singapore video is actually a very important video. I'm kind of disappointed the views is actually very low because people don't understand the context. When Singapore say that there's a chance of war, there's a risk of war, there's actually a very huge statement because Singapore do very good assessments. So they say that there is a chance within these 10 years there might be a risk of war. Usually in the past, it's always no risk of war, zero risk. Now they say non-zero. That means there's a chance. It may be 1%, it may be 2%, but it's still there's a chance. So that is actually a very scary and sombering assessment. And it is also why we justify ourselves to increase a little bit. So to 3%, our spending for the next 10 years will be 3%. And we are actually buying more F-35s because we are not sure what's going to happen, which is why we need to prepare. And the fact that we are buying F-35s means that the threat is not Malaysia, is not Indonesia. The threat is something more powerful than them. And there's only one country that is actually more powerful than them. And clearly, it's not going to be America. Our threat is not going to be America because we are buying American. So the threat is going to be China. So that is a very scary thing. And Russia is a bit too far away from Southeast Asia. So they are not the threat here. So
why do you want a war against China?
Not war. You have to become powerful enough that China don't even dare to try.
Come on,
you don't have
like 5 million people.
We have the most powerful air force in Southeast Asia. So
the defense.
Okay, I tell you how scary Singapore's military is. We actually have a bigger army than Ukraine. So you have to understand that if we mobilize our entire reserve, we have 2 million to 3 million soldiers. We are bigger than Ukraine's army.
If you have a bigger army than Ukraine, means
Ukraine struggles to mobilize 1 million soldiers. No, so I have to clarify. Ukraine struggles to even max out to 1 million soldiers at any time in this war. Singapore can go up to 2 million to 3 million. One shot. That means we do a total war is 2 to 3 million soldiers. So that is the scale of Singapore's military.
You have that communist system. Everyone must serve the military.
No, that is conscription. South Korea is the same thing. Taiwan used to be the same thing. It's not a communist system. This is a conscription. This is the same thing in Finland. I'm not sure how big is Finland's conscription. So it is a conscription system.
They got the same people like you.
But you also have to understand that because our neighbors are so much bigger than us, so we have to become more powerful than them militarily, so that they don't try to do something funny. And these big countries tend to be more corrupted, so they cannot sustain a huge military. So and they are professional. If you go for a professional military, you don't have the reserve numbers as a conscript country have. But the key point is we have to become more powerful to the point where potential adversaries don't dare to try because they will reconsider.
You talk like someone who listens to Americans all the time.
Wyatt, what do you think of that?
This is the same thing. Hold on, Aaron. This is the thing Wyatt is saying. It's the same thing people in Europe used to say 10 years ago. Look at them now.
No, because they have look at their spending on the military is rubbish.
Yeah,
1.8%, 1.6%.
I mean, Wyatt.
We don't depend on America. We
What
went from
do you think? Oh, please, Voz, what do you think of the scenario if United States decided to really mess with China in South China Sea, East China Sea, and they want to have a chokehold in the Strait of Malacca and where is located Singapore? That Singapore will be a part of the conflict. And because of that, Singapore need to ramp up because they will side with United States.
So I did do it in the video, but I can share again. So what is the scenario? The scenario is not Singapore going to war with China. It's also not Indonesia going to war with China. The scenario is likely going to be there's a conflict over the islands in South China Sea between Philippines and China, and US get involved. And what Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia will be doing is that we will raise our military and we will prevent the conflict to spill into our region. That means you guys can fight, don't fight in our place.
Sounds similar like
that's not the scenario I'm thinking about.
It's not. I can tell you because if there's a conflict over the islands in the South China Sea, it's not Indonesia or Singapore's business because it's not in our territorial water. That Malaysia maybe, but if it's not within the claimant regions, because Malaysia got claimed certain part of South China Sea, but if it's not in their region, Malaysia also will not get involved. Anyway, Malaysia is too weak to get involved against China. So the what will happen, what will trigger war, that means collectively go to war against China, is if China invades directly into the mainland Philippines. That will be the problem. If let's say the war is on Taiwan, then it depends on United Nations. And if United Nations declare, it like a Iraq situation, then yeah, but we will not go in the total war situation as well. We will probably go into we send a detachment, the kind of thing.
Which will never happen.
Which will never happen.
Come on,
which is I did in the video. I did say exactly the same thing in the video.
But the United States plan to blockade China trade routes.
They could,
and
they
for that,
could. This is why,
and for that, Singapore is a perfect place.
Which is
you
why
would be
we
used as the Ukrainians are used.
No,
No.
real life.
You have to understand. If the United States forcefully try to close the Malacca Straits, we will fight them.
Yes,
that is the
that's
difference.
the point. Exactly, that's the point. Okay, guys, may I give you some introduction? The defense minister of Singapore was in the Munich conference, and I think what he heard there, he must have been scared.
What the fuck was he doing there?
Well, he's going there because he invited him and invited many other people.
Why?
Doesn't matter. They
He
also
does.
They also invited the Chinese and so on. That's not the point. This is a warmonger conference where they make a lot of armed deals. The man is amazing. He talks very well. It was a pleasure to listen to him. The thing is that he realized the world is very dangerous now. The Europeans are crazy. What they are planning is really crazy. If you listen to what the Germans were saying in that leaked audio, is like this. They were planning to do something bad, but that nobody would believe it was them, and they would try to make it to blame either the French or the British. How bad is this? This is like the civil bastards with no honor whatsoever. You see, and he is what he is. He's from Singapore. Is a different mentality, different moral. He must have said these people are crazy. We have to be careful.
Crazy,
and of
yes.
course, like
No.
Wait was saying, wait first, please. I'm trying to make a reasoning. The thing is that, like Wade was saying, the Singaporeans exist because they have to protect the Strait of Malacca. It's not that the Singaporeans can really control the state of Malacca, but they are really in one of the best points. And what I think they were saying is that, and Wade was also explained it very easy, they will never allow the strait to be closed because that's the raison d'etre of Singapore itself. And for that, they will have to. I think it was the last time I was talking to you guys, and I was saying it's amazing to listen to Singaporean diplomats. They really know how to do it. They are so pleasant, and they say really nice words. But on the underlayer, they're like, yes, but don't do it, otherwise we'll shoot you. They are really good in doing it. And the thing is, they understand the raison d'être de Singapore is to maintain that thing open. It's not about giving priority to the Americans or priority to the Chinese. The moment they would choose one, it will be that sentence. Singapore is neutral in terms of allowing everybody to cross, because otherwise even Singapore would lose its reason of existence. And this is the point. It's very important.
The entire way why Singapore is so rich is because of the port, which is why the sea lanes must open, and which is why we have a powerful navy. Like, you know how big is Singapore's territorial water? It's very fucking small. It's stupidly small, and we have an outsized navy as compared to the territorial water. There is reason why, because that what Prata said, we cannot afford the waterways to close, and we cannot afford to be blockaded. And anyone, even United States, we will fight them. That is the reason why we don't buy everything United States. We actually have a mix of other weapons as well. And I can tell you, Singapore is a very hard to sell stuff to us is fucking hard. We will demand a lot of things, and when we do choose to buy something, it have an impact on the entire military, industrial universe. The circle will watch. For example, when we are selecting our next fighter, when we chose F-15, it totally sunk all the sales of the Typhoon and the Rafale and everything, because when Singapore make a decision for weaponry, it makes a huge impact because we do very good assessments, which is why the same thing when I talk about the security assessments, when we assess that the next 10 years is going to be very dangerous, it actually have a real impact. Policymakers across the world will actually be watching and listening, and they will be preparing, and Singapore is actually taking actions to prepare. Whereas if you look at Europe, they said, oh, the Russians are coming, but they didn't even hardly raise their spending on military. Singapore is literally increasing our expenditure by another 0.2% to 3% per year. We are spending more than the Europeans in terms of percentage. So this to us, this is real. This is real situation, and we cannot afford our region to go to war. Really cannot afford, because Singapore is a one war country. We fight one war, we are gone. We are doomed. The country is doomed.
Yeah, you are 1 minute.
But I see change in your neutral stance.
You are 1 minute to be Ukraine of Asia.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Singapore.
Oh, yeah.
You see, guys, what's the point? The point
Philippines.
The point I made, and I think my assessment is not very. The point I made, I think my assessment was not very different, is that the West doesn't have the ability to go to a confrontational frontal war. So they will use tactics of terrorism, of the simulation, false flags. And for that, you need an extreme big army. It's not that Singapore is the US is going to say Singapore to close the straits. But the US could place mines or underwater drones and so on, and this would make chaos, because these are very, very, very small straits, you see. And it's not even just in Singapore. There is still the old Sumatra and corridor. It's huge.
And
so
it's not just that. When I talk about Singapore's position, right?
You do know.
Wait. When I talk about Singapore's position, that is not just Singapore. It's Indonesia as well, and it's most likely Malaysia as well. When we act, it's going to be these three countries acting together. If you look at Indonesia's military acquisition, they are literally almost copy equipment by equipment as to what Singapore is using. We use Leopard tanks, they go and buy Leopard tanks. We have Apache, they buy Apache. So almost a lot of these equipments, they are copying us, and this is going to promote interoperability. We are able to work together very closely, and Singapore and Indonesia's relationship is super close. So and
you don't see similarity of all these with the European countries like the Baltic and Poland.
No, of course not, because we are not in a NATO alliances. No one can control our
when they start. When they start expanding in Asia, you're gonna join them.
No, we don't. That's the reality. There used to be a thing called CETO.
That's what
No one want
Finland
to join.
said. That's what Finland said.
I
No,
see.
but no
I
one want to
see
join.
signs. I see signs of change of the neutral stand of Singapore.
Yeah.
Several weeks ago, you mentioned yourself that Singapore applied sanctions to Russia,
Yeah.
financial sanctions,
so that's why I say,
which in terms of international law are illegal because they are not backed by UN Security Council resolution.
exactly.
But
Exactly. So
Singapore
the people-
decided to apply
the
sanctions,
Singaporeans-
and all your
so the Singaporeans are not
equipment
happy about it.
are NATO compatible. You don't buy
Yes.
Russian stuff. You don't buy
course we don't buy-
Chinese stuff.
Do you know how
you
how
are
lousy
you are
Russian
NATO
stuff is?
compatible,
Wait. You
and that's
wait.
made the difference between you and Malaysia and
You
Indonesia.
have to qualify. No. You have to understand how many countries sell weapons. If you're gonna buy Russians, you're gonna have the same problem as the Malaysians. They can't even get the spare parts, so all the planes are grounded. That's the reality. All the planes, almost all their Russian planes are grounded, and then they have to wait for a very long time for spare parts. There's a cost to buying Russian. And the Russians are only now reindustrializing their military-industrial complex, which then will probably resolve those issues.
Yeah.
The very fact is that everybody that buy Russians, eventually all their stuff cannot work because they cannot get the freaking spare parts because the production quantity in Russia is so low. So
Is this a recent problem or existed like 5 years ago?
decades for a long time already. So which is why Malaysians bought Polish tanks. They don't dare to buy the Russian tanks. So there is issues with this kind of things. And if you don't buy American, what can you buy? There's only French, Israeli, and British, and most of them are rubbish.
I think
Italian.
I don't think it's the only
your
reason.
government should wake up. Look at Sweden. Look at Sweden and Finland.
They are
Everyone
stupid to join
forgot
NATO.
Yeah.
They're stupid. No,
You are
100%
what-
they're stupid.
You are next.
Okay, in terms
No.
of
You
perception,
don't understand how the geopolitics work in our region. We are not Europe. We are
exactly.
also not next to China.
Exactly.
The national security interest is different.
Mhm.
China
And
has and Pata, you can call you
No, it's because Ariel is talking about the perception that is also based in our own ideas of expansion. The US is nevertheless an external player in Southeast Asia. They are okay. They have some islands in the near Philippines and Japan, but that's it. They are far away. They don't belong to the region. The Asians would be very stupid to allow the US to become dependent on the US like Europe it is. It's a completely different situation, a completely different dynamics, much more complex thinking and philosophy. It might happen that South Korea and Japan, but it's still very difficult because South Korea hates Japan. So there is much more complexity around it. But we could see something like US, South Korea, Japan, and Australia. But I am not seeing Indonesia like Wade was saying. They are really connected to Indonesia, and Indonesia it's evolving exactly on the opposite side, with very good relationships to China, with a very neutral policy that almost goes towards Russia, in a sense, with a very awareness of autonomy, not being dependent on nobody. Yes, very assertive, and this is Indonesia. But Indonesia is a very weak country in terms of security. They will have to work more on that. Malaysia is a more secured country, but still is a country that is very Muslim, and it's very critical about the West, and this should be taken into consideration. So I'm not seeing it. These are countries with very different backgrounds. They will never create a NATO for many reasons, but one and foremost is because the US is a good partner. It's like the South African foreign minister was saying yesterday. Yes, they are. There are many bad things, but on the end of the day, they are also a very good friend. And we should not forget that. But they are the friend that is on the other continent. They are not that in Asia. You see what I mean, Ariel?
Drew?
Not really, because Indonesia is also a Muslim country, by the way, the biggest Muslim nation in the world.
It's a
And,
secular Muslim country by constitutions.
Also, so I mean, and Indonesia is not a strong player in how to say. They are strong, and they are becoming stronger and stronger and stronger, economically speaking, financially speaking, all that region, but Indonesia especially. The potential of Indonesia is incredible. But several years ago, Indonesia made an appeal to buy new fighter jets. And the Europeans came, the Americans came with their plane, and the Russians came with their plane. And then the European and the American said, oh, hold on. Indonesia refused to accept Russian to compete in that market. Otherwise, we will sanction you. And the Indonesians said, okay, no problem. Russia, you are not invited to show your plane to us. Not buying it, just to compete for the market. So Indonesia seems to me at least not strong enough to say, fuck off, if I want to buy stuff from whoever, and I first want to see it with my own eyes here, I will invite them. No, they are not strong enough, at least that's my opinion, to still make that kind of statement. And again, when and about Malaysia, Malaysia has, how to say, they have an image of independence, but it's just an image. You have many foreign actors influencing Malaysia, whether it's the Saudis with a lot of money, whether it's the United States, whether it's China. I mean, they all have their boogeyman inside Malaysia, which is also a reality. So, and with what happened with the Russian sanctions applied, financial Russian sanctions applied to Russia by Singapore, I see a potentiality of shift in their so-called neutral stance and raison d'etat, which should make those countries kind of neutral. I really think that the day United States decide to throw shit in the fan in the region, I think they will put so much pressure on those three countries and also on Thailand and everything, that those countries will have to kind of side with United States. Kind of.
So you're talking of Malaysia here.
So side will side, but depend on the situation. Drew.
Okay. The reason that Singapore buys US equipment is because when we first came up with our military, they were the biggest players on the market. Singapore, this region that we live in, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, etc., Southeast Asia, we are all individually very weak countries. We cannot afford to say, screw you, USA, screw you, Russia, or screw you, China. We all have this very neutral stance because we know that we are not big players on the world geopolitical situation, and if we decide to side with one side, we will lose out. So all of the countries in this region try to be neutral. I think Singapore's step to sanction Russia was a horrible misstep, because any time before that, anytime there was any invasion or whatever, except for when Vietnam invaded Cambodia, that one we took a stance, and it makes sense because it's in our backyard, it's right next door. So we needed to make a stance to make sure to say that okay, that is, you know, invasion is a bad thing, but you know, the US invades all over the place, Russia invade whatever. We should not have taken a stance. We should have just said we abstain, none of our business. You know, we should just stay out of it. The sanctioning of Russia just tells me that our current foreign minister Vivian Balakrishnan is just weak. He gave in to pressure from the foreign diplomats, and just recently he gave a speech about why he tried to justify how, you know, the reason that we did was because we were being neutral, and he cited that in 1980 something we also stood up to the United States and nonsense. He was just trying to justify his own weakness.
Reasons.
Yeah, I think we need to find a way to basically roll that back quietly, and then go back to being our neutral stance. We don't side with China. We don't side with Russia. We don't side with US. Yeah, and just say sorry to Russia. You know,
if you don't do these sanctions, PR shows, you won't get the order from F-35B.
So that's my theory, because we already have an order for the F-35. So no, that is probably the ultimatum the Americans threaten us with. If we cannot get F-35, if you see the situation with Turkey, once they block, and then you're gonna have a problem. Where is Singapore going to buy the next fifth generation fighter? You're not going to get any. You're going to buy the Korean one, so it's a problem. So I think they made a decision, but it's a bad decision. It's a bad decision, but they have no choice, and they probably think that okay, we can go by the back door, we can go there under the table. We talk to the Russians, hey, no, this is just a one-off thing. No, we have no choice, and we talk to our neighbors and whatnot. But it's still a horrible decision, because it's just very unaware of the geopolitical trends that's moving. That's what I think. But we still get F-35, so we are happy.
In a sense that our government, the fact that our government actually said that there's a non-zero chance of war, doesn't mean that it's a budget speech. It's a political budget speech. They would say something to justify the increase in budget or something, and I think that's all it was. It was justifying the increase in budget, and the fact that the reason that we spend so much money on our military as a percentage of GDP isn't because we have this huge military to take care of. It's because we have conscription. So we have this, every year thousands of our young guys basically have to go through this whole process, and that costs money to train them and whatever, right? So while it's right that we have one of the most powerful militaries on paper, like every guy except me, I'm PES E. I never even went through BMT. But most Singaporean guys, have held a gun, gone through military training, and can be called up to fight in event of war. But we also all know that if Singapore goes to war, Singapore is finished. So
that's why
Singapore is your original paper tiger. We cannot fight. We can just show that we are very loud and raw, but then we must also be very humble, because we know we cannot fight.
We can only fight once.
Only. Cannot fight.
We are one war country.
Yes,
but you're still adopting the Lee Kuan Yew's poison prawn strategies. You fight them, you get to pay a high price.
So if you fight us, we will hurt you badly. You will suffer a lot, but we will die together with you. Yeah, we die together with you. But so our strategy is we will be like, we are very colorful caterpillar. We are poisoned all over the place. So you don't come and shit on us. You squish us, we'll be squished, but your foot will itch for a while. Yeah, it's
like a poison jellyfish.
Yeah. You can easily squish us, but we'll sting you lah. You might die also. Yeah.
One.
Well. Looks like we got some of the usual suspects in here at the end. The chosen people. I just wanted to say hello, and I hope you all had a good open mic.
I'm the Jew.
You've been waiting this whole time for that.
Said that. The chosen ones are here.
I'm black, but I'm
and I always enjoy it.
Voss, he wasn't referring to you, Voss.
Yeah, I might have been.
Yeah, but I'm
probably none too. And even Drew, probably Drew, because he just hardly ever comes by anymore. He's
sorry,
He's always trading and hanging out with the Chinese, I guess.
I was surprised to see Drew here when no one was talking about China, and he came on. I was like, wow.
Well, you probably said GDP like 3 times, and then Drew appears.
We mentioned China, and Drew appears.
Yeah,
it's like a summoning spell.
So just now, Prata. So just now, Prata talked about how Singapore ministers is always very nice, very good with their words in saying the reality and then hide all the truth beneath it. So DPA, I'm also Singaporean. I tell you bluntly what we are talking about. So that is the difference. No, I will just tell you as it is what it is. But of course, the ministers cannot. They have to talk tactfully because they cannot offend. Because everybody is friends and enemy at the same time. Like if we say something that is a bit more pro-US, the Chinese get offended. If you say something a bit more pro-Russia, the Americans get offended. It's like there's no place for us to say.
When I see a country,
keep quiet. That's what a minister should do. Quiet.
Correct. So the person who dares to say something, they have to be very good with their words, which is what Lee Kuan Yew is known for. He's very tactful, and when he says something in your face that is like offends you, you cannot deny it because it's going to be so real that there's no way you can deny it. Say that there's freaking Americans are shitting on the floor in Los Angeles. How to deny it? That kind of thing. Like it's going to be very stark truth that that's what Lee Kuan Yew does. But the current batch of ministers and leaders, very few of them can do it. I think the only few ones are like the Singaporean president. He is very, very good at his words. Everybody loves when he talks. So, but no, our current foreign minister is no, and then he made so many bad decisions. Ever since he became the foreign minister, he has been making a lot of poor decisions. We offended China, now we offended Russia. We also offended Trump. I tell you, we offended so many people under him. So it is a continuation, and I hope that he quickly steps down. I can't stand it anymore. It makes our position very difficult, very dangerous.
Yeah, but he's part of the government. He's part of your government. I mean, he's not independent. He's the foreign minister of your country, of your government. That means the head of state, the president, is also okay with what he said.
No. You have to understand, we don't have a deep state kind of thing. So he is the foreign minister. He makes the call. The prime minister is there. The prime minister is the only person can cancel him. But the thing is, the prime minister is also getting very old. He's a bit too long on his job. He's the son of Lee Kuan Yew, Lee Hsien Loong. So he may have let this foreign minister do whatever he wants to do, or he just trusts him. Maybe the foreign minister just tell him, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." So the prime minister trusts him.
Sounds like
we don't have.
Sounds like deep state.
No,
but it's not a deep state. It's a
Singapore
cabinet.
No, the Singapore government, the cabinet is basically our form of this state because our ministers basically stay there forever as long as the prime minister doesn't get rid of them. He will stay there forever. But our ministers is not like the ministers in other countries. They are a lot more inward looking. So, for example, our Minister of Transport will focus on the internal transport issues within. So he will never go and tell the foreign ministry that this is my opinion of what is the foreign. They don't discuss their portfolios with each other.
They may have cabinet meetings.
Yeah, but
they may have cabinet meetings and discuss. But the thing is, the minister of that in the ministry will make the decision. Yes. So there is we don't operate in the kind of like the Americans, right? Where they get bombarded with all sorts of stupid information and they get confused. There's no such thing. Our ministers are all scholars. It's crazy. They are all very hardworking people.
And
you can't spot them that easily.
They're
inward looking. How you invite Taylor Swift in?
It's a good money.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's $3 million well spent.
You see, we Singaporeans agree.
It's a good call. You know, right?
Get people to come for F1 to improve our tourism industry. Taylor Swift is $3 million only, and the effect is the same. I would pay that again. You give her a residency, pay her $1 million.
You know how expensive is Singapore's hotel? You know how expensive is Singapore hotel? If you calculate number of foreigners coming to Singapore just to watch Taylor Swift concert, and how many days they're going to stay, I tell you, we make a huge profit. So
It's extremely
it's
profitable.
Singapore don't do stupid things. We are always very calculative.
That's
So
why the Thai minister is so
You
pissed
see,
because we
you
made it
see,
exclusive. Because they also
but
want
you
that money.
see, you talking like
Yeah, we want it because as Islamist governments blew it off. Yes, I'm very pissed about it.
I wanted to ask you something about. Well, we see Chinese influence in Singapore. You also have a lot of Chinese population there. We also know a lot of Malay population. We talked about Indonesia and Malaysia, but what about the other 1/3 part of Indonesia, of Singapore, that is always also expanding into the area, India? How do you see Indians interacting with Singapore, or is just a question of heritage and there is very little economic contact? How do you see this happening?
India is not 1/3 of Singapore.
From
India is they are about 10% of in Singapore is Indians, and it's the same with every other country. We cannot afford to piss off India either. We cannot afford to piss off China. We cannot afford to piss off US. Cannot Russia. None of those. They all send the rich ones will send their kids here to study. The ones that we need their skills from, they will offer them jobs here. They will work for a while, and then the ones that want to stay, they'll get permanent residency. And then the ones that that we really need our skills to get citizenship, and then it will be kept to that 10%, so that our kind of racial makeup is not too overly like messed up.
Unbalanced.
So it's so we cannot change the balance.
Are you allowed?
And the rest will go home after they made their money.
My question was more about the relationship between India, the state, not about the heritage. I knew about the heritage, but about the Indian state and Singapore, also in terms of business. How does it
So
work?
geopolitically, so we actually have a free trade deal, which actually caused some ruckus in the parliament. So but it was a mess. So I also don't even know what the hell is happening. What I do notice or observe is that Singapore is trying very hard to get closer relationship with India. So that is 100% the reality, because India is rising, you see. So it's natural for Singapore to now, we're gonna need to be, to make friends with this new big brother, because we want to be, the small little brother to all the big brothers. That's what Singapore always do. So,
lots of laborers, migrants, very heavy depend on India.
So we did some of these free trade deals, but the thing is, it feels a little bit pushy. If it not pushy, it feels a bit not natural. That's what I feel. Like this is something that the politicians also seems to know, that the oppositions are talking about. It feels a little bit unnatural, and like we try to force it, like, to put it that way, to force a better relationship, and that's the sense. But this is still all right, because to the Indians we are very small. We are like nothing.
Yeah, we're nothing.
To us, wow, this is the big brother. We need to secure.
You even have
And the Indians, of course, entertain us for sure, because the Indians are also trying to spread their influence, and they are also fighting against Chinese influence. They are all fighting geopolitically, for influence around. So they are definitely happy to get Singapore on India's side, but they also know Singapore is like on the American side as well, on the Chinese side as well. So of course there is some kind of a distance. I don't feel like we are very close. We are not like how they want to hug Maldives, that kind of situation. So
but there is a nuance. There's a funny thing here in terms of heritage. Most of the Indians you see in Singapore, they are Tamils. They are not they are the ones that rebelled against the Indians.
The Delhi one, northern one.
And fought like a civil war with them internally for a long time. So actually, if you want to, so it's nothing to do with the heritage. It's all about it's nothing to do with the fact that we have 10% of Indians. The 10% of Indians in Singapore is actually the rebels. So it's the main group of Indians in India, the
Southern India.
Yeah,
North and South India is very different. It's like two different countries. Like they are totally different ethnic race. Like one is more light brown, and the other below is all like African
it's
black.
like China lah. Every province is different. It's all different languages.
But the India one is more stuck.
Culture,
But India one is more
like
stuck because
Balkans.
it's
different ethnics glued together by the British
more
colony.
is more different than the Europeans different ethnic. You once visually you see they are two different people. Like one is whiter, some of them is very white. So then most of them is light brown, and then the Tamils are all dark brown or black. Like they look like they are African kind of black.
So sounds like Brazil. Sounds like Brazil. The lighter
and
is
if
your
you look-
color, the skin of your color. The bearer.
And then if you go to the northeast,
Yeah,
is
in
the
light.
Bangladeshi
Sounds like
kind of
Brazil.
color, which is also
Bengali.
light brown, but it's less white than the west, the Pakistani type. So it's a very forced country, India. So it's not a natural country, which is why India never really always unite like a one country, one empire like China, because China, generally speaking, we are all yellow skin, we all look almost the same.
No,
But if you look at
nonsense. The
Yeah,
North
if you
and
look
South
at-
For you
Chinese also
guys,
different.
for you guys, no.
The
For
West Chinese
us,
also
No,
different.
no. China
Nah,
is
you guys know, but
90%
for us,
is Han.
all the same.
Yeah, the yellow
If I
skin.
see a
Generally, we're all
if
yellow
I
skin.
see a Singaporean, Korean, Chinese,
They all look the same.
Yes,
or
also
even
generally dark
Japanese,
skin.
I think all the same.
Europeans are all generally white skins because of the environment.
Even
At the
the
end of the
average
day,
dude, I'm seeing
I'm so
average
happy.
dude. I
Guys,
think
you're talking over each other. Stop.
No.
Let
No,
them
that's-
finish.
No, so that's why I
can't
understand.
even
I
give you
understand the
face
point. Like for example, I can
Make
recognize
no
a
sense.
Korean. I can recognize a Korean from a Japanese, from a Chinese, from a Singaporean. I can tell the difference between them, despite they're all yellow skin. Just like Europeans can tell a difference between a Slav, a Scandinavian, and a French. The thing is, in India, they're totally different. They don't even look the same. They're like one is very dark, one is very bright. And if you look at their movie, you literally can tell the Bollywood, Hollywood is totally two different thing. And then in the Bollywood, the Tamil people is always the bad guys. They have do these shows. The black Indians are always these barbarians, and this whiter Indian will defeat them. It's always this contest in terms of culture that is very.
see, Wyatt, if you actually physically
forget
go to India,
Bollywood,
right,
go to Hollywood,
and then you walk,
go to Hollywood, you're gonna see the same. Black guys
if you
always
physically go
bad
to
in
India
Hollywood movies.
and you walk from one side of India to the next, all you'll see is the slow change in skin color. It's because of the environment. It's nothing to do with north or south.
Yeah.
It is, and the slow change in culture and practices. It's the same anywhere in the world. In China, it's the same. In Europe, it's the same. It's just all this. India is just a political union. That's all.
But you cannot
When
deny
you
that.
see, when you see a black people, you feel from African, yeah. When you see a African, you think we are all the same, yes or no?
Yeah, all different.
Yes.
No, we are all different, but we can't tell.
I can tell people. Just look at them where they from in Africa.
You know what? Can I answer this one? Can I answer this one as the whitest guy on here? You know how? Do you know? And maybe this is just how I kind of see it in North America. You're absolutely right, Foss. There's no difference between Angola and
Oh yes, there is.
No, not us. I'm saying us, right?
Yeah, I know.
But the way I've always kind of made the distinction is Africans versus these Caribbean islanders. So here in North America, we get a lot of those from like Jamaica, Trinidad, stuff like that. So I think that our North American view of a black person is not an African. It's a Jamaican or something like that. So that's the only kind of way I think, North Americans kind of distinguish it.
But all of this doesn't really matter because in 1,000 years, all those guys that live in Australia will start to look like Aboriginals. They'll all be darker skin. All us Chinese that now live in Singapore will all have darker skin, right? All those people that live in those Europeans that went to live in Florida, they also have darker skin. It's and then they would start to think of themselves as a different race, And then the people in Europe will say that the Australians are not real white enough. It's this age old idea of trying to find your own tribe and then try to say us versus them is nonsense. At the end of the day, it's just the how long you spend out in the sun.
Until you go to a Punjab or a Hindi person and tell you, are you a Tamil? You see how pissed off he becomes.
Yeah, and that's kind of the backward thinking. This is the backward thinking.
It's the reality. That's the reality.
It's the reality, yes, but
the thing is that Africans have created this sense of unity. There's a lot of difference between them, and you actually recognize. It's just, if you have to do a little bit with Africa, you will recognize. Angolans are a bit similar to Zairean people, but it's Angolans. They have a very interesting face. It's their face. It doesn't change. People from Guinea are different.
I'm gonna call the police.
Yes,
if you run away, Congolese.
I agree with Pata. No, it's very simple. If you think about Africans, no one would think about the Egyptians. No one would think of Egyptians as Africans.
Or the Ethiopians.
Shockwave.
Or the Ethiopians. So what I meant is, so these differences are perceived, first of all, how people also present themselves. We call this inverted Orientalism on one side. On what? I am half...
Thank you. I'm right.
Yeah,
you see, I'm always right.
What binds India together is
no. You said it has to do with skin color, Wyatt.
No. I say that the skin color shows a huge difference between the two people. But there is the main thing is the culture. What they identify themselves is totally different. The language is different. They have very strong pride of their heritage. That is the main thing. And this heritage comes back to the ancient time where they're all different kingdoms, which is why they're never one empire, just like in China. There's all this obsession about uniting the whole of China. India have never this kind of thing because they're all different people. There's no unite. They don't want to be with each
Europe never united. America's never united.
Guys, I was still talking before the appearance of the super shot. So the first thing is that you perceive the other like the other also present themselves like it is to be. And I was talking about Africa, which is very easy. They also present themselves as Africans in a very, very strong way and talk about their unity. Indian is a very interesting case. There is a lot of difference. What was saying about the religion, even they have different alphabets in many different dialects in different parts of India, and each of these cultures has different presentations, different foods, different ways of dressing. Even if most Indians are Hindus, there are differences in their Hinduism, and it's like it is true that India was never a common empire altogether. There are parts that had common things and so on. They always saw themselves as a civilization that has this characteristic. Yes, and the coming back of Hinduism, because there were other religions. Buddhism was very strong in the north of India. It disappeared because Hinduism came back somewhere in time again and made Buddhism disappear. It is very interesting, and this unites the Indians a lot. There is some parts of India which are a bit like Wade was saying, a bit pushed together, and that's the most eastern part of India in the border with Birmania. Actually, is a very complicated part of India.
Super complicated because all the ethnic group there is all very small. It's just like Myanmar. Why Myanmar cannot unite? Because they are all very small ethnic groups and they all cannot stay together. India have the same problem. The northeast, they are all very small ethnic groups like the Naga people and they can't stay together. They just can't stand it. So,
and they are together with India just for the sake of convenience. It's very interesting. They don't really see themselves as in, but it's a very big territory, but this is an exception inside of India. Well, China is the same thing. We also perceive the Chinese as being all the same. Actually, we perceive the Chinese, the Japanese in Europe, or the Koreans a bit the same because they have many cultural things identical, more or less, but they are very different, especially in terms of religion. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, at least for me, from when I was young, my concept of Indian is always very dark, like African dark. Then somehow, as I grow up, I get confused because then I start to get exposed to North Indian ethnic groups. Then I was like,
Punjabi.
then everything start to get confusing because as a young mind, it's very simplistic. Like I was so young, I thought that Malays can understand Indians. Like I thought that they understand each other's language because they're all darker skin. Because it's just a kind of naivety.
It's totally
So
different
then after that,
language.
you realize that India is actually so much more complicated. It's like, what the fuck? So
well, China too, right? Like China is such a massive country, right? In just geographical size, what a Chinese person in the West versus the East could be very different, right? And people don't get that here. They don't.
China is the only country that is the exception to all of this. It's the only country that managed to unite. It's basically if European Union got together or if India got together and form among themselves and ignore all the ethnic groups. There are over 300 ethnic groups in China. They just decided to merge rather than keep fighting themselves. So if like Myanmar, there are like 6 ethnic groups like that. There's the Karens and then there's the ones in the middle and then whatever. Yeah, every country is the same. India is the same. They have different ethnic groups. They keep fighting each other. Europe is the same. It's like the French and the Germans are different ethnic groups, basically, and the UK people and the Norwegians, and then they keep fighting each other. China is the only one that basically decided to merge and not have this ethnic struggle. So to us outsiders, we look in, it looks like China is all one big, it's all Han. It's actually no. There's no Han race. 90%. The Han race is made out of 300 over ethnic groups. They just the English people just decided, okay, all these 300 groups, they look alike, so therefore they're Han. it's not an ethnic group at all.
Americans
officially,
white.
China has 56 ethnics.
Huh?
Yeah,
but no, Americans is different because they are Europeans that from a small part of the world.
They have more genders than ethnic groups.
That's just
so
nonsense that the occupied.
Before I used to see all the white people the same, but now I know when there is someone from West Europe or Eastern Europe. It's easy, very easy. I don't need to see them speak. Just by look at them, I know this guy is
so you like
Holland
Slavic girl more or Anglo girl more?
Come again?
So you like Slavic girl more or Anglo girl?
So what do you think of this white guy, the whitest guy we have here?
My pronouns are he, him, Vaz. Where am I from?
If I see you speaking, I'm gonna say, oh, this guy is American, If you're speaking to America, they're gonna straight away know, oh, he's Canadian.
No, Voss.
Not me.
Is which part of Europe is his ancestors from? You think? Let's see if you're right.
Oh,
yeah, Nonya, he's the only white guy here.
Nonya in
Europe, white guys, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Prata will feel
I'm gonna say it's British.
Yeah. Bit in there, but three-quarters Scottish, so you're close.
Yeah,
and then I got some Welsh and some British in there. But yeah, the whole bloody island, basically.
Oh, wait.
So for you,
the other white guy. Prata is the other white guy.
So for you Europeans, if you all want to unite, like how China unite?
If I see Prata, I'm gonna get confused. I'm gonna say Spanish, Moroccan, or Portuguese. These three. He's really confused.
He looked very
really confused,
You're muted, Prata.
I wouldn't say so at all.
Another white guy.
This guy is straight away French.
Well,
that's the name.
I think the Portuguese are very, very mixed, but we don't have the concept of ancestry like Nuno was explaining, because we have been living in this little small country for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's just that many people came here, they all mixed, and we all considered ourselves Portuguese. People don't have a real memory. It has been too many hundreds of years ago. And besides, most of us have Portuguese family names. We have a lot of family names. They all tend to be Portuguese, and everybody has one somewhere. I have 5 family names, for instance. So it's you really are included in a kind of a Portuguese genealogy. It doesn't matter if you have blonde hair and blue eyes, or if you are a bit more light tanned and green eyes like me, or really dark black, especially many Africans have. We were talking about Indians. We have a lot of people from Goa, because when Goa was taken by India, the Union state, thousands and thousands of people left Goa and came to Portugal and Mozambique, and later from Mozambique to Portugal. And the neighborhood where I live in, there are a lot of Goanese, and you wouldn't recognize them. They are darker skin, but they dress and they speak so European. You don't, they have no accent whatsoever, and you don't notice they would be Indians until they actually say, because they are very proud of being Goanese, until they tell you, oh no, I'm from Goa. And they have Portuguese family names, they have everything. But those ones are the only ones in our society that really preserve these ancestry. See, so sorry.
But to be honest, Prata looked very Portuguese. Like the first time I saw him, he's like, "Oh, this Portuguese." Like, when they do all this portrait of those those colonial times where they draw this general or this admiral that comes to colonize certain place. The Portuguese admiral is going to look like this, like the long hair with the beard, like it totally looks like Prata. That's Portuguese. Like you can't run away from that. So there's no doubt. Prata is very Portuguese.
Now, if you see everyone, if you see Cristiano Ronaldo, you're gonna say he's Portuguese because he's Portuguese. If you see,
maybe it's the culture.
If you see when Portugal played Morocco in the World Cup, if you see both teams, look at Ronaldo and the people next to him. They look
just imagine.
similar.
Yeah.
They look
Imagine
similar.
Prata, if he cuts off his hair, he dyes it blonde, shaves, then he will look North European.
Nah, he's gonna look Brazilian if he does that.
It's a cultural thing, his hairstyle and
if he does that, he's gonna look Brazilian. Trust me.
So just now we talk about China managed to unite, but Europe didn't. So you want me to teach you how China do it? So you conquer the whole of Europe, you kill a lot of people, force them to build a very big war, and then you collapse the whole empire, but they will forever want to unite. That's how you do it.
They did it. The French did it. The Germans did it. But the same mistake they made time and again. After they conquered the whole of Europe, they tried to invade Russia, and then they all fell apart. If only they
the Swiss is going to get very offended. The Swiss is going to get very offended. It's like, what?
Stop.
The Swiss is
No, they never managed. They never managed to conquer all of Europe. They never managed to conquer all of Europe or most of it for enough long time.
Their writing.
Yeah, because they decided to march on Russia. Both of them, Napoleon and Hitler, both decided.
That's their business. Why they failed.
But never.
Yeah, if they didn't,
they never managed.
I think the only empire that is closest to really conquering the whole of Europe is Rome. But even Rome struggled in Germany.
Rome was tiny.
It's huge. Rome is huge. But they cannot. Every time they go into the north, into the Germanic area, they just cannot defeat the Germans.
They got beaten up by the Germans and the vanguard.
Yeah. So in Europe, they never managed to conquer everyone. So you need to conquer everyone. Then after that, you force everybody to speak one language, and only write one language, and burn all the books. Every other language's book, burn everything, and then force them to build a very big war, and then you collapse the whole empire. You're gonna have forever this concept of one Europe. One Europe. Everybody will want to fight civil war until they get one Europe. That's how you get China.
Actually, I have the theory that if Europe continues like it is, it will probably end up in the kind of a civil war, because Brussels is trying to get more power to itself, more and more and more. It's trying to make people the same. And I wouldn't be surprised that in a few years they decided to impose English as the first language at school. And learn the national language as you're from Switzerland. Come on, you're from Switzerland. I think the Swiss live in a bubble. They are protected of all this shit that we have been exposed to in the European Union. You have no idea. This is They are already controlling our school books and telling each state what to write in the school books. And if you make something that praises too much your national identity, which is Portugal, we have a very strong national identity, you get a bit scared when you start seeing how they are changing the narrative in order to create an idea that Europe really exists together. It never really existed. Besides, in terms of the Roman Empire, what do you call it? The sacred, the holy sacred emperor.
Holy Roman Empire.
Holy Roman Empire.
Neither holy nor Roman.
To Prada's point.
Let's talk about RL. Where do
Well,
you
just
think
one
it's
thing.
from?
One thing to Prada's point. They don't even refer to French identity anymore. It's all European identity or European values. European. They don't even talk about nations in Europe on any sort of national level that I see anymore.
No, they
Just a
do.
thought.
But they do, but you notice they are imposing something. They just haven't been strong enough. It's a question of time. But the Swiss, these guys are really lucky. They have 4 different communities. They have nothing to do with each other. French, which speak a very strange dialect. German, that speak all types of German dialects there are. Then you have some Italians, which are mostly just immigrated 100 years ago. And then you have the Retro-Romans, the Polito ones. They have been losing their terrain for everybody. The poor Germans in Switzerland immigrated to the Retro-Romans areas. The Italians the same. Those ones are like diminishing. But otherwise, it's like a crazy country of many things together.
I guess my point is, 25 years ago, whatever it was when I lived in Holland, you saw national borders, you saw boundaries, you believed you were in a continent of different countries. I don't see that anymore in Europe. I see one big blob, besides Switzerland apparently, but that's it.
Yeah, but that's a
took
good
over.
thing.
We
Europe
black.
needs to unite.
We took over.
Europe needs to become one. Otherwise, it will become irrelevant.
I guess.
But the problem right now is uniting in the wrong way. The people they are trying to unite it are not elected. They are just appointed, and then there's no way to get rid of them. So Europe needs to unite, but as a political entity where you elect your leaders and then they but it's going to be tough to get there, because that means you need to get rid of all your local politicians, and they are not going to want to give up their power, which is why you end up with this weird system where you have this Central European Commission that's not elected, and then you have elected officials of each country that kind of have to kowtow to these non-elected people. It is a very weird system, but once you get rid of this and have a proper political system, and Europe should unite, get rid of your differences, otherwise you become irrelevant. Except for the Swiss. The Swiss never want to unite anybody, right? You want to stay by yourself.
Just be different countries. I prefer Europe to be different countries.
I don't think so. That there will be a united Europe. I think there have always been differences between cultures and states and languages. That's why we are unique. All of the countries in Europe are unique. That's why we actually, to the contrary, that we want to be independent, that we want to be more nationalistic. You see this coming up again, that more and more countries elect heads of states who are more nationalistic than the opposite. So I think this myth of that all the countries just follow Europe. There is a lot of countries who are against Europe and protest the ruling of Brussels. Everybody says it. I mean, the entire countries from all around Europe complain about this. You see with agriculture protest who is currently going on, that Brussels is imposing something and that it's not working at all, because people start to want to have results based on their national needs and not on Europe's dream of uniting all the countries, because we need to not disappear. That's not something the national countries independently think about. And moreover,
Yes, Switzerland is a strange country. You're right, Prata. There is a lot of different languages, a lot of different cultures, a lot of different dialects. It's true, but we still work it out, right? That's a perfect example of a country who actually could be like the European Union, right? You have differences between each canton, right? But you still manage to have overall base rules for everyone, and then afterwards, if you want to have it a little bit different, you just do it your way in your region, right? But there's still the law, and then after you can try to make your thing go on how you want. Obviously, it must be in the way of the constitution and so on, and that would be a perfect example of actually running the European Union, right? Not by force but by choice.
Okay,
Is it
great.
true your
I would
place
say
is,
that
right.
if I may, I would say that Switzerland only works because you guys have the world money over there. Money is the glue that keeps you together. If I take your money away, you're gonna start fighting with the Germans or the French or Italian right away. Let me put it this way. Uniformity. Uniformity in policy. Okay, let me finish, guys. Come on,
Is it
please.
true that you wire all the explosive in the border?
Upgrades just got all these Picassos and Monets in his house.
Come on,
Back in the day.
This man will just start selling a lot of mineral waters.
Gold bars,
I
don't
wanted to
forget the
speak
gold
about
bars.
Europe. I wanted to talk about Europe. Europe as a uniformity in policy, meaning one policy for all Europe. Eventually, we will have no more German police. We will have European police in French, mixed up police in Europe. European police, European policy for agriculture. Everything gotta be uniform. This is the threat of communism. You understand me? It doesn't work. It doesn't go diversity. Unity through diversity. It's not working like that, because here we have, like Gareth said, we have old nations. These are one of the oldest nations on planet Earth. Even though most of the Europeans originate with the gene R1A1, which comes from the Balkan Peninsula by scientific methods, we all share the Indo-European, so-called Indo-European languages, which they all derive from the same well. Okay, so what is it? Indo-European? Some people
Not
call
all
it
of us.
Indo-Iranian. Indo-Iranian. If I ask you where
Not
is
all of
Indo-Europea,
us.
or where is Indo-Irania or Indo-Europea, you don't know where
Yeah,
to tell me. You don't know where
tell
is that
that to
location.
the Finnish. Tell that to the Finnish that they are speaking an Indo-European language. Yeah, it's different. Exactly, it's different. Stop about those ethnic genetic thingy, because today's Europe is very different, especially in Western countries and today's Scandinavian countries, because they imported a lot of people from I don't know where. And I'm a big example of that result. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, what's happening? We're erasing the nations in order to make
okay, but yes, your comparison with communism about today's European Union is like that, because the top level of European Union, their title is commissar, like in Soviet Union, and that's true. And yes, they want one rules to rule everybody, like Lord of the Ring, one ring to rule all of them. That's true. And that project with a unified police system, with a unified military system, must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be the end of every European nations, and behind it, every European culture and specificity, which make what is beautiful about all those different European countries. All the different language, tradition, cultures. Despite that same genetic thingy, we are all different, very different.
Yes.
With
Take, for
one
example,
rule,
my
you
nation.
rule them all, and
Macedonians
one
don't
nation
exist
rule
anymore. We
them.
have
You
citizens.
guys always saying that LGBTQ is a communist thing. If that's
it is.
true, how come there is no fact that shit in China?
Huh?
It's a
LGBTQ
communist
is
concept.
liberal stuff.
Equality.
It's totally
You
different
cannot
from
make
commie
equal
stuff,
something that
okay?
is not equal. You, like this guy said, we don't need LGBT pilot. We
How
need
come
competent
there is
pilot.
no
You
that
understand me?
bullshit
It's
in
about
Russia?
competence. It's not about a misrepresentation or not enough representation in certain profession. It's about competence. We need competent people to run the airplane. Let's say, you know, it doesn't matter if he's gay or white or green, whatever.
How come the United States is the one promoting that shit if that's the communist thing?
Because it's under attack under communism. United States right now, it's under big attack of communism. The ruling elite in America is communist. You understand me?
What?
Maybe you do not believe me, but look, Tucker Carlson, you should look. There's an interview with this Chinese lady. She's talking about the communism in America. You guys are very big shit with the communism. Believe me, I've seen
my
this.
boss is not
I grew
American.
up in
Boss is
communism.
UK.
I've seen this shit before, man. So in America, guys, watch out if they take your
There's no
Second
American guys
Amendment.
here. There's no American guys here.
screwed and
Everyone
for the
here
rest
is
of the
not
world.
American.
Yeah.
There's no American here.
Well, they should watch out. Yeah.
Oh, but Ghost, it's
may I-
interesting. I know that
No.
Upgrade should talk first. Actually, Upgrade go first. Then
Yeah,
I
just
wanted to
And then I want to do closing.
About the European Union. I know many people will maybe disagree with me, but there is also some good things who come from the European Union. Like we can travel around Europe without having to have visas or border controls. It's pretty cool. I mean, there's good things from the European Union, and it's not all to throw away out of the window, right? There's just the problem is that we maybe push a little bit too much certain points of view who should be debated more carefully nationally before it goes and gets implemented to all the countries. And like said before, Brussels is not very cooperative and not listening very much to the countries it should represent, because if European Union should be a thing, then all the other countries should be like regions of European Union. So if all the regions say we don't want that, then it's very difficult to implement it in the entire European Union. And that's the problem of the European Union, that it wants to impose things which the people don't want. Maybe some countries want it, then why not let them do it, and the other countries let them do their thing and not impose it. I think that's the biggest negative point on the European Union, that it's centralized by bureaucrats who are not elected from no country in the entire European Union and decide for all the countries what they should do and what is best for them. Best example, like the green stuff and stuff like that, where they impose very hard rules to our farmers, but they import things from non-European countries, which actually, how should I say, go against the rules of the European Union. So it's very difficult to manage an entire thing if you have certain rules for our farmers and no rules for the other thing which we import for much cheaper. Okay, it's free market, but we need to a little bit think about it. Yep. Sorry.
Quick question, because I'm not very familiar with the European Parliament or what. Don't they vote on it? Does the European Parliament vote on such new legislations? Do they vote on it?
Representatives from each country who go there.
So it's voted on, right? So it's not, you can't say that it's not.
The parliament,
Wait.
the
Building next to the parliament is the lobby building. Every day the parliament, the guys, they go in the lobby building, so that's who makes the decision. There is no voting. What voting? What are you talking about? It's communism. There's no voting there. The lobby group talks.
It's worse than that.
Everything
the
for you is
European
communism.
Parliament is a fake parliament. It's the European Commission that produce all laws. They don't produce any laws. They just stand their hand and say it's approved. And most of the time they approve whatever the European Commission does, because it's a mafia that controls the parliament between the European socialists and the popular European, something like that. These two parties, the center left and the center right, they are completely made with each other's, and they approve everything that European Commission does. So the difference towards a different parliament is that the deputies produce the laws and bringing them to vote and discussion. The European Commission is the one actually producing the laws with all those lobbies, and then, like Goss was saying, they decided everything in the corridors with the lobbyists, and they vote something they never wrote before.
I have another question. Does the member of European Parliament, the MEPs, do they communicate with the national governments, or they are totally two separate things?
Well, they belong normally to parties. They created this other system where the MPs from each country are not representing each country really. They are representing a kind of a bigger European family. So there are these so-called European parties. It's like a mimic of a national parliament.
Let's start a DPA European Party, man.
Yeah, so
I'm
there
not
is
a
these
member.
socialist Europeans, and they joined almost all socialist parties, not all, but all socialist parties in Europe. And actually, they once they are inside of the parliament, you could say, okay, this is an MP from Portugal, but he's never going to vote for Portugal. He's going to vote like for the socialist parties that he's represented on. And on the other side, there will be also an MP of a Portuguese MP, but he's inside of the popular Europeans.
The right
and
side.
he will not vote together with the interests of Portugal there. He will vote like for the interests of the party. And this is
What a broken system, man.
It's a
what a
fact.
broken
Left
system.
and right. It's fucked.
And they are voting, the parliament, the MEP are voting on stupid subjects, not on core issues.
Yes.
The core issues are decided by the commission.
Yes.
And the
So
commissars.
how big is condoms? So the European Union wanted to make regular condoms for 14 centimeters. And the peoples on the south of Europe were shocked and said, what the fuck? But of course, men couldn't talk about it. Men couldn't talk about it. It was the European women, they joined together to ask for a bigger size. I'm sorry. Or they talk about, yes, it is
That's
true.
what it was, man. I did not know about
Now,
this.
come on,
I'm
man.
on the
This sounds like a state-run economy. This sounds like communism.
I just say that's why Vaz is in Europe now.
They decide on matters like they decide on
He's in
matters.
England, man.
They decide on matters something like how big can what do you call that, the place where you sit in the toilet, things like that. It's like the most
The shape
regulations you could
the
ever
shape
find.
of the bananas.
Oh,
The
yes, the shape of the
bananas
banana.
must have a certain type of curvature and so on. Otherwise, it can't be sold on European market. They are deciding on such things like that. It's incredible. They also tried exactly. They also tried to forbid the use of oven with wood, real wood, because it's carbon polluting. But for in Italy, it was scandalous because if you want to eat a very nice pizza, you need your oven with wood, real wood, which is burning, to make a good taste, wooden smell of your pizza, and not using a gas oven or electric one, which will end up with a stupid result. So they are making laws on absolutely stupid things, and they try to impose it on everybody.
No wonder Voss moved to Europe. He's like, wow, this feels like home.
That's communism.
Voss, does it feel like home?
Norwegians cannot eat wood-fired pizza. Only Italians can have wood-fired pizza. Is that what you're saying? What the fuck?
Gareth.
Yes, it's like a non-sterilized cheese. Some countries, because of for cultural reason, are still producing, like in France, unsterilized milk product. In some other countries, some European countries, you only find, and it's only allowed to have sterilized milk product.
Gareth.
Thank you. Well, the first thing I wanted to say is that the idea that the American ruling class is communist is completely nonsensical, and I'm saying that as a communist. Well, you're
I'm
welcome
sorry,
to
you
have a
should look
shot at it.
Tucker Carlson interview. Look at Tucker Carlson interview with the
If I
Chinese
can
lady,
just,
and you'll know what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm sorry.
I will not know what you're talking about because that's not how anything works. But I also wanted to say about the EU. First of all, a lot of these stories are made up. Like that story about bananas was made up by Boris Johnson when he was writing in the Telegraph, from which he was fired for
No,
lying.
no, it wasn't made up.
Hang on, let
I
me
clearly
finish.
invite
Let me
you to
finish.
come
Let me
in
finish.
Europe. It's not made up. Not because
I live in
Boris
Europe.
Johnson was mentioned it, that was fake. No, he was right about it.
No, he wasn't. He was fired for lying. And when these stories are true, they're because it's the EU obeying business. It's the demands of business to standardize these things. It's not some government that's deciding this. This is what business is telling them that they want, and then the EU implement it. I just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you.
Yeah. It is very true.
Yeah.
If I may, very short. This is a technique that has been developed inside of the European Union. It's one of the biggest crises. Lobbies of very big companies, in order to dislodge smaller producers, create this type of regulamentations. They know in forehand, because they were the ones negotiating. Many of these guys in the European commissioners, there were people working in big tech companies. And they have decided the big companies will be updated first. The other ones will get out of the market, trying to adapt to the new standards. And in that process, when they are ready to come in, they lost a lot of their market position. This has been a very well-known technique that, unfortunately, big corporations are using the European Union toward these stupid legislations. It's really stupid because, and it's interesting because it's so technical, is so difficult to grasp that just the big companies really know how these things will work, and the smaller companies normally just stop to wait how things will be then really completely defined, and then come and adapt to the process.
Monsanto, right? You're talking about Monsanto.
No, I'm talking about all types of big companies and big corporations.
Like Monsanto.
Especially no. Oh, come on. Upgrade.
Wait. Stop. 7 hours already. Closing. You all can use your closing to say whatever you want to say.
That was supposed to close when it was 5 hours.
7 hours already is too long. Later the AI tool cannot digest. Although they have already improved it, but no, I'm not going to do timestamp myself. So if you go on too long later, there's no timestamps. Okay, so who want to go first? Who? I put Prata later because Prata just talked, right? So no.
Okay.
Let's give Drew because Drew.
I can go.
No. I raised my finger first.
Okay. Drew later.
Thank
After
you.
Rael first.
No, my banana stories is true. It's not because British mainstream media, which all of them were pro-EU against the Brexit, told that Boris Johnson was saying bullshit about the bananas shape was fake. No, it was true, totally true. And one of the reasons they are doing such things is to protect the European markets from external companies which are not part of the lobby group within which are influencing the European Commission. And we are actually in Europe living in a parallel world more and more, which is totally anachronic to what the rest of the world are actually witnessing or going through. So I hope we will see a kind of revolution, not against European Union because it's not a person, but against those individuals in every European countries who are making that thingy a real thing. Because the commissioners, you have to understand, those are appointed mainly by the prime minister and president of each European countries. So it's a total hypocrite game where they're saying, oh, I have to apply that decision or that type of laws or restriction because the European Union have decided that, but themselves they have appointed those type of guys. Yeah, von der Leyen was kind of chosen by those elected head of states. Same for Louis Michel of the European Council. So, fuck the EU.
Yes.
Voilà.
Fuck them.
Okay, I was waiting for the voila. No, I'm so used to saying
okay,
voila. I was like, he ended what with "fuck you." Is that what? I was like, oh, I got shocked.
All right, I was
Then the
pissed.
voila came. Like, oh, okay.
Okay.
The balance,
Okay,
the balance of the universe came back. No. Drew.
Yeah. Okay. This news about the way you describe the EU, you guys, is news to me, and I would just like to say that if it's how you guys describe, basically policies being made by companies lobbying the politicians the unelected politicians in the commission to then have a European-wide policy based on the interests of companies and not based on interests of people, then you guys are living in an oligarchy. It's not a democracy anymore because your politicians don't represent you. But I'd like to take this time to go back to, because just now I had a long rant about how the Europeans conquered North America, South America, Australia, all this, and then there were some people calling me racist. But okay, I need to then clarify this. My stance is that we are all the same. We are all the same race. It's the human race, right? This Europeans conquering North America, South America, Australia is a fact. And from a non-European person looking at the map, that's what we see. We see all these Europeans conquering. But at the end of the day, all of us, we don't bear responsibility for what has happened. We were born and we are born into this world. This is the reality we live in. And all of us, every single one of us has an ancestor that was a murderer, there's an ancestor that was a victim of a murder, there was an ancestor that's a victim of a rape. All of us, if you go back far enough. That's how humans were in the past. There's no getting away from it. So that it's not race. There's no race in this. It's just reality. And that this group of people, they're still pushing for this agenda to wipe out Russia and China. Those are the people that are racist. They are the ones that think that I'm European. I have conquered 4 continents. I need to finish this conquest. I think today, if the Europeans and the Americans just back off, just become normal states, cooperate with the rest of the world will be happy to cooperate with them. And we will then be able to live in peace. Because everybody, you ask anybody on the street, do you want to go and conquer Africa, or you want to go and break up China? Nobody's going to say yes. Everybody just wants the same thing. I want a peaceful place to live. I want good education, good job opportunity. I want to be able to work hard. I want to be able to make money. I want to support my kids. That's what everybody wants. It's these idiotic politicians that have this grand idea of empire and grand idea of the European people conquering all the, they see themselves as Europeans. They see themselves as, Anglo-Saxons or whatever group you want to call them. It just so happens that these people, were from Europe. It could easily have been some person from China that, if you're European, you imagine the map. North America is all Chinese. South America is half Chinese. Australia, all Chinese. How are you going to feel? Right? You're going to feel like you're a bit cornered, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, it's just a group of people that happen to be European who are thinking that they want to complete this world conquest, and they're pushing for it. You can see it happening. They caused trouble in Vietnam to deal with China. They caused trouble in Korea to deal with China. Now they're causing trouble in Ukraine to deal with Russia. They caused trouble in what's that? That's the Muslim country south of Chechnya, also to deal with Russia. Why are all these proxy wars happening around Russia and China? Because it's the deal with Russia and China. Why aren't the proxy wars happening in Cuba or Mexico? Because Russia and China are not taking the effort to go and create trouble in their continent. They just want to be them, right? So all these people, the politicians that are trying to drive that agenda of conquering the rest of the world, just need to stop. We are born into this reality. This is the world we know. We should just strive for internal prosperity, good infrastructure, good schools, good policies to get cheap food and water for everybody. and sustainable, whatever green stuff too, but don't hurt people while doing that. And that's what everybody should go for. None of this race bullshit and empire bullshit. That's all bullshit. That's all, people trying to play God. People trying to, get glory and all that nonsense. Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you, Drew. Voss, closing.
Oh yeah, I agree with Drew. We have a lot of people in voice chat that say that kind of thing. They always say, "Oh, Africa is irrelevant," and I'm gonna say fair play to Nunya and Prata. Yeah, Nunya and Prata always sharing and talking things like everyone is the same. The other one is never come on Open Mic anymore. Is Dog. He always sharing things that happen in Africa. That's matter. And there is another thing. Just because people say, "Yeah, we are on the left," doesn't mean they're fucking communist. Most of these countries I see in Europe, they say, "Oh, we are left." They fucking not. Whatever the fuck they doing, they no fucking communist. Okay, I'm done. That's it.
That's a weird closing. Okay, Prata.
Well, guys, we have had a very, very dangerous week. I don't think the next week will be less dangerous. Things are getting hot like hell, and the pan is about to explode. I have the feeling. Well, not exactly at this moment, but they are getting lost. They don't know how to lose, but there are some interesting effects. There has been many international meetings, which is unusual. I never noticed it before. I have the feeling they are all meeting in February intentionally. But nevertheless, it's very interesting how all these meetings, international meetings, be it the one in India, the one in Munich, or the one in Turkey, Antalya now. And I noticed there is an evolution of the global south in terms of their perspectives of how the world should be, which I presented before, and the one from the west. The one from the west is very belligerent, very bellicose. It's as we have noticing from many comments of officials, is ready to go to war. And the South actually is much more appeasable and says, "No, we don't want to change that much. We actually just want to reform. We want a more fair world," and so on. So there is some kind of exteriorism especially from the Europeans, like they are going to lose something really, really dear, that they won't be surviving after they lose that, because Ukraine is so valuable. There is nothing valuable about Ukraine. They lived centuries and centuries without Ukraine. Ukraine has played almost no role in European history for many, many centuries, from that forgotten image in the 1200s. It's Russia. It's not Europe. And we have had many moments in history where Russia is cut apart from Europe. And this is a kind of a sad Europe. And we had a lot of moments when Russia took part in the development of Europe. And a lot of what happened in the peace in Europe was just possible because Russia was actually making the Europeans see they could develop, they could create things. And there is a lot of things. For instance, we were talking about the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. It was created actually because the Tsar Nikolai I suggested to the Europeans they should lose their problems in an arbitration court, which is amazing. We had many other things in the same way. So I think the Europeans and Americans should come down. I think many people have said, like, wait, the Europeans and the Americans, they should regroup and realize what they are coming to do. But unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen unless the global south takes a more incisive response. And I hope they do, because at this moment, Europe is becoming a very dangerous place, and although there is no need, this is just extremism. So I hope the global south wake up and say give some punch on the table and say, wake up, wake up. So that was my closing.
Thank you, brother. Gareth, closing. You're muted.
Thanks. I'm okay now. I don't have anything particular to say at the moment. I'll just let others carry on. Thanks.
You can say thank you. Okay.
That's the best closing ever, right there. Like I can't follow that up. I mean, that's awesome. Well, guys, if you haven't liked and subscribed after listening to Wyatt and Drew just blow each other over how great Singapore is for an hour, like I don't know what else it'll take. So hit the like, subscribe. In all honesty, no, seriously, guys, I enjoyed that particular bit the most today, because what I love coming on here is when we go down these rabbit holes about places that we don't necessarily talk about a lot. Because for me personally, I don't know anything about Singapore. So, good stuff, right? So thanks for that. The coming week, Ukraine, like I said earlier, I think they're in a fog of war right now, the leadership, and they don't really know how to react. So they're kind of reacting all over the map. And I think they're coming to the realization that, we've lost this one. And how they react in the coming months is going to determine a whole lot of things. So be prepared for that. Domestically, I think be prepared to start hearing about a lot about toxic commercial real estate assets. Guys, you don't hear about it a lot, but we've now got pension funds who are selling office buildings in Manhattan for $1 right now because they want to get out of that asset. They're walking away from the mortgages, So, I think that this coming commercial real estate crash is going to be worse than the 2008 recession. And it could very well be the thing that brings the whole house of cards down, So I don't know how we get out of this. I don't think it's possible, And what else did we talk? Gaza. I don't know what to do there anymore. I'm not really sure. I've got a whole lot left in the tank to offer much on that. I'm not an overly emotional crier type of person, but I found myself last night just like 2 a.m. in absolute tears watching this guy on X, and he's like a father, and he's got his daughter, and he's trying to put her back together, and I couldn't wrap my head around that this is the world that we're in, where a father has to do this shit, and it's on X. And I didn't know how to help him or what to do. And it's not a pro-Hamas thing. It's not a pro-Israel thing. It's a pro-human thing. And I don't know where we've gotten in this world where being opposed to war is a taboo issue. And I think if this affects a man like me, a grown man like me, I don't know how it affects other people, and maybe I don't want to know, to be honest. But one thing is this has all got to stop. God or Allah or Buddha or whoever you want to call your God, if you have a part in orchestrating any of this global chaos, I sure as the hell hope that you meet that God sooner than later. Because what happened to that man that I saw last night shouldn't happen to anybody else on this planet. And I don't think I can really look at that stuff anymore. So I'm going to try to refocus now and go watch Harry Potter with my kids, if that world exists. You know, so cheers, guys.
This is what
Can I
I said.
respond to the super chat?
This is what I said before. This is what I said before. It doesn't matter if you are pro-Israel, pro-Palestine. Come on, be human. You can't call yourself Christian and then do this kind of shit, you know? The shit I see on Instagram is fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
Drew.
can I respond to the super chat? Just very quickly. No, we do not want Qin Shi Huang. You know how many millions of people he killed to get that? That's not the way to unite the country. That's not the way to glory. We need to sit down and talk and actually work out how to live together. Qin Shi Huang, if you met him today, you are dead. He will kill you where you stand. That is not the kind of guy we want anymore. The world has changed. No more Qin Shi Huang. Yeah.
Just
that's why no more unity. You will see.
No, we can talk. We can discuss. We can work out.
Yeah, we can talk. We can discuss, but we can't unite.
So for those that do not know, Qin Shi Huang is what kind of people? He is like Genghis Khan, conquered the whole of China, but then he's like 10 times more brutal than Genghis Khan. 10 times more brutal. So it's a totally different monster. Like, okay, so next is Godze.
It was me. Okay, guys. Well, it's hard to continue after the emotional statement of Nanya, but I will say this: politics of dividing people has been in play for a long time. The sphere of power, the sphere of influence. That's what is happening. What I call the communists, or you might call them oligarchs, or somebody in the power who is in position and he wants to centralize that power, meaning he's a communist. If he wants to centralize the power, he wants to control everything and everywhere. They implement this politics of dividing people, and they use the weapons that they produce. You understand me? If they don't create the conflict, they're not going to use the weapon. Hitler tried to unify Europe, but the wrong way, obviously. Understand me? So he had that superior people complex, and his method of uniting people was all wrong. They all tried to imitate Alexander the Third Macedon is his name. He's not the Great. The Great, he wasn't born the Great. The Great was given to him by the Romans after his death. But he's born as Alexander the Third Macedon. He's before him Alexander II the Macedon. Anyway, the difference between Hitler and Alexander Third Macedon, which you call the Great, is that Alexander was cosmopolite. He integrated, not segregated, compared to all the others, emperors and kings. And so he went to Persia and to India. He put silk on him. He integrated their culture. Like, put it this way: if you have a candle and I have a candle, I blow out your candle, I'm left with only one light, one candle. But if we merge our candles, we have more light. We're going to find the way out of the cave faster together. That was his narrative, his vision. That's why he's the Great, I believe. Compared to the West narrative, which is divide and conquer. Everybody knows the Roman divide and conquer. Add to it, segregate and exploit. It follows to this day. Today, this hasn't changed. That's the Western narrative. So this is why we have the problems, the fighting. It began at the Great Schism. The Great Schism, it happened in 1054 AD. That's the dividing of the church between East and West, Catholics and Orthodox. That's what we have today. This is the Orthodox. Most of them speak Slavic. But like Vos said, all of us in Europe originate one source. Most of the Europeans are R1A1 DNA. According to genealogy, the R1 DNA, the oldest sample, is found in the Macedonian Peninsula. It was renamed Balkan Peninsula after the Turkish come. Bal is honey, honey is blood. So honey and blood on Turkish is named Balkan Peninsula. But before that, it's called the Macedonian Peninsula. So follow me here. The R1A1 gene, let's say 5,000 years before Jesus, starts spreading from here together with the cows, with the farmers and the agriculture. It gets all the way to Kamchatka. That's why in Kamchatka today, voda is voda. That's why today in England, voda is voda. That's why today in Macedonia, voda is voda. You all know what voda is. This gene, wherever it went, the people took their language with them. That's how the Slavic languages and all the Indo-European, so-called Indo-European languages spread. They originate from the Balkan Peninsula. This is not because I say so. It's because the genealogy science proven by scientific methods, not because I say so. If this is plastic, the science will prove it's plastic. It's not made out of titanium. Understand me? But anyway, the Roman culture has been divide and conquer. It continues till today. It expanded from Rome from 1054, the kings, Charlemagne, the Pope, the Vatican, London, Washington. Today we have a big, ginormous Western Empire, which implements the same policies of divide and conquer, dividing people, making them fight. This is, like I said, communism. Europe, like Vos said, it is oligarchs, but the oligarchs are interested in gathering more power to them while they destroy nations, erase nations. Let's say Macedonia, today renamed North Macedonia, in which no nationality of Macedonian exists. I am in my passport citizen of North Macedonia who speaks the language of the citizens of North Macedonia. There is no Macedonian language. There is no Macedonian nation. You know what I'm saying? I am not a member of European Union yet. I'm a member of NATO. But for me to become a member of NATO, I had to euthanize myself. I had to erase myself from being Macedonian. You understand me? That's what our corrupted politicians following their global agenda, communist agenda do to us. And right now we are under occupation, being erased as a nation, one of the oldest nations in Europe. We gave the freaking name to Europe, man. Europe, the name of Europe is a sister of Cadmo. Cadmo went to look for his sister because Zeus kidnapped her on the bull. This is a mythology, understand me? We have Prince Europe, we have a city Europe. Before Europe was named Europe, we gave the freaking name to Europe. But anyway, for me to become a member of European Union, I have to erase myself. So this is the communism, what I'm trying to tell you. It's happening in America. The biggest thing that happened in America, I'm trying to contradict contra the argument. It's the Biden elections. The same thing that Syria did to Arab Spring, the Maidan, the same thing. It turned back now towards America with the Biden elections, the censorship, the cutting of freedom of speech. That's why I'm calling it communism, because everything related to cutting of your freedom is communism. I lived in this. I'm born in 1981. I lived to 1989-90 in Yugoslavia, communism. I lived in America, in New York for 10 years. So I know the difference between communist practices and freedom democratic practices. What's happening right now in America, cutting of speech, censorship, information on internet, it's coming, guys. You are under attack, believe it or not. You like to believe it, that's up to you. I will say this, we have fake history. Most of the people, you've learned mainstream media history, and most of it is fake. Unfortunately, who controls the history controls the present and the future. That's would be my closing statement. I will say I wish more people, leaders, are cosmopolitans. They would integrate, not segregate. Because if you segregate, you erase nations, you erase the whole culture, you erase the language, and everything. Of course they're gonna object to it, and you have fights. But if you try to integrate, like I gave the example with the candles, then you can live prosperously forward. Everybody brings their best on the table. You do not segregate them because you feel superior. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Godze. So angry. I do not know who want to go last. Upgrade or Prata?
Revolutionary.
Who want to go first?
Maybe me.
Okay, upgrade first.
There was so many things to say about what Godze just said. Where should I start? But anyways, to say that Alexander the Great was a great unifier. He conquered like all the other emperors and killed many people like all the other emperors in the history. That's nothing new. On the practice, how he did it afterwards, if he integrated or not, that's if you have power and you want to integrate, you can, but you still have the force, and that's not the end of the means. It shouldn't be. Then about Charlemagne, that he was a great divider. He wanted actually to unify the entire Europe. That's why he's called the first unifier of Europe. Like this was his goal, right? Second, I just came from a business meeting, so I'm late, so I cannot go over everything what was said. But I disagree with the business part, that the business is lobbying the European Union. There is a part of it, but a lot of it comes from above. It's from the above who dictates the rules and imposes this on businesses. And I had a lot of talks today about this, especially also in Switzerland is coming right now, because the European Union is pushing more and more rules on us, which we don't want, but it's hard. Then about the European conqueror, there's not just European conqueror. Let's not kid ourselves. The history, everybody conquers everybody, everybody kills everybody. To just always take this is very left-leaning thing, to just take the European history or just the Western history and always say, oh, there's brutal white people killed all the... Go over history, go over a book, just one book in history about any country in the world. You will see many people killed each other, and that's nothing special to the white people. That's just human race. We did it millions of years, and we killed each other for dumb shit. That's how it is. Then horrific things happen, of course, like Nunia said, but I'm like a little bit shocked. People right now are all over it and like, oh, this horrible. That happens every year, everywhere on the planet Earth. That's nothing special, you know. And if you need to cry over this part because it's on X, you should cry every day, because it's happening every day, and there's millions of people who you don't see and then hear anything about it, and they die horribly. And nobody gives a damn. We just continue work and get our money to pay our bills. That's how it is. That's sad, but that's how it is. And lastly, I had to say something about one of my President Macron. How dumb are you to say such a dumb thing, such irresponsible thing, without talking to your fucking guys where you're in the room? Are you fucking... I don't know how dumb he is. He has such a big ego. This ego is... I don't know. Not even Napoleon had like an ego like this. Because if you think about it, you go at 11 o'clock in the night, where everybody's already sleeping. Nobody in France is awake at this time. Most of them need to go to work. And next day we hear about, oh, he wants to send troops to Ukraine. What? When did you ask the French people about it? When did you ask the 60,000 people, the 60,000 soldiers that they need to risk their life for another country who is not even French territory, who is not even in NATO, not even in European Union? What the hell are you talking about? And then everybody next day says, what the fuck are you talking about? We're never going to send any troops. So he's a total liar, and like usual, one day he says this and the next day he says another thing. So that was actually my closing. I'm sorry if I offended some people, but it is what it is.
So angry.
Everybody's
so angry in the closing.
Macron is gonna come after you, you know.
This is the angriest closing I've ever been.
Man.
This is the historical most angry closing of the DPA Open Mic. Prata
already done his closing.
Well, if Upgrade was talking about Macron, I think we have an even more stupid one, which was Scholz, which got scared and exactly just afterward was saying, no, we are not going to send any troops at all, not at all. We are not doing it like the French and the British are doing. It's even more stupid, and then the French and the British are really mad because the Germans just said they're already having troops there, and then some days later the Russians leak something saying that the Germans are actually planning to do it, but they don't want nobody to know about it, so they will blame the French and the British because. And whoever listens to these around the world must be really perplexed. The logic, it makes no logic. They are completely, they are brain dead. I don't know. It's the stupidity really got over the scale, and the rest of the world must be seeing now Europe like completely insane. not trustable, deceivable, and not honorable. And this is really bad. And I would say for the European citizens that just a few weeks ago were trying to convince us that Russia was going to attack NATO territory. And now we know it was the opposite. They were planning to attack Russia. I don't know. And yeah, the stupidity goes on, and unfortunately is the life we have. But thank you very much, Wade, for allowing me to make twice the closing.
Yeah.
So Dean is here. Do you want to do closing? If not, I'm gonna.
That's what I figured. You were gonna be gone soon. It's like, okay, now I can interrupt this thing.
do you want to do a own closing?
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, you mean a closing thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. We if not, we're gonna close the stream now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
I won't.
You can talk about Donald Trump if you want.
Well, I was just wondering if, no, you guys were all talking about all the crazy ass wars and shit going on too. What about the stuff that's not crazy ass wars?
yeah, it's not worth talking about.
Yeah,
we only talk about crazy shit.
Tinfoil shit,
Okay, so I cannot carry on because it's 7.5 hours.
Okay.
Do you want to do closing?
I'm out. Bye. I'm out.
Okay, bye guys.
Good guys. Next week. See you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dean.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
And yeah, I just came to crash the end. Well, I didn't think it was going to be that close to the end. It's been a while since it was on here and shit like that. But yeah, all these wars, dude. I mean, they're all bankers' wars. They're only one group of people benefit from all of it. I tell you what, there's supposed to be some crazy ass shit going down according to the like the Q stuff, the Q movement, talking about people being arrested and hung and all that shit for crimes against humanity. But yeah, I know you can see now. You really can't talk about that stuff on your channel. That's why. Oh, did you end it? Oh no, sorry.
Haven't not yet ended yet. But the
certain things
Q&A stuff cannot really be talked much about because YouTube don't like it, and also I do report it on Q&A, so I know that it cannot be taught on YouTube. Right?
Oh yeah, that's
my previous channel before DPA.
That's why I usually.
But it doesn't work.
Yeah, I try to hold back, on not coming in here because of the things I told you in the beginning that I get all kinds of strikes and shit for hate speech, misinformation, even medical misinformation. It's like, what? I'm not a doctor. Maybe a doctor of motors, but it's crazy.
Yeah,
so,
Q&A stuff is totally a no-no for YouTube right now. So I did cover like journalistically cover it, and it doesn't. It also can. They will just block it. So
like
it's definitely a no-no subject.
Yeah, the Israel thing.
So all right, Dean, I need to drop you off so that I can do.
Hey, thanks
bye,
for the
bye, Dean.
at the end, man. You're cool, brother.
No problem.
Yep, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Dean. So that's it. This is the end of the 7.5 hour DPA Open Mic. I'm not sure if this is the longest one, but this is a very, very good one, and it's very interesting. I tried this new I say okay, let the speaker talk, and then he will appoint the next who is going to talk next, and they are supposed to keep track themselves who is next, and somehow everybody become very respectful and let the person finish. So everybody become very patient. So interesting experiment. We'll continue to do that next week. I think it helps you guys, the viewers, to not get so disrupted, not like the end, at the ending last 1 hour, 2 hours, just went nuts because we went back to the old way. But but I think for most part, everybody's very patient, so that's very cool. And then we talk about a lot of crazy stuff, which is interesting, which is nice. It was a crazy week, and so I think that's about it. I'm not going to drag on this stream anymore because the 7.5 hours. I have no idea if the AI can digest this. If not, I will have to cut it into half, and then I have to do a lot of extra work. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. It's Sunday, so wish you guys a good Sunday, and so yeah, probably no sleep back today. I'm not sure because by the time I wake up, they'll be like, I'm not sure. So Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Outro. Every week is like this. I have to like look for the outro button. Bye, guys.